The scene unfolded with a view of a girl and man sitting on bed. The man started to open her shirt's buttons. After opening all her buttons, he said, "All done." Meanwhile, the girl in her thoughts said, "How did I allow myself to grow south close with this man?" She, telling her past, said, "The husband I was forced to marry to protect my kingdom, the slave who seized the crown of the emperor and waged war across the world. The same man who would kill my family and destroy my home. However, a second chance is now given to us. Once everything is taken care of, I would like to share my secrets with him." She, kissing the man, said, "Would that this moment could last forever." While kissing each other, the man asked Canach, "Eusebia," he said, "whenever I look into your eyes, what we shared that day springs back to life. Tell me, has our promise truly faded from your memory?" Meanwhile, she, touching a flower, said, "Oh, I know this flower." She said, "You can find it in the north as well?" The man asked, "Really?" She replied, "Yes. You'll see once we're in Arcaea. We'll spend the day reading in the gardens, fasting on sweets. Would you like that?" The boy replied, "Yes, princess." Suddenly we get to know that it was all her imagination, and she said, "That would make me very happy." In the next scene we saw Arcaea, home to the arcane arts. Once, it was a mighty nation of arcanists whose progenies lived and breathed magic. But when mankind was stripped of this blessing, Arcaea lost its glory and diminished into a weak shadow of its former self. Left at the mercy of greater powers, the nation pinned its hopes on its only means of survival, a marriage alliance. Meanwhile, a golden-haired boy appears. He opens the door and shouts, "Tell me it's not true." He was Xander Catterall, second prince of Arcaea. He said, "It's not too late to reconsider, sister." Meanwhile, Dietrich Catterall, first prince of Arcaea, interrupts him and asks her to keep his voice down, while a lady was sitting on the chair. He said, "This is hardly a subject for outsiders." The second prince replied, "No, preposterous is what this is. You would force your own sister into becoming the wife of Canach Riadon?" She clenched her cloths. He continued, Have you any idea what sort of things are whispered behind our backs out there? They say Arcaea has purchased a coward's peace by whoring out her princess to the empire. A royal plaything for the bloodthirsty tyrant who slaughters dozens of lives a day for sport." He shouts, "Why, brother, why?" The lady named Eusebia Catterall, first princess of Arcaea, said, "Xander, that's quite enough." The second prince said, "Bia," with a sadness on his face. She replied, "It was I, not Dietrich, who wanted this marriage." She said, "I acted of my own accord, and I'd rather we moved on." The second prince wants to say something, but she interrupts him and said, "I'll be fine." He started crying and said to her, "I don't understand." She replied, "From now on, it is your duty to look after our father. Try to be a good boy and listen to Dietrich." He holds her tightly and started crying. She said to him, "But most importantly, take good care of yourself." The first prince standing there see them and said to her, "Thank you, Eusebia." He said to her, "The people of Arcaea owe their lives to you." She in her thoughts said, "I have always known that a marriage of love is a luxury for any woman born into royalty." In the next scene we saw their marriage. Someone said, "This union is Arcea's sole salvation in the face of Riadon's growing threat." She said to herself, "I need not mourn my fate. I should feel honored to give myself to such a cause." She was dressed as a bride in a white dress. The father said, "Eusebia Catterall, do you take this man, Canach Riadon, to be your lawfully wedded husband?" She said, "I do." Meanwhile, seeing him, she said in her thoughts, "So this is the Emperor of Riadon." The father said, "Then in the name of the goddess Vihar, gatekeeper of the beginning and the end, I hereby pronounce you man and wife. Let the kiss of vow seal your bond as one." He removes cloth from her face and asked her to close her eyes in a cold tone. And then they kissed each other. Canach asked her, "Are you right?" She, touching her lips, replied, "Ah." She glanced at him and thought, "Now that we've exchanged the kiss of vow, there really is no turning back." Starting today, this man is my husband. Canach, leading others on his horse, rise his sword and shouts, form ranks and prepare for departure. His servants replied, Yes, your majesty. Meanwhile, Eusebia sitting inside the royal vehicle thoughts, even the wedding feast was rushed. It's as if I'm being snatched away as a hostage. Though it's understandable, given the circumstances. After all, Riadon has only just emerged as an empire, so the emperor shouldn't be away for too long. She thought, perhaps he's a man who prioritizes matters of the stage over his own. Although the rumors surrounding him all label him a butcher and a tyrant. She opens the window and see outside, she's seeing him thoughts, seeing him up close, there is something almost gold-like about him. A quick appeal. I have found that 96% of you guys just watch my videos and don't subscribe. These videos takes days to make. Please subscribe to the channel to show some support. It's plain to see that he inspires respect in those around him, unlike a sheltered princess like me who has no real experience of the world. Compared to him, I am. She, explaining her role, said, as the ruling house of RKA, the Catero bloodline has received the blessing of the Arjunwood. In every generation, a Catero awakens to harness the primordial magic that flows deep within the earth, protecting the realm as her guardian. She opens her hand and some sort of lightning particles appears and she said, I am supposed to fulfill the role this generation. She closed her hand again and said, but the feeble trickle of magic I possess is far from enough. She, calling herself a failure, said, Can a failure like myself withstand the weight of the Empress Consort's title? She, bowing her head down, said, Perhaps I will be cast out once the Emperor grows bored of me. Pathetic Eusebia. Meanwhile, traveling through woods, someone wearing black dress appears behind the trees. That person do some kind of magic and make a magical ball. Eusebia noticed that person and said, What was that between the trees? Meanwhile, a magical arrow comes towards her and hit her. Canach turns back and asked, What happened? His servants replied, An arrow, your majesty. The carriage has been attacked. Canach asked, What about the Empress? Is she unharmed? Meanwhile, the arrow hits her, and she gets covered with blood. Dietrich, Prince of RKA, terrified about the safety of his kingdom. Dietrich convinced his sister Eusebia to marry in order to save his kingdom. Eusebia, trembling with fear, and said, I don't wish to go to Riadon or marry that horrible man. Eusebia again shivered with fear and said, Please, brother. There must be another way to save our kingdom because just the thought of it fills me with dread. Dietrich despairly said, It pains me to see you suffer so, dear Eusebia. But what else can we possibly do at this point? RKA is dying. We have no recourse against the might of Riadon. Our fighting force are depleted. Our coffers are empty and we lack the territories to serve as our backbone. If only we had a wielder of supreme magic to protect us. Just as in times past. Dietrich said with sadness. Alas, this is our reality now. We must do what we can to survive. Suddenly, Eusebia struck by an arrow, then she thought his brother Dietrich was right. Eusebia lost her consciousness. The thoughts revolves in her mind that, had I possessed enough power to stand as Arcea's guardian? Had I been more useful for our people? This would have never come to pass. A trembling voice touched Eusebia's ear. Open your eyes, Eusebia. Empress. Empress. Eusebia recovered her sense, and she saw her body was in Dietrich's arms. Eusebia, shocked, That's me? She feels. She has died. There is her soul to see her body struck by an arrow. Eusebia saw Dietrich hold her dead body in his arms and blamed to himself by saying that it was foolishness to put my trust in these northerners' dog. I should never have agreed to play with their little game. Eusebia's soul shouting. No! Dietrich angrily said, The alliance is null and void. Arkara shall pay for this betrayal with blood. Eusebia's soul said. No, wait. Eusebia's soul feeling hurts. It feels as though being torn apart. Her soul felt the footsteps of Dietrich and said no. Why won't my legs move? At this rate, RKA will face destruction. Dietrich returned home with all haste and prepare for war. The assassin said, At long last, the plan comes to bear fruit this day. Your Highness must be pleased. Dietrich said, Need I say it? He said, to be finally rid of that nuisance. I would say, pleased, is an understatement. Eusebia's soul said, What? Dietrich said, Shame. I would have liked to confirm her death myself. The assassin said, Rest assured, my prince. He said, The arrow struck true and pierced the heart. Death is certain. She hearing this gets shocked. Dietrich said to assassin, Bear in mind that his does not conclude our bargain. I allowed you to deal with my sister as you saw fit, only because you promised me the power to bring Riadon to hell. The assassin said, Then may it please your Highness to know that the impending war shall end with Arcea's triumph. Under the reign of King Dietrich, Arcea shall rise anew as an empire that spans across the entire continent. He stepping forward said, In any case, 'tis unfortunate that Canach decided to take Eusebia's body with him. The girl was born a mage, so her corpse would have proven useful. He said, Truly a shame indeed. Eusebia's soul said, How? Why? As the hooded figure promised, a bitter war soon ensued between Arcea and Riadon. As for me, I became a ghost trapped in the woods where I was killed. I was in hell, or so I believed. There was no better explanation for the tragedy I was forced to witness. She was standing in war seeing someone shouting, to the surgeon's tent, Hurry! And watch I did, unable to help, unable to make any difference. The war showed no signs of ending. Accusing Riadon of assassinating a princess of Arcea, my brother sought to win the war by rallying the other outraged northern kingdom under his banner. It did not take long for Canach to crush them. He seized triumph after triumph, sending Arcea ever close to doom. Everything lost its meaning in the wake of war. The forests and flower fields of my beautiful Arcea. The people whom I loved above all else. No. Xander. All of them faded away before my eyes, their cold, lifeless bodies a cruel mockery of my undeath. 3 years into the war, Dietrich was taken hostage and brought before Emperor Canach. Death. Death. Ugh. Foul, filthy slave. Dietrich said, You may have killed my family and plundered this noble land, but do not think that you have won. This curse of House Catterall shall hunt you to the end of time. Canach replied, I see. Then I pray you do not rest your raving, King of Arcea. Not even in death, so I may follow your screams and slay you once again. Orders, your majesty? Must you ask? Canach said, Feed them to the fire. Eusebia said, Brother, is this what you wanted? Was your ambition worth sacrificing the lives of your sister and father? Suddenly she starts laughing and said, Ha ha ha. She watching towards sky said, Hear me, O Argentwood. Then she started crying and said, Hear my cries and bestow your grace upon me. Take my soul, and grant another chance for your Arcea. She shouts while crying, Lend me your help so I may start over and prevent all of this from happening. Meanwhile someone said, Eusebia? And she gets shocked. A flash of light appears and someone said, My dear child. The Eusebia opens her eyes on her bed and said, Was that the Argentwood? Meanwhile her father and brother was standing beside her bed and watching her. Her father and brother seeing her awake gets happy and his father shouts, Eusebia. Her brother said, Bia. She blinked her eyes and gets confused. She said, Father? Xander. How? Meanwhile Xander hugs her. She's sitting on bed with Xander thoughts, this still doesn't feel real. She thoughts, I saw them with my own eyes. Corpses sprawled on the ground, dead stares into nothingness. Meanwhile, her father, standing with Doctor, coughed and said to him, "The princess suffered through the night. Are you sure this is just a side effect of the awakening?" Seeing them, Eusebia thought, "And yet here they are, alive and breathing." The doctor replied, "There is no mistake, Your Majesty. The princess's eyes and hair have changed colors. We believe this to be proof of a chosen guardian. However, such a phenomenon has not been observed for the last 100 years, and we know little else about the matter." She thought, "Awakening?" She, watching her hands, said, "I was 10 when I awakened to the magic within me. Have I been transported back through time?" She shakes her head and said, "But that doesn't make any sense. I must just be losing my sanity after that ordeal. This is no more than the hallucination of what they deranged mind." Xander, seeing her, said to her, "I don't want you to fall sick, Bia. You have to be with us for as long as you can." She touches his face and said, "He's warm, this isn't a dream or a hallucination." She started crying and Xander asked, "Bia?" Eusebia, with tears on her face, said, "The Arjun truly answered my prayers." She suddenly hugs Xander. She said, "Thank you for giving me another chance." Meanwhile, his father and doctor gets confused. She said, "I will not squander it, I promise." Her father comes and places his hand on her back. She, with tears in her eyes, said, "This time, I will protect my family and my kingdom, no matter the cost." In the next scene, Eusebia was sitting holding a flower pot and thought, "To achieve that, though, I need power." She, seeing the flower pot, said, "The greatest power in the history of the guardians. The Arjunwood, patron deity of Arcia. In life she was a human sister to the goddess Vihar. After her death, however, she was reborn as a great silver tree in the forest at the edge of the world, which served as her grave. With their kingdom bordering this hallowed ground, the people of Arcia came to worship and revere the Arjunwood, and the forest in turn bestowed her gaze upon them. Those blessed by the Arjunwood became guardians of Arcia, heroes that protected the people against every disaster and enemy. But gone are the days of Arcia's glory, and the blessing of the Arjunwood has now faded with the disappearance of magic from the realm of men. When no guardians left to safeguard the kingdom, Arcia soon found itself on the brink of total collapse. My awakening was a single layer of hope for my displaying people. Felicitations, Princess. A guardian walks among us once again. I was the light and treasure of the realm." She seemed the flower pot thoughts, until they discovered that I could not make use of my magic the way they wanted. The entirety of my power as a guardian was the ability to talk to trees and flowers. Perhaps something went wrong with my awakening. I'm a failure as a guardian. That's not true, Eusebia. We would not have become friends like this if you have not hadn't awakened to your magic. I'm glad that you were the one. Trees were gentle and kind. But kindness alone was not enough against the contempt of so many people. In my previous life I could only watch helplessly as Arcia faced doom, but things are different now. She touches the flower pot and a light appears from her hands. She said, "The Arjunwood would not have granted my wish without giving me the power to change the past." Meanwhile, a light appears from the flower pot, and she gets shocked seeing it. Suddenly a green plant grows out from the flower pot. She, seeing it, thought, "Is that it?" She gets nervous and thought, "I suppose I was hoping for something more impressive. But why did the Arjunwood bring me back to life if I can't have the powers I need?" She said, "I do feel that the magic within me is stronger." She, watching her hands, said, "But it's far from enough to save RKA from Canach." Meanwhile, someone knocked on the door, and she gets shocked. Someone said, "Hello, Eusebia?" She turns towards the door. Her older brother was standing there folding her arms. She saw him and said, "Brother?" He comes towards her, and she rises from the chair. He said to Eusebia, "I heard about your awakening." He, with a smile, said, "Which involved a great deal of pain, from what I've been told. What a shame." He holds her from her neck and said the girl was a mage, so her corpse would have proven useful. She moves his hand away by pushing it, and he gets shocked. He said, Eusebia? She, standing in front of him, said, I'm sorry, Dietrich. I still fell sick. She said to him, I'm not at my best at the moment. You understand, don't you? His brother, with a smile, replied, Of course. You must be exhausted. He held her hand and said, I hope you recover quickly so we can have you back with us. She thought in her mind, everything he says feels like deceit. I wonder if it's because he showed his true colors in my previous life. She said to him, Could you please let go of my hands? He, still holding her hands, said to her, It hurts me to bring you this bad news when you're feeling so vulnerable. She asked him about the news, saying, What do you mean? What news? He, with a smile on his face, replied, Rather than celebrate our newfound guardian of RKA, there are many who have chosen to question the infinite wisdom of the Arjunwood. He said they've dared to doubt the magical prowess of our new guardian princess. She, after hearing this, gets shocked. She shouts, That's... Her brother interrupts her and said, I, for one, do not care for their blasphemy in the slightest. Your awakening was a true miracle. Of that, there is no doubt. He said, But you know what they say. Where there's smoke, there's fire. She gets shocked after hearing her brother's words. Her brother, with a smile on his face, continued his words, saying, Perhaps the people are simply desperate for their long-awaited guardian to show them the full extent of her powers. She replied, But I... He interrupts her again and said, holding her hands, No need to blame yourself, Eusebia. We are the bad ones to expect so much from a girl so helpless. She, hearing this, gets remember something and said in her thoughts, Wait, I remember this. The tone of his words and that look on his face. She gets a flashback when she goes to her brother to tell him about her magic. She rushed towards his brother and said, Dietrich, I can use magic now. She comes to him and said, I talked with the flowers in the garden. They showed me their beautiful memories. They were so pretty. Could this be a special sort of magic? I can't wait to find out what more I can do. His brother turns towards her and replied, Oh, my dear sister. To the people out there, this so-called magic of yours would be no more than a cheap parlor trick. How disappointed would our subjects be to learn that the power of their princess ends at prattling with weeds and leaves. She gets sad hearing this. Her brother said, That is why you must never let anyone find out about your powers. I will protect you, sister. The people out there will laugh at you and they will say, Is the princess yet to show her powers? And here I thought she was a guardian. Perhaps what she received is a curse, not a blessing. He said, You need not do a thing. Just stay in New York my side and trust in your brother. Meanwhile, coming back to the present, she staggers and covers her face with her hand. His brother asks, What's wrong? She suddenly feels something and said, I. Meanwhile, her bad self appears and said, holding her shoulders, Look at you. Still so weak. How could someone like you possibly protect RKA and exact justice? You can do nothing. She thoughts this. She, holding her head, thoughts, This is all just in my head. Meanwhile, her bad self said, The Arjunwood did not choose you. Your God merely wanted to watch you suffer all over again. She said, No. Suddenly she swings her arm and said, No. Her brother, seeing her, gets confused. He said to her, Eusebia? Are you really all right? She replied, I'm fine. She thought, I have to go to the Arjunwood. I don't know whether this was simply the caprice of a divine being, but I will find out what she wants from me if it's the last thing I do. He feels the intensity of weather and said, We should head back. Princess. Staying in such a cold, frightening weather. Not to be safe. There can be trail for going forward. It's not safe to be outside in this blizzard. The weather is too cold, princess. Not yet. Eusebia said, I cannot turn back yet. Weather cannot stop me to reach my destination. Eusebia courteously said that I will go to my destination by facing such troubling weather. Finally, Eusebia meets her father. She feels pain when Sha saw her father in such dying condition. The father saw Eusebia and said her by coughing. What do you mean, Eusebia? You wish to enter the wicked woods? Eusebius sadly looking at her father and said, Yes, father. Now that I have awakened, I feel I must present myself to the aged wood. Eusebia's father said to her that, My sweet daughter, none but the monarch of Rka enter the presences of the Arjunwood. Hyaging said only the king are allowed but a single audience throughout our lives. The Arjunwood is infinitely merciful. And yet, she can be as stern and fierce as a snowstorm. Once, I knelt on her hallowed ground and implored her to raise her mother from death. But she refused to grant my wish no matter how fervently I prayed. The resurrection of the dead, she said, runs counter to the will of the goddess Vihar. In the end I was left with nothing but grief and an ailing body damaged by the biting chill of those dread woods. Should something happen to you there? Eusebius said not to worry, father. I promise I will turn back if the blizzard worsens. I am the guardian of Rka and the princess of the Arjunwood's chosen bloodline. Our goddess will not spurn me. I know it. She will tell me what to do to save our kingdom. Perhaps it is the Arjunwood herself that is calling out to you. He said to Eusebia, take this with you. Eusebia said to her father, what is this? A heat-preserving pendant crafted by the dwarves. I had it procured for Rossan long ago. For your mother. May it serve you well. Eusebia take it from her father and said, The pendant. It's shielding me from the cold. Eusebia whisper, Thank you, father. I don't want to lose my loved ones again. I must do whatever it takes to change my fate and save everyone. There's only one way to left now. Your Highness? I may not have enough magic, but I still remember how to put it to use. Eusebia said, I'll use the only ability I have and commune directly with the trees in the forest. Can anyone hear me? Let me know if you can hear my voice. I wish to seek an audience with the Arjunwood. I beg you. Grant me entry into the forest. Boy said. The blizzard. It's subsiding. Eusebius said, it seems that the Arjunwood has answered me. Eusebius said to the boys, You two stay here and wait for my return. Eusebius said, it's so much colder in the woods. I can feel the cold right down to my bones. Eusebia feels a voice as someone saying her name. Eusebia! My child. Eusebia saw silver leaves. It's the Arjunwood. So we meet once again. What brings me to you this time? Eusebia recalled same words. This time? Eusebia feels that she has heard this voice before. She thought that it's the same voice I heard as I traveled back through time. Eusebia said to Arjunwood that, O great Arjunwood, ever watchful goddess of Rka, if I may ask, for what divine purpose have I been brought back to life? Eusebia said with hopefully that, What must I do to avoid the outcome I fear? Goddess of Rka replied her that, I have already pledged my soul to you before. I am prepared to uphold that promise. Eusebia said that, but I beseech you, grant me power so I defend and protect my people. In return I shall to be the instrument of your will. Goddess said, you seem to have misled yourself. While it is true that I have been watching you all this time, I have never answered your prayers. That privilege is reserved for monarchs of Rka alone. You know this. I do, but I am certain it was your voice that brought me back. I thought I was brought back to do your work. Go home, Eusebia. Your moral body is much too frail to withstand the biting chill of these wuda. Your dwarven pendant will not last long with this forest. Go home before you share your father's fate. Eusebia became sad and said, I don't care. I had rather perish Hera than watch everyone I love die in the war. Without being able to stop it, Goddess said her, Oh Eusebia! Eusebia requested again. Please, Let me protect them this time. Let me save RKA. With my own hands. Tell me what I need to do. Jidus said her, if that is your resolve. You leave me no choice. Though you were a guardian. Your magic was weak. Because I no longer had enough power to share. Eusebia thought that. Thus, I am partly to blame for the pain you suffered in your previous life. Godus said, I have decided to share with you what is left of my life force. Perhaps you may defy fate and change Arcea's future yet. Eusebia shocked and asked that. Your life force. She thought she cannot be trusted. There is nothing to stop you now. What could someone like you possibly accomplish? Eusebia said to herself, follow your heart this time, and succeed. Godus said, by consoling her, taught you are fated to die a miserable death again. Just as in your previous life. Not this time. Eusebia said, if taught is my fatep. Then so bite. But Eusebia raised her body and said loudly, I am done cowering in fear. In the other hand, guards slept and Captain slipped out of it and said, do your duty. Captain said him. Have you lost your mind? Garf awaked quickly and said, Sorry, sir. Captain said, don't lose your focus just because things have quieted down lately. You are a border guard. Guard said. I see nothing gets past. You. By seeing Eusebia, he said. Why, your highness? Blessing of Fihar upon you and RKA. They walked through Border's gate and he said to her, we've had far fewer casualties since you began watching over the borders. Eusebia replied, well, I'm glad I could help. He said, help is an understatement. The brambles you conjured on the walls have already doubled in their defensive capabilities, and the arrows and shields you crafted proved effective even against monsters. He said to her, forgive me if I'm speaking out of turn, but I cannot help but feel a sense of camaraderie with you. It's as though we've been through a war together. She smiled hearing it and replied, war, you say? She turns and said, you're more perceptive than you seem. He gets confused. She recalled the moment when she was sent back through time. She said, 10 years have passed since I was sent back through time. A servant asked her, you should retire, princess. It's getting quite late. Eusebia, reading something, replied, just a little more. I still need to finish this. She said, the Arjunwood's boons strengthen my magic, and over time, I gained the ability to accelerate and alter the growth of plants. She thought, walls and dense woodlands can keep monsters away from our borders. Magic-infused arrows would be helpful too. Meanwhile, blood started from her mouth and felt on book. She wipes her face and said, we can't afford to be lax. Even in this life, I still hear disturbing news about Riadon and its Emperor Canach. They're expanding far too fast. At this rate, we'll be seeing their soldiers on our doorsteps before long. Our military has improved under my lead, but we're still too weak to face Canach and the Empire head-on. I won't give up. I won't let him destroy RKA this time. I will do anything to protect my country. Meanwhile, back in future, a guard rushed towards them and shouts, urgent news, Your Highness. A message arrived from the Empire. From Canach Riadon himself. She, hearing this, gets serious and thought, even if that means I'll have to marry the man. Meanwhile, a man starts reading Canach's letter. I have only one demand, your princess. You may keep the rest. The man said, that's the entirety of the message? A man furiously shouts, to ask for the hand of the princess in such a manner. Has he no shame? The second man sitting next to him said, that savage will not have Princess Eusebia. Meanwhile, she, holding a cup, thought, these are the same people who readily surrendered me to Canach in my previous life, and now they're defending me because they know I'm useful. She thought, the only thing that hasn't changed from the past is Canach's demand. He, the slave who broke his fetters to rise as an emperor. His struggles could have been just as tough, or even more degrading, than the life I had to endure. I wonder if that's what made him into such a cruel and ruthless man. She thought, that's none of my concern, though. Her brother said, then what do you suggest, my lords? Do you truly believe that we stand a chance against the might of Riadon forces? Lord shouts, Your Highness. Dietrich continued his words saying, nothing pains a brother more than to send his lovely little sister to the land of savages. He said, but as the crown prince of Arcaea, I must think of our nation first. Meanwhile Eusebia standing there hearing her brother's speech thought, pretty words. You just want to get rid of me. Meanwhile her brother asked her, you understand, don't you, Eusebia? You are the guardian of Arcaea, after all. Eusebia smiled and replied, of course, Dietrich. She said, I have been waiting for this opportunity all my life. 1 week later Dietrich comes in Eusebia's room and said, congratulations, Eusebia. She sitting on a chair asked him, what brings you here at this hour? He replied, must you be so cold? I only wanted to say my farewell before you leave for Riadon tomorrow. He said to Eusebia, we won't be seeing each other for a while. Be gentler to your family. She turns her face other side and replied, I'd rather we kept this brief. Dietrich threw a blue necklace in front of her and said, here. Eusebia picks the necklace and said, a necklace? Dietrich said, not just any necklace. I see you are yet to refine your tastes. He tells, it's a sending crystal. The enchantment on it allows long-range communication. Take it with you to Riadon. He smirks and said, and report to me what you learn of Canach during your stay there. Hearing this she gets confused. She asked him, you want me to spy on him? But why? I thought this was a marriage alliance. He replied, in name only. A perfect way of buying time until we get what we want from them. She gets shocked hearing his brother's words and said, this won't end well if Canach ever finds out. It could cause a war. He smiled and said, could? Oh, my sweet, naive sister. We are preparing for war. That's why I have come to see you tonight. She gets shocked and said, preparing for war? Dietrich said, we will strike the moment Riadon lets its guard down. All the kingdoms of the north have already forged an accord. Besides, there is another ally who supports my cause, an ally with powers beyond imagination. He clenched his hand and said, with enough preparation, slaying Canach would be a simple enough task. She squeezed the necklace and thought, an ally with powers beyond imagination? Why didn't I realize it sooner? Dietrich couldn't have gotten his hands on a magical item this rare without a powerful sorcerer crafting one for him. He must have joined hands with that hooded figure again. Another League of Northern Kingdoms, another great war that will throw the continent into chaos. Dietrich noticed her silence and asked, well? Say something. She, still lost in her thoughts, said, if I refuse him here, he'll go for the next available alternative, causing a war by having me assassinated. She thought, is there no way to prevent fate from repeating itself? I thought my efforts were enough to stop Dietrich in the war, but we are doomed to repeat the same future after all. Dietrich said to Eusebia, tell me, Eusebia, did you possibly think that marrying Canach would solve all our problems and bring lasting peace to Arcaea? He turns his head and said, piteous fool. I had no idea you were this blind. Eusebia asked, what do you mean? She slams her hand on the table and Dietrich, showing her some papers, said, there. Read them. Secret documents I brought just for you. He said, guardians of Arcaea are cursed to remain barren for life. Becoming a guardian means dedicating your entire being to the Arjunwood's service. You will be unable to use your powers outside of our kingdom, and there will be no hope of passing your magic onto a child of your womb. Your body, my dear Eusebia, lost its ability to procreate the moment the Arjun would choose you. She, hearing all this, gets shocked and said, lies? Dietrich tells him, it's true. I found those secret documents hidden deep in the forbidden archives that only the king of Arcaea may enter. He said to her while she was in a shock hearing this, imagine Canach's rage and disappointment should he discover that the bride he purchased with an alliance is a barren woman who cannot give him any heirs. Dietrich holds her shoulder and whisper, The fire of his anger will burn our beloved RKA down to ashes. She gets shocked and pushing Dietrich back she shouts, lies. I will hear no more. He calms her and holding her shoulders said to her, think about it. For all the wealth of information available on Guardians, not one name of their children is mentioned in the chronicles. She said, I don't believe you. It can't be true. Dietrich said, but what if it is? Must I watch silently as the end comes for us all? Meanwhile, changing scenes, we saw Canach having a bath in a pond. His servant holding his cloth said, they ambushed us the moment we crossed the border. Well, a prey without armor is an easy target, Your Majesty. I'm not surprised these assassins chose to strike. He turns back and moves his hand towards the servant saying, shut up and just give me my clothes. He said to his servant, one needs to look clean and fresh before receiving a princess. In the next scene we saw Eusebia and her lady servant. Her servant asked her, it's rather chilly, princess. You could catch a cold if you stay outside much longer. Eusebia replied, I just need some fresh air. Her servant making her hairs said, it worries me to see you looking so pale on your wedding day. Did you have trouble sleeping last night? Eusebia remains silent. Meanwhile she thoughts, last night after Dietrich left. She recalls the moment Dietrich and she shared last night. Dietrich said to her, well then, take the time you need to think about it. After he leaves, she started to read about what he said to her. She said, hi, I spent the night scouring through the chronicles of RKA. She said, so it's true, not a single time mentioned anything about the descendants of the Guardians. Children of mages inherit the ability to use magic. That's probably why Canach wants to marry me, to produce an heir who can harness magic. Guardians, however, are different from natural-born mages. Our magic is a blessing given by the Arjunwood upon selection, not at birth. She thoughts, Dietrich was right. Guardians cannot have children. I cannot have children. She get worried about Canach's reaction after knowing that she is barren. She said, what should I do now? The Emperor might break the alliance should he learn that I am barren. Meanwhile someone shouts, hearken, people of RKA. Hearing this she gets shocked. His Majesty the Emperor of Riadon has come to you to seal the marriage alliance between our two nations. Hearing this she comes forward to see what's happening. Her servant stopping her said, Your Highness. She see down and found Canach standing there with his army. His soldier shouts, open your gates and receive the Emperor with respect and honor. She seeing Canach thoughts, it's him. Canach Riadon. Eusebia sitting on a sofa starts thinking ways to stop the war. She thoughts, I must think of a way. At this rate, the alliance will fail and I won't be able to stop Riadon's invasion of RKA, no matter what I do. She starts biting her nails and said, think. Then she remembered about last night and said, last night, Dietrich tried to win me over to his cause instead of having me killed as he had done in my previous life. He even revealed the truth of the Guardian for that purpose. He likely regards me as a useful pawn in his game. That's it. So long as I appear useful, he will think twice before getting rid of me. She said, and now I must do the same and prove my worth to the Emperor. I must tread carefully and keep the secret of the Guardians from him. Meanwhile Canach enters in the room. He seeing Eusebia said, Princess Eusebia? She gets nervous seeing Canach. She steps towards him and said, I am deeply honored to finally meet the Emperor in person. Meanwhile Canach reached to her and touched her face. She gets shocked. He said, you seem unhappy about this marriage arrangement. Eusebia gets confused and replied, on the contrary, Your Majesty, 'tis is a great delight for me to become the consort of the EMP. Canach with a smile on his face interrupts her and said, your lies are as sweet as those lovely lips of yours. She said, I would never dare lie to you, Your Majesty. He said, could you stop calling me that? She gets confused and said again, Your Majesty? He sighed and replied, there you go again. I'm not used to these high-born manners, and I would prefer to be called by my name, if that's all right with you. She said, forgive me if I have displeased you, Your Majesty, but propriety demands that I. She stopped and think, what's going on here? Did this happen in my previous life too? Canach asked her, if I start calling you by your name, will you do the same for me? She thinks, no, this is not the man I remember. In my previous life, Canach Riadon never paid me a private visit before the wedding ceremony. Canach said, Eusebia? She, still lost in her thoughts, said, nor did he never call me by my name. Canach said, do you not know my name? She starts waving her hands and said, I do. She called him by his name, see Canach. She again starts thinking, I don't understand. In the next scene, Eusebia's servant with tears of hot pines in her eyes said, I don't know how else to say this. She, looking at Eusebia in her wedding dress, said, you're so beautiful. Eusebia, standing in front of a mirror, said to her servant, there, Cecile. Dry your tears. Her servant, whipping her tears, said, it breaks my heart to see your highness forced into such a hastily prepared wedding. You deserve so much better, princess. You should be walking down the aisle in a prettier wedding dress. Meanwhile, Eusebia in her thoughts said, this is already extravagant enough compared to what I had to wear before going back in time. Her servant starts crying and hugs her. Her servant said to her, please don't leave us, your highness. Eusebia said, don't cry, Cecile. It's not as if I'm riding out to battle. It's just a wedding ceremony. She said, still, leaving for the empire means I am putting my life on the line? This man, who is to be my husband, has taken my motherland hostage and expects an heir who can wield magic. And the only way to protect my people is to make him believe that I can fulfill his demands. They hold each other's hands, and she thoughts, husband and wife? The father standing beside them said, in the name of the Fihar, the gatekeeper of the beginning and the end, I hereby pronounce you man and wife. Meanwhile, she thoughts, no. Enemies crossing blades on the battlefield. The father said, let the kiss of vow seal your bond as one. Canach removes cloth from her face. She thoughts, he still looks the same. Not a blemish on that perfect face. She thoughts, he seemed more a god than a man at the time, but after what I'd witnessed in that war, he no longer inspires awe within me. This is not a bond of matrimony but a tool that I must use wisely to maintain peace. Ichi gets close to her and tries to kiss her. She thoughts, no matter what he does, my heart must remain. He interrupts her, kissing her. She gets confused and shy. She thought stone cold. Canach said to her, are you all right? He holds her and said, Eusebia? In the next scene they started to leave. Eusebia, seeing the servant's thoughts, no wedding feast this time. They appeared to be in a greater rush to leave than what I remember. She turns towards the palace and, touching her necklace, she recalls her brother's words, so you have finally decided to join my cause. You made the right choice, dear sister. Your decision shall open the path towards Arcea's salvation. She thought, salvation? How absurd. Meanwhile, Canach interrupts her, saying, that look on your face. Every moment must be painful for you. She gets confused. She turns her face backward and sees Canach following her. She said, Your Majesty? She turns towards him and thought, should I fail to give him an heir within the next several years, he'll realize that I'm infertile. If it comes to that, my plans to foil Dietrich's scheme will end in failure. Canach said, He, turning back, said to Eusebia, I shall join you shortly. She gets confused and asked, I beg your pardon? Canach, standing next to carriage, said, I am aware it is considered taboo here in the north for the groom and bride to share a carriage. He kneeled down and said, but I cannot in good conscience leave you alone after seeing how badly this is upsetting you. He moves forward his hand and said, after you. She, seeing it, gets shocked and said, Your Majesty. Canach said, get in, or you would be keeping the emperor on his knees for all to watch. She gets confused after seeing this all. She, giving her hand to Canach, thoughts, how strange. Different things are happening now that didn't occur in my previous life. She steps on his thigh and his hand. She thoughts while entering the carriage, first, he visits me before the wedding, and now, he's kneeling for me. I should remain indifferent, but I cannot help but feel a faint pull that wasn't there before. I'm not sure what to make of all this. Does this change herald a brighter future for us all, or is it an omen of misfortune? They were passing through a forest. She sits beside Canach, seeing outside from the window. Canach said to her, "You still look upset." She replied, "Upset?" Canach said, "Are you feeling unwell, or are you planning your escape from the marriage you never wanted? Which is it?" She gets angry hearing this and shouts, "That's a ridiculous accusation." She said, "As your lawfully wedded wife, I am now beholden to the duties of the Empress consort." He smiled and said, "Duties? HM? Quite. Are all princesses as devoted as you are?" He turns his head towards her and said, "Were you merely fulfilling another one of your duties, when you kissed the man you despise before the marriage altar?" Eusebius replied, "If I may be so bold, your majesty, whatever is the matter with you?" She said, "You seem to believe I can't stand the sight of you." Canach sighed and said, "I have been wanting to ask you since the moment we first met, what sort of person am I in your eyes?" She replied, "The Emperor of Riadon is a well-respected hero." She said, "Tales of your valiant feats had reached my ears well before the marriage talk began. Including the matter of your origin, of course." He said, "I'm not interested in the stories they tell about me. I am asking what you think, madam. Who am I to Eusebius Cataril?" He asked to her, "Do you see me as a hero too?" She gets confused. She replied, "I to me, you're..." Canach said, "That's what I thought. We're married now, but you're not even trying to conceal your distrust of me. You remained white as fresh snow even after the ceremony ended. It's as if you found the whole affair repulsing." He said, "My suspicions were correct. This marriage, it's..." Suddenly she thoughts, "I can't let him annul the marriage." She rises and shouts, "You misunderstand. I don't find you or this marriage repulsing. I simply..." Canach asked her to sit back to her seat, saying, "Return to your seat. You might fall if the carriage comes to a sudden STO." Meanwhile, the horse carrying the carriage suddenly rises his legs up, causing the carriage to stumble. Eusebius felt shouting, "Ah!" Canach said, "Eusebius?" She closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Canach catch her, and she opens her eyes, finding herself in his arms. He said, "Eusebius?" Canach asked her, "Are you hurt anywhere?" She, finding herself in his arms, gets uncomfortable. Canach said to her, "Eusebius?" He said, "Is something the matter?" He holds her face and asked, "Are you in pain?" One of his servants interrupts, saying, "Is everything all right, your majesty?" Canach asked him, "Why did we stop?" His servant bowed and replied, "I humbly beg your majesty's forgiveness. A fallen tree is blocking the way. The men are already playing the part. We will soon be ready to depart." Canach gets confused and said, "That tree was still standing when we entered RKA." He saw Eusebius trembling and said to her, "Eusebius." Eusebius thoughts, "The power of the guardians comes from the Argentwood. Outside of RKA, we are severed from this blessing. Our dire secret Dietrich revealed to me that night." She said in her mind, "I thought he was lying. But it's really happening. I can feel my magic leaving me. Without my powers, I won't be able to defend myself against attempts on my life." Meanwhile, her inner self in a spirit form comes and said, "Yes. This must be your brother's ploy to have you assassinated. This is what he's been planning all along. He wants to get rid of you and start a war." Eusebius said, "Enough." The spirit said, "Poor clueless Eusebius. Once again you will perish here, alone and in despair." Eusebius starts crying and said, "Stop it. I won't hear another word. Please." Canach said, "Eusebius?" He hugs her, and she gets shocked. Canach said to her, "Try to breathe as slowly and deeply as you can. Look around you, nothing has happened, and you are safe. There is no one here who wishes you harm." She holds him, and with tears in her eyes. Meanwhile, after some time, Canach said to her, I owe you an apology. She gets confused and said, what for? He replied, for bothering you all day with my attitude. Perhaps that's what made the journey so exhausting for you. I deliberately sought you attention, because you didn't seem to hold me in high regard. He clenched his hand and said, although I was already aware that a woman of your caliber would not be content with me, it was still hard to accept the truth. He said to Eusebia, but no matter what you think of me, I will not annul our marriage. The peace between our nations shall hold. I give you my word. She, hearing this, gets confused. Canach said, so if you can, pray do not look at me with such fear in your eyes. Meanwhile she thought, I think I know now why he seems different from what I remember. I never had the chance to speak with him privately in my past life, which is why I never really thought about getting to know him as a person before today. She said to him, I was not lying when I said I'm familiar with the tales of your heroic deeds. She recalls the moment when she learned about Canach. Oh, the irony. It was to gain a better understanding of my enemy that I first started following the records of Canach's rise to power. The more I learned about him, however, the more I began to doubt whether he was the same person I knew from my past life. A former slave who fought to free others like him and liberate the people from the tyrannical rule of the previous emperor. This man, could it be that he's... She said to Canach, I do not fear you, your majesty, nor am I displeased with this marriage arrangement. She said, thank you for helping me again, my calm, Canach. Hearing this, he gets shocked. She smiled and said, you wanted me to call you by your name, did you not? Canach gets confused and said, Eusebi. Meanwhile someone interrupts saying, Your Majesty. She thought, seeing outside, the harbor is in sight. The future has been changed. I still draw breath. And no one has broken out between RKA and the Empire, yet. What lies ahead is still a mystery, but she, seeing outside through window, thinks, everything will be alright. I know it in my heart. Meanwhile a green-haired boy asked to his servant while holding his tie, what could His Majesty be thinking? Isn't it too soon for the wedding ceremony to end? Did he truly rush out of the chapel the moment they said their vows? From what I recall, he'd been going on about marrying the Arcean princess for an entire month. His servant said, a message arrived, my lord. The Emperor's courage has left the woodlands. The green-haired guy said, is that so? Phew. Well then, let's go and see what kind of lady our esteemed Empress is. In the next scene, Eusebia, seeing the port, said, oh. She said, seeing a ship, what a grand ship. Canach, holding her hand, replied, a regular vessel won't be able to cover the long journey that lies ahead. Mind your footing, it's hard to see in the dark. She said, Your Majesty, worries too much? I have my eyes wide open. Meanwhile she slipped and Canach catch her. She said, thank you. It seems I really should have watched my footing. Canach, holding her from her shoulder, said, please allow me to assist you. She said, oh, I can walk on my own. Canach said, I insist. You might have fractured your ankle. Eusebia said, I'm not made of glass. The green-haired boy, seeing them, said, what a surprising sight indeed, Your Majesty. Canach, seeing him, said, Oswylen? Eusebia thoughts, Oswylen? The Aslan Veinar? Aslan said, my sincerest apologies for the belated introduction. He bowed and said, Lord Oswylen, at your service. Riadon Empire's first Secretary of the Interior, Baron Aslan Veinar. Aslan Einar, a man of humble origin, born to an impoverished country baron. He lifted his house from dire straits with his uncanny knack for turning a profit. The lessons he had learned from his own life taught him to judge others by merit and not bloodline. And this allowed him to recognize the greatness within Canach Riadon, who was no more than a lowly slave soldier. As Canach's strategist, Oswylen guided the evolution to victory, thereby securing a position of power in Riadon's imperial court. Eusebia, seeing Aslan, thoughts, how could I forget? His name was always mentioned alongside Canach's in all my investigations. It feels as if I'm looking at a character straight out of a legend. Aslan said to Eusebia, "Is there anything I can assist you with, Your Majesty?" She replied, "No, I." Canach said, "Aslan is not only a dear friend of mine, but also a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Interior. It wouldn't hurt to have him as acquaintance." Eusebia said, "I see. I am Eusebia Catril. Ah, well, Eusebia Riadon now, I suppose." Canach gets confused and she said, "Pleased to make your acquaintance, Lord Aslan." Canach blushed and Aslan said, "The pleasure is all mine. Shall we board the ship now?" Canach said, "Ah, of course." Canach said to Eusebia, "Take my hand, Eusebia." She said to him, "I told you, I can walk on my own just fine, Canach." Everyone starts whispering and Canach said to her, "But you are almost tripped and fell without my help." She said, "Well, I..." Aslan said, "How heartwarming to see the Emperor and our new Empress being so intimate in public." Eusebia thoughts, using the Emperor's name in the presence of his lessers may appear inappropriate. Eusebia said, "Thank you for the reminder. I will." Meanwhile Canach interrupts her saying to Aslan, "She's my wife. She has every right to address me by my name." She gets shocked. Aslan replied, "With all due respect, Your Majesty, propriety and decorum must be observed no matter what." Eusebia said, "Let's all take a moment to calm down." Canach said, "That doesn't sound too convincing coming from a man who calls me by my name at every opportunity." Eusebia said, "That was only in private." Aslan said, "You should not forget your own advice, my friend. Propriety and decorum must be observed no matter what." She, hearing all this, gets shocked and confused. She thought, "Oh no. This is turning into an argument." Come to think of it, Canach was quick to control his temper when he realized that I was not feeling well. He also showed concern when he saw me losing my balance while stepping out of the carriage. Perhaps he's the sort who reveals his forgiving side when others are vulnerable. She shouts, "Canach!" She said, "I feel faint. May I retire and rest?" Aslan and Canach get shocked and Canach said, "You feel faint?" Canach pulled her and said, "Forgive me, I should have noticed." "Huh!" He picks her in his arms and said, "Let me take you to your room." She shouts, "ACK." Eusebia said, "Please, I don't need to be carried." Seeing this, everyone gets shocked. She shouts, "Put me down already." Canach brings her to her room and said, "This is your room." He said to her, "Let me know should you need any." He said, "Are you sure you are just feeling faint? Your face is flushed." "Perhaps it's a fever," she said. "I'm fine, Canach." She thought, that was so embarrassing. Meanwhile she noticed a dress and said, Is that a dress?" A green dress was laid out on bed. She comes towards it and asked, "Was this laid out for me?" Canach asked, "Do you not like it?" She sits beside it and touches it. She said, "I do. It's beautiful. This shade of green is just what I like." She thought, I can't recall anyone ever gifting me such a lovely dress, even back in RKA. She turns towards Canach and said to her, "I'd like to meet the person who prepared this dress and thank them personally." He replied, "That won't be necessary." Canach said, "It was me." Eusebia said, "Thank you. I will treasure it." Canach said, "It's only a dress, Eusebia." He said to her, "Anyhow, I should leave you to rest. I have some pressing matters demanding my attention, but I will return once they are taken care of." She asked, "Return? Here, you mean?" He leaned down and said, "Yes, we are married now." He said, "Spouses should sleep together, no?" She gets confused and thoughts, I hadn't considered that. She said, "Does that mean we will be sharing a bed starting tonight?" She thought, he wishes to spend the night in this room? Is he saying that he wants to share my bed tonight? Well, he made me for an heir, so I knew this was bound to happen. But it's far too soon. I assumed he'd wait until we reached Riadon. and performed the deed when he couldn't afford to delay his marital obligation any further. What has him in such a hurry? Could it be that he finds me desirable? She blushed and thought, I'm not thinking straight. Even if he does find me desirable, he'll realize that I'm infertile. Should I fail to bear his seed after sleeping with him? Canach holds her chin and said, Eusebia? She thought, no. Canach holding her chin said, I'm only saying this out of concern. But sharing a bedchamber does not necessarily mean we will be consummating our marriage. He said to Eusebia, you are not only the Empire's but our newlywed bride. It would not reflect well on you if we were to sleep in separate rooms on our wedding night. He said, but rest assured, I don't intend to force myself on you. She said, I only wait upon your pleasure. Canach said, no, I would rather not fulfill our nocturnal obligation on rocking ship. He turns and said, besides, climbing into the bed of an unwilling companion is something I found distasteful. She said, you mean? Canach replied, yes, I will wait until you feel ready to consummate this marriage. She gets shocked and asked, but why? I thought you were anxious to have an heir from me. Canach said, 'Tis only our first night together and my bed is already eager to secure the realm's succession. How blessed I am to have found such a dedicated wife. He holds her hairs and said, I'm in no great hurry, Eusebia. He said, if you truly wish to give me an heir, pretend to love me at the very least. He said, although we started out with a political marriage, I hope to see genuine love blossom between us. After a few hours Canach was sitting in thoughts, Eusebia. He recalled the moment when Eusebia said, but why? I thought you were anxious to have an heir from me. Canach thoughts, this is harder than I thought. He said, or perhaps it's better this way. It will be easier on us both. That she doesn't remember the past. He said, this way we can start in. Meanwhile Oslin in hurry comes and shouts, Canach! Oslin said, what's this I hear about sending our men to protect our keen borders? We never discussed this with us. Canach said, the people of RKA are left without their guardian because of us. We must do what we can to make up for that. Oslin said, this marriage alliance with RKA is complete and utter nonsense. He comes towards Canach and said, we are clear to them in every respect. What's to stop us from subjugating that nation of milksops? You demanded neither the mining rights nor the treasure in their vaults. You are risking the lives of your loyal soldiers for the hand of some pampered princess. Canach said to Oslin, choose your words wisely, Oslin. Canach said, Eusebia is not just some pampered princess. I am prepared to throw away everything and more for her sake. No price is too high when it comes to her. Oslin in anger shouts, unbelievable. What's gotten into that head of yours? Canach said, get out. The room's already stuffy enough without your constant fuming. Oslin shouts, stuffy? It's freezing in here. What's the matter with you? Meanwhile Eusebia in her room feels sick. NNGH. Ugh. She thought, I feel sick. What's happening to me? Is this a side effect of the Arjunwood's powers leaving me? She rising from her bed thoughts, I can't let Canachas find out that I'm losing my magic. Her vision gets blurry and she thoughts, I will ask one of the servants to get me some medicine. I must stay strong. She unconsciously said, is anyone there? Fetch me some medicine, whichever you have on hand. Canach hearing this said, medicine? Are you not feeling well? She said, Canach? She tries to move back saying, it's only a mild headache. I'm fine. Canach grabs her from her arm and said, you're clearly not. You are looking awfully pale. I'll send for a fizz. Meanwhile she starts feeling nausea and MPH. She thought, my stomach is churning even though I haven't eaten a thing. HRK. She vomit on Canach's shirt. Suddenly she gets shocked realizing what she have done. She said no. She said in her mind, what have I done? Canach said to her, you should have let me summon a physician. Eusebia? She starts trembling. She said, I beg your forgiveness. I did not mean any disrespect. Meanwhile, in her thoughts, she said, what should I do? I already started off on the wrong foot, and now I go on and soiled his clothes too. He must be furious with me. I wouldn't be surprised if he's having second thoughts about this marriage. Her inner self again comes and said, blunder after blunder, you can't seem to do anything right. Whatever is the problem? Eusebia? Is it really that hard to please the emperor? You have already lost your magic, the only thing Canach wants from you. Keep making these mistakes, and you will be hastening your own demise. She said to Canach, I'm tribally sorry, Your Majesty. I'll clean up the mess immediately. Canach said, no need to trouble yourself. It's hardly worthy of your concern. She said, but I dated the emperor's clothes. Canach removed his shirt and said, there we go. Problem solved. He said, I can simply put one of my shirt, and it will be as if nothing happened. No need to hold yourself accountable for over something so trivial. Eusebia, sitting on sofa, said, I fear I may have displeased you. Canach, closing his shirt's button, said, why should I be displaced? He sits beside her and said, I'm not ignorant enough to raise an eyebrow at someone who's visibly seasick. She asked, seasick? Canach, checking for her fever, replied, yes, seasick. Canach asked her, this is your first time traveling on a ship, correct? I should have made better arrangements for you. In any case, you shouldn't let this little thing bother you any further. But still, this reminds me of my days on the battlefield. He said, there was a time in my life when I was always on the move from one battlefield to the next. Back then, I met a young man who began shadowing me relentlessly, begging for the chance to join the revolution. And what a boot licker he was. I will serve you to the end of my days. I will gladly lay down my life for you. You get the picture. One day, we happened upon the corpse of a decapitated soldier and... What the? He asked, can you guess who that young man was? She shook her head for a no. He said it was Aslan. Aslan said, I can't take it anymore. She thought, the Aslan Vainar? Canach said, and instead of apologizing for that unpleasantness, he blamed me for picking out that led us to the corpse. She gets shocked and said, I can hardly believe it. She starts laughing and said, who would have thought he was once such a delicate young man? I'm beginning to suspect there's a big softy hiding behind that tough shell even now. Canach replied, well, after several years, he conveniently chose to forget what a cry-baby he used to be. He said, that's how time works. It's magic. A few more voyages like this and today's little mishap will fade away from your memory. It's no more than a drop in the ocean when you put it into perspective. Eusebia asked, a drop in the ocean. She thought, I wonder if he feels the same about the horrible things he had to witness in his youth. Mere drops in the great ocean of his memory. If that is indeed the case, how unkind life must have been to him. I wish I could learn more about the real Canach Riadon. Not the ruthless man portrayed by the chronicles and rumors. Meanwhile, a boy rushed toward Eusebia's room saying, oh no, I'm late. Phew, he starts trembling. He knocks the door and said, Your Majesty? Canach said, that's him. Eusebia asked, are we expecting someone? Canach replied, yes, I sent for the court physician. He said, where is he, the little crook? A court physician should always be at the ready. Eusebia said, it's still dark outside, Canach. The sun hasn't even come up yet. Canach asked the boy, what are you waiting for? Come in and do your work. The boy said, I humbly beg your Majesty's forgiveness. I wanted to make sure everything was ready. Canach said, enough with the excuses. The Empress needs you. The boy bowed and said, 'Tis is a great honor, madam. Seeing the boy, Eusebia gets confused and said, The physician boy introduced himself to Eusebia saying, I am Simon, the court physician. Eusebia, seeing the boy, thoughts, that boy is the court physician of Riadon? The boy asked, is something the matter, Your Majesty? She thought, I'm staring. Aren't I? Eusebia introduced herself to the boy saying, "Hello, Simon. I am Eusebia, Princess of RKA and now the Empress of Riadon. Thank you being here at this early hour." The boy replied, "I am happy to be of service, madam." Canach gets angry and said, "Are you done talking? The Empress suffered a great deal while you took your sweet time. Now tell me what ails her." Eusebia said, "Canach, please, I already feel much better. No need to reprimand him so." Canach said, "Negligence has its consequences, Eusebia." Canach asked the boy, "Well, what are you waiting for? Get on with it." The boy rushed towards Eusebia and said, "At once." While the boy was checking Eusebia for feverish thoughts, he's shaking. He must be afraid of Canach. She holds his hand and asked, "Simon, was it? How old are you?" He replied, "Turning 18 this year, Your Majesty." She said, "Ah, you're about the same age as my younger brother." She said, "A young man of 18 and you're already the court physician of Riadon. You must be a master of your craft." Simon replied, "I still have a long way to go." She turns toward Canach and said, "Nonsense. The emperor would not trust an unskilled man with such an important position." She asked Canach, "Right, Canach?" Canach said, "He does have a quick mind such as he is. A single glimpse is all it takes for him to memorize things. I placed him at court hoping he would come in useful one day. Not everyone can perfectly memorize human autonomy charts at such a young age, after all." Eusebia said, "See? He thinks you are an asset. He likes you. No need to be so jumpy around him now." Simon gets so happy and said, "Your Majesty." He said, "Your Majesty, your honors me. I am by no means a man of many talents, but I intend to serve to the best of my ability." She said, "Thank you, Simon, it's showing to know that we are in good hands." After Simon leaves, Canach sits beside Eusebia and said to her, "Simon's a timid boy. He doesn't easily warm up to new people. You must have made a great first impression on him." She replied, "That's good." Canach said, "Good?" She replied, "Yes, I thought I was expected to get acquainted with your inner cycle. Is there a problem?" Canach asked Eusebia, "Was holding Simon's was your way of getting acquainted with him?" She hearing this gets confused. She thought, he seems upset. Understandable. He probably expects his wife to maintain some distance from other men. She said to Canach, "I'm sorry." Canach said, "No, don't apologize. It was not my intention to scold you." She said, "Simon reminded me of my brother. I couldn't just sit there and watch when he was so evidently distressed. As for holding his hand, I learned from your example when you took me into your arms in the carriage. You showed me how the soothing touch of another could help in moments of panic. But in the future I will try to be more mindful of how I should approach others." He sighed and said, "Oh, Eusebia?" She asked, "Yes?" He puts a candy in her mouth. She said, "Is there MMPH?" She asked, "What's this?" Canach replied, "Something to clear your palate after that bitter medicine." She, after eating it, said, "Candied raspberries? These are my favorite." Canach said, "Go ahead and eat your fill. There's plenty more." She said, "I am eating to my heart's content." Canach said, "But you still haven't swallowed the berry I put in your mouth." He said, "Just like a little rabbit nibbling on a leaf." They both stare each other. Eusebia starts blushing. Canach said, "Simon's medicine should kick in soon. You'll be feeling better before you know it. It's getting late. Try to get some sleep." While Canach was leaving, she asked, "What about you?" He replied, "I still have some paperwork to go through." She asked, "Are you heading out again?" He said, "No, I brought the paperwork here. I can't leave you here alone until we can be sure you are okay. Rest now, Eusebia. I will be keeping watch by your side." After a few times she wakes up and finds Canach sitting in front of her. She thought, so he was serious. He hasn't left the room. He doesn't take offense at my lack of decorum, and shows proper care and concern for my well-being. I wonder if he truly sees me as a spouse. He must learn to love and protect. If this marriage alliance can bring lasting peace between our people, perhaps I too could learn the same. She suddenly think about her brother. Dietrich said, "My dear Eusebia, that is a dream well beyond your reach." She holds the blanket and think, yes, I cannot give Canach the heir he wants. He'll cast me aside once he realizes that I'm worthless. His generosity and kindness will turn into cruelty before long. She closed her eyes and think, I can't afford to be distracted. I am here to stop him from destroying RKA. Should I allow him to sit through the ruse? She turns towards other side and thought, everything will have been for naught. The ship sails over water in a bright sunny day. Eusebia wakes up and noticed that Canach has left. She said, he's gone. A servant asked Eusebia, are you sure you want to go out, madam? Perhaps it's best that you take some more rest until you're fully recovered. She wearing the green dress Canach gave her replied with a smile on her face, not to worry. I feel much better now after a good night's sleep. Besides, this is my first time traveling on a ship. It would be a waste to sleep the day away in the cabin. She comes outside and seeing the sea gets astonished. Seeing the sea, she said, so this is what sea looks like. The guard shouts, hail to the Empress. She gets shocked. She turns and said, thank you for your hard work, gentlemen. She noticing the guard's thoughts, the same look I saw on Aslan's face last night. They're still wary of me, every one of them. No surprise there. To them, I'm no more than a stranger. She in her mind said, Riadon is a newly emerged empire. What Canach really needs is not Arcea's magical pedigree, but a consort from Riadon's nobility who could help garner support from his subjects. Instead of meeting the expectation of his people, however, Canach chose to make a foreign princess from an obscure and diminishing kingdom. Hence their thinly veiled misters, if not open dislike. I didn't have to face this sort of problem back home because mages are treated with respect in RKA. Now I'm suddenly scared to discover what lies in store for me in Riadon. Meanwhile Simon rushed towards her shouting, Your Majesty. He said, Thank goodness. I have been looking for you everywhere. Madam? She asked him, if it's about last night's symptoms. I assure you I feel fine now. Your medicine worked like a charm. Simon said, It's chilly today. You might end up catching a cold if you spend too much time outside. And should it come to that, know that your negligence will not be overlooked. Canach comes and said in a cold tone, Court physician. Simon gets shocked and said, Canach? He holds Eusebia's arm and said, You weren't in your cabin when I returned. He picks Eusebia in his arms and said to her, Come, let's get you back inside. She shouts, She said, Canach, please? Put me down. Canach replied, This ship's rocking too much. I don't want to see you take another tumble. Meanwhile Simon said, Phew. He picking her in his arms comes inside and Eusebia said to him, Your retainers would hate to see their emperor behaving in such a manner. He asked, Are my manners the issue now? She asked, You are a figure of authority to your people. It would be inappropriate for you to be seen carrying a woman in your arms everywhere you go. He said, Eusebia, there is something that I should have mentioned to you sooner. He leaned toward her and said, This is the reason that I sought to wear the crown. He said, I want to change things, you see. To build a country where people can live their lives in freedom, unfettered by the chains of etiquette and hierarchy. Canach said to her while putting her on bed, You need to worry about what my retainers would think. Those in my immediate service have learned to respect me for who I am. Those who had made the mistake of looking down on me, well, they're long gone. She said, but meanwhile she saw some sort of books. She picks one and asked to Canach, What's this? He said, I brought some books for you while you was asleep. There's not much to do in the cabin, after all. Eusebia said, They have books here. Canach said, Books are excellent traveling companions on long voyages. These came from the bookshelves of the palace library. He asked, Or do you not like reading? She replied, hugging the book. I do. She said, I love books. I try to read whenever I have time. But I've been too busy of late. Canach said, then perhaps we can spend some time reading together. They both starts reading books and she thoughts, Riadon truly is an impressive empire. These are all her books, and they've been kept in pristine condition. They say Riadon's library is the largest in the continent. Canach's penchant for books must have been the reason. The more I get to know him, the more new sides I discover. I always pictured him as a battle-hardened soldier, not someone who would spend time in and engrossed in books. She seen Canach said, so that's what he looks like when he's deep in thought. She recalls her past life. Reading was a favorite pastime of mine, even in my previous life. Without much company at the palace, I nursed my bitter loneliness by reading the works of others. It allowed me to peek into the lives and thoughts of writers I had never met. But now, she closed the book and hugged it. She thinks, now I know how it feels to have someone who shares my enthusiasm for books. It would be lovely if the life that awaits me in Riadon turned out to be just as peaceful. Saying this, she fell asleep. Canach, waking up her, said, Eusebia? Eusebia. He shakes her, she said, She wakes up and seeing him said, Canach? What is it? Canach tells her, the ship is now making port. We will be entering the imperial palace very soon. They left the ship and enters in the city on a carriage. Eusebia said to her, should you not, perhaps make an appearance before your people first? She pulled the window and said, you are attending with a foreign princess as your wife, after all. Your subjects must have been waiting for the destruction with bated breath. Canach replied, there will be a public address in a few days. They'll get the distraction they want then. He said, if possible, I'd like to introduce you to them. After holding a more fitting wedding ceremony here in the capital, what we had in RKA was not more than a mere formality. She tilted her head and said, was it? Canach said, a proper show of ceremony will cement your place as the Emperor's consort. Welcome to the Imperial Palace, Your Majesty. A servant said, I am Marianne, head of the Imperial Household Staff. She bowed and said, preparations have been made to ensure your comfort, madam. Eusebia replied, thank you, Marianne. Allow me to give you a brief tour of the palace to help you settle in. She thought, the whole palace is a testament to Riadon's wealth and prosperity. No wonder RKA lost the war in my previous life. We underestimated Canach and failed to see the importance of understanding our foe. She noticed something and said, She points her finger at a building and said, that building seems different from the rest. The servant said, ah. The servant tells Eusebia, that manor is recent addition to the palace complex. Would you like to visit, madam? She thought, interesting. It looks exactly like the old palace in RKA. Later, perhaps. I would prefer to complete the tour of the Grand Palace first. The servant said, yes, your majesty. The wing on the second floor has been furnished for your future children. She showing Eusebia her bedchamber said, and this here is the Empress's bedchambers, which will function as your apartment in the Grand Palace. She gets astonished seeing her room. She said, this might be too extravagant for me. The servant said, we took the liberty of having your bath drawn, madam. Nothing like a warm bath after a long journey. Eusebia thanks her saying, oh, thank you. She seeing her bed gets astonished and the servant standing beside her said, I shall also remind the staff to ensure that everything is in order for tonight. She turns towards the servant and asked, for tonight? The servant said, yes. His Majesty and Madam will spend the first night together in the palace. Canach enters in the room and said, the room seems to have changed while I was away for work. Eusebia said, Marianne and the servants paid special care to make this a memorable night for me. Canach said, a memorable night, That explains the gown. She said, oh? Eusebia wearing a blue dress said, it's too much, is it not? Canach said, "It suits you too much, is what? I gave you my word that we wouldn't take the next step until you were ready. But when I see you like this," she gets confused hearing this. Canach clenched his hand and said, "Never mind." He steps towards the bed and said, "You must be tired. Let's go to bed." She said, "I'm sorry, I confess I'm not too well versed," she said, "in the affairs of the bedchamber, unlike yourself." Canach said, "Why apologize? I'm not exactly an expert myself." Canach blushed and said, "I too haven't been intimate with anyone else." She asked, "Really?" Canach asked her, "Why do you sound so surprised?" She replied, "Because you are the emperor. Rulers are encouraged to secure their line of succession early on." He sits on the bed and said, "Or could it be that you prefer your men experienced? That's a rather difficult problem to tackle. I can't get out there and educate myself." Eusebia replied, "I meant no such thing. It was just a little unexpected, that's all." He said, "The problem remains though. Neither of us truly knows how to initiate things. Shall we give it a little practice first?" She asked, "Practice?" Canach, holding her hand, said, "Yes, holding hands is always the first step I heard." He said to Eusebia, "And maybe we can lie down next to each other and see where it goes." Meanwhile, she in her mind said, "What should I do?" She said to Canach, "One moment, I feel uncomfortable in this gown. I'll go get changed in the next room." Canach stops her, saying, "Wait, Eusebia, it has buttons on the back." He steps towards her and holds her shoulder. He said, "I could lend you a hand, if that's all right with you." Canach reaches to her and touches her back. He starts opening her buttons and asked, "May I?" Canach opens her gown's buttons sitting on the bed. After opening all buttons, Canach said to Eusebia, "All done." She said to Canach, "Thank you." Canach replied, "It was nothing." Eusebia, lying in bed in front of Canach, thoughts, "How embarrassing. I made the emperor do the job of a handmaiden." Canach said, "Are we not going to practice, Eusebia?" She got shocked. Kanka moves his hand towards her and said, "Come closer. We're supposed to be holding hands." She, giving her hand to him, said, "All right." She said, "You had your own cabin during our travels. It must be uncomfortable for you to share a bed now when you're more used to sleeping alone." Canach replied, "It's fine. I'd actually been spending every night in your cabin." She asked, "Really?" Canach replied, "Yes, on a sofa next to your bed. I only used my cabin to wash up and get changed." She said, "That must have been tiring. Why didn't you sleep in your own bed?" She sweats and said, "While sleeping, no Dietrich." Canach said, "Because you seem to be having nightmares." He said, "I promised I'd watch over you, did I not?" She said, "You're not at all what I had in mind. Before we crossed paths, all I ever heard about you were the most chilling tales. I expected an emperor who sees the throne through bloodshed and evolution to be stern and unforgiving. But you are more approachable than I thought." She said, "I was worried that I might not be what you were looking for in a wife," and he touches her face and said, "Nonsense. I couldn't have asked for a better match. I want you to know I don't regret sealing our union before that marriage altar." He said, "Believe me, Eusebia, you will always be needed here." She replied, "It's a relief to hear that. I am grateful to you." Meanwhile, in her thoughts, she said, "Needed HM? I shouldn't be getting ahead of myself. He has something he needs from me. There's the sole reason I was brought here. He only wants a broodmare who can give him a child capable of using magic." On the next morning, she wakes up and finds roses and said, "Flowers?" She touches them and thought, "They weren't here last night. Perhaps one of the servants brought them here." Meanwhile, the servant come and said, "Your Majesty." She, standing in front of her, said, "I trust Madam had a pleasant night?" Eusebia replied, "I did. Good morning, Marianne." She rose from the bed and said, "I had the most relaxing sleep I've had in a long time thanks to these flowers. The scent is really soothing." The servant said, "Very good, Madam." She bowed and said, "Is there anything else Your Majesty requires?" Meanwhile, Eusebia in her thoughts said, She is committed to her duty and her manners are impeccable. And yet, she has her guard up around me, just like the rest of these Imperials. I should remember not to let every little thing get to me. There is much to do. Wallowing in self-pity will only slow me down. Eusebia said to her, A light breakfast, perhaps. I have plans right after. She asked, Plans, madam? Eusebia said, I'm thinking of taking a look around the palace library. In the next scene we saw Eusebia in the palace library. After seeing it she said, Incredible. She asked, How did they manage to fill up a library this big with so many books? A servant standing behind her replied, We have been accumulating unique pieces that have never been formally published, madam. Such as transcripts of folk tales and spoken poetry. She turns back hearing this. Eusebia asked him, Is there a section dedicated to magic? He raised his hand and said, Yes, your majesty. Materials on magic are housed in the secret archives that only a secret few may enter. He said, including the Empress, of course. She peeks inside and said, Ah. She said, I'd like to go now, if you don't mind. She, touching the books, thought, I can't wait to see what hidden lores lie within. Some of these books might offer more information about the Guardians of RKA. She noticed a green book and said, That book. Is that what I think it is? She picks the book and sits on a chair. She, seeing the book, thought, The heyday of magic ended centuries ago. Studies on magic should be hard to come by. But they had one right way all along. They say non-human races still use magic today, unlike humans. If anyone knows more about Arcean Guardians, it's them. 300 years ago, swarms of blasphemous abominations invaded the realm of men, threatening even the sylvan body of the Arjunwood and her domain. The very land cried out in agony. And answering that cry was a warrior of Catarrhal blood who arrived to purge the abominations. When her task was done, the warrior vowed to forever stand as the guardian of the Arjunwood's hallowed forest. Her steadfast devotion immensely pleased the goddess Fihar, who blessed the Catarrhal bloodline by allowing its members a fraction of her divine might. The fragile flesh of mortals, however, proved to be too weak a vessel for Fihar's divine power, and the Catarrhals were forced to stabilize their souls by binding themselves to the Arjunwood, never to know the joy of ordinary existence again. She said, I already know about all of this. There's only one known exception to this fate. Shinasa Catarrhal, eternal friend of the Sylvan Elves, and savior of woods. Shinasa surpassed the limitations of her mortal body and bore a child who received the favor of the Sylvan Elves. These eldritch beings who make their home in the hidden lands still mourn and long for their dearest friend and guardian. She, reading it, thoughts, Shinasa Catarrhal. According to the chronicles, she's a guardian who was active 300 years ago. But how did she come to be with a child? Guardians lose the ability to procreate upon awakening. Eternal friend of the Sylvan Elves. I wondered what she did for them to earn such a title. They could stop here. I should probably seek out these elves and get more information on Shinasa. But where can I find them? Meanwhile, Canach comes in and said, Eusebia? She rose from the chair and said, Ah. Canach? Canach asked her, What are you still doing here? Stepping outside from library, Canach asked her, I heard you miss your meal. Do you enjoy neglecting yourself? He said, It was quite a sight to see your servants running around in panic. I'm not surprised anyone would be worried with the Empress missing from the Grand Palace throughout the day. She replied, Oh. I'm sorry, Canach. She, with an innocent face, said, I completely lost track of time in there. Canach asked, Giving me that look won't get you anywhere. Do you have any idea how worried I was today? He said, I thought. She asked him, Are you angry? He sighed and replied, I'm not. I simply never mind. I shouldn't have raised my voice. She said, but he didn't raise his voice at all. He holds her hand and said, I won't reprimand you for spending time in the library, but you need to start looking after yourself. he said, you are ready to frail and I'm worried about you. Truth be told, I had a feeling something like this would happen. You love reading, after all. He said I should have been more. He moves forward saying, attentive to your needs. He opens the door and asked her, come. She steps in and said, oh. She asked, what is this place? Canach tells her, a garden designed with you in mind. Was the least I could do to impress the princes of Arcaea. She seeing flowers said, it's beautiful. I see flowers. She reached to the flower and touched it. She seeing those flowers said, how lovely. Canach asked her, are those your favorite? She replied, I like my flowers small and dainty, especially when they come in a variety of colors. Canach said, I'm glad you found something to keep yourself occupied. She hearing this gets confused. He said, but remember to take breaks and get some fresh air. And please don't skip your meals again. Canach said, there are other beautiful gardens around the manor. You can also explore them in your spare time. That manor is a recent addition to the palace complex. She thought, I call Marianne mentioning it. Does that mean he had the Arcean-style manor? And the greenhouse gardens? She thinks, build for my sake? I know I can't let him mislead me any further, but it's difficult to remain ignorant when he is so kind to me. She touching the flowers said, that's strange. The flow of mana is especially strong around this flower. Canach said, is something the matter? Eusebia replied, no, She glanced and said, I was just admiring flowers. She thought, using magic should be impossible outside Arcean soil. Perhaps I've somehow managed to retain just enough magic to converse with plants. She reached towards the flower and thought, I'll need to talk to it without Canach noticing. She touches the flower and thought, gently, slowly. Suddenly a voice come from the flower saying, no. No. She hearing this gets shocked. The voice from flower said, why did you come? Save yourself. Fully as far as you can. She turns back and thought, flee? From whom? Canach gets confused seeing Eusebia and said, Eusebia? What's wrong? The voice from flower said, go now. Or you will die here. 1 week prior. A girl in a black dress wearing a black hat and a man in red dress comes to the garden. The man asked, have you given it any thought? The girl replied, it doesn't matter how many times you ask. My answer will remain the same. The man said, come now, loosen up a little. This could work out well for the both of us. The girl turns and said in anger, you will not insult me, sir. If there is one thing that has kept me going all these years, it's the pride I have in my profession. The man said, pride? Ha! A fine word. He asked her, tell me, what value is pride compared to your precious little sister's life? She hearing this clutched her cloths. She said, how do you know about Edie's? He steps towards her and said, just take a moment to reconsider. I'm not asking you to do the impossible here. All I need is an occasional whisper or two on how a beautiful foreign empress spends her days. He said, which should not be a problem for you since you've been assigned to her service. She asked, but... He gives a smile and said, your presence here tonight, my dear. She turns back and he said, tells me that my offer has captured your interest. She starts trembling and the man said, I am confident we can get along famously. Wouldn't you agree? He shouts her name, Marianne? And we found that she was Marianne. In the next scene she was walking through a street where 2 guys were coughing and fell sick. She comes to her home with a worry on her face. Her sister was sick and she was sleeping on her bed. She enters in house and said, Edie's? It's me. She sits beside her and said, I'm sorry. I wish I could visit more often, but things have gotten even busier at the palace lately. She said, I brought your medicine. Her sister was sweating due to fever. Seeing her she recalls the man's words, let's see, your sister is dying from the rigor, yes? I can only imagine how worried you must be for that sweet, innocent girl. She's your only sister, correct? I've heard about the disease. It's a mysterious plague that has been spreading through the realm lately. Without regularly taking curative mana potions, the afflicted is doomed to die a horrible death, with a body stiff as a days-old corpse. We live in a world where magic is dying out, and prices are going through the roof by the day. And once it takes hold, the plague refuses to let go. How hard it must have been for you, my dear. He said, do this little thing for us, and we will ensure that you are rewarded handsomely. Imagine what you could do for your sister with riches that commoners can only dream of. She hearing this asked, we? Does that mean there is someone else giving the orders? The man replied with a smile, oh, I cannot disclose such a dire secret to an outsider. You must accept my offer first. Take your time and think it through. She sitting next to her sister said, what must I do? Changing scenes, we are Aslan giving some papers to Canach saying, here are the expected quarterly tax revenue from the West, Your Majesty. He said we have included a set of tax reform plans for your consideration. Canach replied, thank you, Aslan. Canach said, keep up this pace, and we will be able to present a finalized tax reform plan to the Parliament by the next session. Aslan, hiding his shoulders, replied, yes. And it will no doubt ruffle more than a few feathers. He explains, traditionalist nobles will spare no effort to derail the bill, as if their lives depended on it. And if we let them do that, they will try to abolish the civil service examination we have implemented next. Throwing the papers on table, Canach said, of course they will. Aslan shakes his head and said, after all, they still believe in the outdated nonsense that only those of noble blood are fit to rule. Canach said, the same people who consented to crowning a slave soldier as their emperor. Aslan said, but they never consented, Canach. They merely submitted. And the thing with submission is, it usually bounces back in an uprising. Please do not forget that, sire. Canach stands from his chair saying, ugh, those old snakes. I would have had them beheaded alongside that tyrant had they not been instrumental in securing my throne. Aslan said, we both know you wouldn't do that, being the good ruler you are. Canach, standing in front of window, asked, a good ruler, am I? He said, no, I'm simply tired of spilling more blood in this land. He thought about Eusebius saying, you are not at all what I had in mind, Canach. He thought, I wonder if you'd still call me a hero and like me. He clenched his hand and said, if you saw my past. Changing scenes, we saw Eusebius sitting in garden. Someone muttered, Eusebius is probably in the gardens. Marianne comes to her and asked, you summoned me, madam? Eusebius stands and said, yes, Marianne. She gets confused. Eusebius said to her, there is something I would like to ask you. Marianne asked, how may I serve you, madam? Eusebius replied, walk with me, please. She said to Marianne, this might take a little while. Eusebius asked Marianne while walking, it's warm today, isn't it? Marianne replied, yes. Eusebius said, a gigantic greenhouse garden made entirely of glass. I could hardly believe what I saw when I first came here. She, reaching towards the flowers, said, and the flowers, they are so different from our Arcean varieties. Meanwhile, she thought, it was quite a shock at first. With magic waning in this world, I never imagined I could communicate with plants outside of RKA. She recalls the moment when the plant warns her saying, go now, or you'll die here. Canach asked her, seeing her shocked, what's wrong, Eusebius? She replied, nothing. She said to Canach, I thought I saw something. It must have been a trick of the eye. Meanwhile, in her mind, she said, what do you mean I will die here? Please, I need to know more. The plant tells her about Marianne and the man meeting, saying, the woman among your retainers, the head servant. She's been meeting a suspicious man in this garden. They were talking about you. Eusebius inquires, Marianne. She asked the plant, can you show me your memory of that night? I'd like to see what really happened. The plant replied, all right. The plant starts glowing and said, take your time. We're on your side, all of us. Then the plants show her everything. He opens her eyes and said, so that's how it is. Meanwhile, Marianne asked her while she was touching the flowers, Your Majesty? Eusebia replied, Sorry about that. My mind wandered off, watching these lovely flowers. She asked Marianne, Do you like flowers, Marianne? She replied, I think they're pretty. Eusebia starts laughing and said, Haha, that's one way of putting it. Marianne said, I do not dislike them, madam. Marianne tells her, It's just that things of beauty wilt all too easily. And that is what I fear. She said, My sister is the real enthusiast when it comes to flowers. Eusebia asked, Oh, you have a sister? Marianne replied, Yes, madam. She's 10 years younger than me. Our parents left us too soon, and I had to be a mother for her. She's been living alone ever since I took on the position of head servant. Eusebia said, That must be quite rough. Marianne said, Nothing would ease my mind more than to have her come live with me here, but the afflicted have no place in the palace. Eusebia asked, Afflicted? Marianne gets sad and tells Eusebia about her sister's illness. She has the rigor. I have been looking for a cure everywhere, but... Suddenly she stops and apologized to Eusebia. She said to Eusebia, I beg your majesty's forgiveness. That was inappropriate of me. Eusebia replied, That's all right, Marianne. She holds Marianne's arms and said, This is precisely why I called you here. To get to know you better. She tells Marianne, I see you attending to my needs every day, but I don't even know who you really are. Eusebia said, Which is far from ideal, given the part you play in my private life. She, with a smile on her face, said, I hope it's not too late for us to try and get along with each other. Marianne said, Madam. Meanwhile, Eusebia thought, I had interpreted Marianne's cold demeanor as prejudice against a foreigner, without realizing that I was the one jumping to conclusions. Things would not have come to this had I been more attentive to those in my service. She said in her mind, I thought I'd learned enough not to repeat the mistakes of my previous life, but it seems I still haven't broken free from that habit, hiding from people without taking the time to understand them. And that has to change because I am no longer a naive princess who died spending her whole life stuck in a shadowy corner. I am now an empress whose duty is to observe and guide the people of this nation. Eusebia said to Marianne, Not to worry, Marianne. I will find a way to help your sister. Marianne gets confused and said, Your Majesty should not be concerned with such trivialities. Eusebia grabs Marianne's hand. Holding her hand, she replied, Nonsense. Eusebia, with a smile on her face, said, You are my responsibility now. She said in her mind, It's time to stop running away. Hearing this, Marianne gets shocked and confused. Eusebia said, I will do what I can to make a difference. Eusebia went to Canach, and seeing her, he said, Eusebia? What brings you here? She replied, Well, you've been kind enough to visit me in my quarters. 'Tis only right that I do the same for you. She said, Or am I interrupting something? Canach stand from her chair. Aslan tries to say, Madam, this is an urgent dash. But Canach pushed him back and said to Eusebia, No, not at all. He said, I was just wrapping up. Eusebia replied, Oh, perfect. She asked him, Would you like to join me for dinner then? Eusebia was invited by Canach for a delicious dinner with him. It was a surprise for Eusebia. She does not have any idea about that dinner. Eusebia said, This must come as quite a surprise to you. Canach said, I did not expect you had agreed. I invited you out of the blue, after all. Canach said to her that the timing was ideal. It was nearly dinner anyway. Canach said to Eusebia excitedly, I am glad you took the initiative. Eusebia, feeling not good, she said, Why my face feel hot? At this time her cheeks were blushing. Eusebia's face became red. Now she said, I feel bad for putting the cooks through extra work. Eusebia said, They seem to have gone all out to prepare this for us. Canach surprised for Eusebia's reaction and said, Really? But it's the usual fare. Eusebia thought in her usual fare. At the next moment she rapidly said, "Oh, I almost let slip that I tend to have quick dinners while reading in the library." Canach said, "Now I am starting to wonder what your day looks like." He said, "It's good timing you came to me today, or I will not have noticed that you have not been taking proper care of yourself." Eusebia thought in her mind that there is still so much research left to do. The Secret of the Guardians. A course for the rigor. She thought, we will eat together every day from on now. Oh? But you are a busy man. Distracting you from your work is the last thing I want. By giving her a slice of cake, Canach said, "You are more important to me." Canach said, "I would not want to see you pass out from starving yourself." Canach said, "Here. Raspberry cake. Your favorite." Eusebia thought, "So that's on your mind?" "Pardon?" Canach said, "Well, there must be reason you wanted to see a busy man like me." Eusebia thought in her mind, that you can talk to me. She said, "It's about Maurice, the head servant." He said, "I see. That must have been quite a struggle for her." Eusebia said, "Do you know her well?" Canach said, "Of course. I was the one who brought her to work here." While sitting on dining table, Eusebia asked to Canach, "Do you know her well?" Canach replied, "Of course. I was the one who brought her to work here." He said, "Marianne is a professional who's been officially trained in stewardship. Impeccable manners, meticulous attention to detail. No one else was more qualified for the position. I did notice her regular excursions outside the palace, but never pried. I had no idea she was going through such tough times." He sighed and said, "No one could possibly focus on work with a sister dying from the rigor." She said, "Which brings me to say, Canach, I would like to have her sister live in my manor here in the palace. That way, Marianne could take care of the girl without getting distracted from her duties." He asked her, "Why not send her to the palace hospital instead?" He said, "Simon and the other court physicians are planning to research the plague there. It has state-of-the-art facilities and is close to your apartments where Marianne works." She asked him, "Does that mean I have your permission?" Canach smiled and said, "You are the Empress. There is nothing you cannot have within the borders of this nation." She dazed and thought, "Nothing I cannot have." Canach gets confused seeing her and asked her, "Eusebia?" She nervously replied, "This really means a lot, Canach. I can't even imagine how Marianne would fare without your help." Canach said, "I was merely adding on to your suggestion." He holds her hand and said to her, "You should be giving the credit to yourself." She starts blushing. Eusebia said to Canach, "But yours is the better solution. Let's just say that we both did our parts." Canach, with a smile on his face, said to Eusebia, "That works." She, eating her food, thought, "I don't know why I can't stop being nervous. I should finish this plate quickly and excuse myself." Canach said, Eusebia?" He tells her about crumb on her face, saying, "There's a crumb on your cheek." She said, "Here?" He moves towards her, saying, "No, not there." He reached her cheek and removed the crumb with his hand. After removing the crumb, he said to her, "Here?" She thanks her for his help, saying, "Oh, thank you." She, seeing her closely, thought, She thought while blushing, seeing Canach so closely, "It's as if he's..." Canach said to her, "Eusebia?" He, getting close to her, said, "Could it be?" Meanwhile, Oslin interrupts, shouting, "Your Majesty!" He was holding some documents and said, "I've been looking for you everywhere. You need to take a look at this document." He stops, noticing them. He, seeing them getting read, asked, "Am I interrupting something?" Canach, standing back, said, "Oslin, you never mind? You mentioned a document?" Meanwhile, she thought, "Just now. If I'm not mistaken." He was about to. Canach interrupts, saying, "I thoroughly enjoyed your company today." While leaving, he said to Eusebia, "We should do this again." She asked, "Of course." Meanwhile, she thought, "What should I do? Being around Canach gives me this strange feeling I can't explain." Changing scenes, we saw Marianne comes to Eusebia and said to her, "Am I understanding correctly, madam? My sister is to be treated at the palace hospital?" Eusebia, with a smile on her face, replied, "Yes." Eusebia stand from her chair and said, "The emperor has given his permission as well. All that remains is to make the preparations to bring her here." Marianne gets confused and asked, "But the palace hospital is reserved for imperial family and ministers of the court. People like me are not worthy." Eusebia comes near to her and said, "People like you? What makes you say that?" Marianne said, "I'm a commoner, madam. I consider myself incredibly fortunate that His Majesty granted me an opportunity to work in the palace. But in the other parts of the world, it would be considered taboo for a lowborn such as myself to even touch the hem of the Empress's robe." Eusebia said to her, "Much less receive treatment in the palace hospital. As far as I'm aware, Marianne Riadon is ruled based on merit, not birth." She, holding Marianne's hands, said, "And since you have been an outstanding servant of the imperial household, it's only fitting that you are rewarded for your work." Marianne said while crying, "He asked me to spy on madam in exchange for a cure for my sister, and I found myself wavering, if only for a moment. I deserve the harshest of punishments for my disloyalty." Eusebia hugs her and said to her, "You deserve no such thing. You only wanted to help your sister." Eusebia said to Marianne, "Untested loyalty is nothing, and you proved yours with remarkable fortitude even though your sister's life was at stake." Marianne said, "But your Majesty." Eusebia said, "I will hear no more. The only thing you need to tell me is the identity of this conspirator." Marianne, wiping her tears, said to Eusebia, "The man who approached me with that offer." Marianne tells her about the man, saying, "Was one of the nobles who supported His Majesty against the tyrant. Baron Edwin is his name." Eusebia said, "Edwin? I don't believe I've heard of him before. Why did he want you to spy on me?" Marianne replied, "That I don't know, madam. But judging from his past actions, there is little doubt that this is a snake of a man. He had gone into hiding after gravely insulting the previous emperor, and joined the revolution in a bid to turn the tables in his favor. That's how that pariah managed to return to court." Eusebia said, "So he's not a true sympathizer but a cunning opportunist." Indeed. Baron Aslan, the revolution's greatest contributor, chose not to accept rewards to set an example and prevent other nobles from demanding titles. As a result, others such as Edwin, who fought under His Majesty's banner, failed to occupy higher positions within the court. They were compensated in land and gold, of course, but Baron Edwin squandered every single coin and now works among the rank and file of the imperial bureaucracy. Eusebia thought Canach's revolution was aimed at dismantling the caste system enjoyed by the privileged. It's no wonder that the nobility would feel unhappy about it. Eusebia asked Marianne, "But what could spying on me possibly accomplish? I'm not even his political enemy." Marianne replied, "This is precisely why you must remain on guard, Your Majesty. His motives are unknown." Eusebia thought Baron Edwin said, "We, in the memory of the flower," which means there are others behind him. Eusebia asked Marianne, "Which fiefdom was Edwin rewarded with?" Marianne replied, "It was somewhere around the northeastern reaches of the empire. His domain borders the land of the non-human races and the kingdom of Rka to the north." Eusebia, hearing this, gets shocked. She thoughts, remembering the necklace Dietrich gives her, his fiefdom borders Rka? Then the other conspirator must be. Eusebia remembers the necklace Dietrich gives her, and she thoughts, "How did I not realize it sooner? There's only one person in the world who'd go to such lengths to have me watched." She thoughts, "Dietrich. He still hasn't let go of his suspicions about me." She clenched her hand while thinking about this. Seeing her, Marianne gets confused and said, "Your Majesty." Eusebia said, "Ah, yes. Thank you for sharing, Marianne." She replied, "Always, madam." Marianne tells her something she should have to give attention about, saying, "There is another thing I must bring to Your Majesty's attention. With your permission, I would like to approach the Baron again as a double agent." Eusebia asked, "A double agent, you say?" Marianne said, I'm aware your majesty does not intend to let this matter slide easily. An official investigation, however, will only alert the enemy and cover up any leads we might find about the mastermind. Marianne said, it is also too dangerous for you to act in person, your majesty. She said, that is where I may be assistance. I shall win the Baron's trust by accepting his offer and find out who's been giving the orders. Hearing this, Eusebia gets confused. She grabs Marianne's hand and said, this may put you in harm's way. Marianne replied, a risk I am prepared to bear. Marianne said, you have not only saved Edie's life, but also pardoned my disloyalty. 'Tis only because of your mercy that I have my life today, madam. It would be an honor to use it in your service. Marianne kneeled down and holding Eusebia's hand said to her, please, do not deny me this chance. Eusebia experienced a sudden pang and said, very well. Holding her hand she said, you have my thanks, Marianne. After some time Eusebia comes to garden. She founds the flower and turns towards it. She touches the flower and thought about Marianne's request. 'Tis only because of your mercy that I have my life today, madam. It would be an honor to use it in your service. She's sitting in garden next to the flowers thought, an honor is it. Meanwhile someone steps in and said, Eusebia? She hearing this turns back and found Canach. She said, Canach? He said, you seem deep in thought. She said to him, the flowers are in full bloom everywhere I go. She touches a flower and said, this particular specimen requires constant care until it can blossom. The gardeners have clearly been putting in a lot of work. Canach said, I hadn't noticed, but they really are pretty. She points her finger to a flower. She said to Canach, Canach? I asked Marianne to bring her sister to the palace. She's overjoyed that she can now take proper care of the girl. And when I gave her my hands, she clasped them tightly, very tightly. I can't really explain why, but I was scared to realize that I had finally gained her full trust and loyalty. I wasn't sure I deserved it. I mean, I did next to nothing and... She seeing her hands said, I'm sorry. Perhaps I'm thinking too much. Canach said, every morning I take this path to get to my office, but I never noticed how well these flowers were taken care of until today. He said, and I would have remained oblivious to the hard work of our gardeners if it weren't for you. Canach said, same for Marianne's matter. I thought she was getting distracted from her duties lately, but I would never have bothered to look into her private life. He giving his hand to her said, it takes painful effort to put ourselves in other people's shoes and be aware of their needs. She holds her hand and Canach said, I'm very proud of you for dedicating yourself to this impossible task. You are a born leader, Eusebia. You have what it takes to rule a nation. He with a smile on his face thanks her saying, thank you for coming to Riadon, and to me. Canach kissed her hand. She thought, Canach's kindness never fails to remind me of what I'm hiding from him. The infertility of guardians and the accord I have with my brother. So long as these fatal secrets remain sealed behind my lips, I would never be able to call myself the Empress of this nation. I may be living a life of deception, but I want to keep trying for those around me. She opens the drawer of her table to pull out the necklace. And thoughts, so I can guide and protect them just as Canach said. She holds the necklace in her hand and it starts shining. A voice comes from necklace saying, Eusebia? She said, it's been quite a while, brother. Dietrich said, you never sent word. I was starting to think that they might have killed you, but it seems you managed to keep the emperor pleased somehow. Eusebia sitting on her chair said, I'm sorry for making you worry. Dietrich asked, so, how are you finding your new life in Riadon? She said, not as bad as we thought. Meanwhile she thought, I shouldn't be putting too much burden on Marianne alone. I must do what I can to get more information. It will be less risky for her that way. For now, I need to see if it really was Dietrich who gave the orders to have me watched. I will butter him up if that's what it takes. She said, the emperor does not give his trust easily. My options are limited at the moment. Dietrich asked, is that so? Dietrich said, but he seems to have taken a liking to you, from what I hear. Eusebia stand from her chair and asked, What do you mean? Dietrich said, Did you really think I'd send my beloved sister alone to that foreign land? We have a friend within the Empire who works tirelessly to ensure your safety. Eusebia thoughts, as I suspected. Dietrich must have been the one pulling the strings behind Baron Edwin. She clenched the necklace and said, That's very reassuring to hear, brother. Might I have the name of this ally you speak of? It would help greatly to know who's on my side. Dietrich replied, No need to concern yourself with such things. You need only do as you are told. He said, The world of politics is no less dangerous than a battlefield for a woman. Listen to your brother, and all will be well. He said, But if you insist on helping, there is the small matter of the Emperor's recent tax reform proposal. The reform would radically disrupt the status quo for the nobility. Yet strangely enough, those of old money among the aristocracy seem to be supporting it. Perhaps you can investigate what underhanded tricks the Emperor has employed to rally them to his cause. We need to start sowing the seeds of discord between him and the nobility, if we are to bring Riadon to its heel. Eusebia gets confused and shocked. She said, But these are the same people who joined the Emperor's revolution. There's no guarantee that we can shake their support. If we act rashly, our people will be the ones to pay the price. Dietrich said, A hasty assumption, dear sister. She replied, Dietrich, I'm only worried for RKA. Dietrich clenched the necklace and said to her, Well, if it troubles you so, why don't you bring me your husband's weakness instead of letting your imagination run wild? Make use of what you have between your legs if you must. She gets completely shocked hearing this. Dietrich said, I hope your loyalty to RKA is still burning bright within you. Oh, and don't be stranger. He clenched the necklace and said, Dear sister. He slams his hands on the table and said, Damn it, curse it all. He smirks and said, That imbecile dares talk back to me? He clenched the necklace and she said, Dietrich, I'm only worried for RKA. Dietrich said in his mind, Are you now? Nonsense. All you want is to make your bed in a world where you are hailed a hero. That's why you were so eager to accept the savage's degrading marriage offer. He shouts in anger, A fight to the death is what you ought to have elected if you truly cared for your people. He said, There's no loyalty? Traitors everywhere, parasites who would rather see this kingdom fall. He sitting on his chair thought, Eusebia, my dear sister, you could not possibly imagine the things I had to do to protect this nation. I was only 14 when I started ruling as a regent in the name of our pathetic father who chose to neglect his crown and subjects after our mother died. A boy regent with only a weak and ailing king to support him at court could not command the loyalty of his vassals. Eusebia said, Dietrich. She clutched his shirt and said, Dietrich, I miss mother. Her eyes were full of tears. Dietrich thoughts, But even then I vowed to dedicate my life to protecting our family and kingdom, no matter the cost. I was prepared to give every last drop of blood in me to this sacred calling. Until he recalls the moment when Eusebia was awakened. Someone said, The princess has awakened. RKA has a guardian now. He was standing at door while someone said, At long last, after centuries of waiting, the Arjun-wood has not forsaken us. It's rather baffling that the crown prince was not chosen. A man said, It's probably a sign that Dietrich is unfit to rule. The goddess wishes to see Eusebia crowned instead. Hearing this, Dietrich gets shocked while standing at the door. Then he recalls the moment when he visited Eusebia after she was awakened. Eusebia said to her, I'm sorry, Dietrich. She said, I still feel sick. I'm not at my best at the moment, you understand, don't you? He smirks and said, Of course. You must be exhausted. He said, Until you betrayed me. Dietrich, standing behind the window, thought, Eusebia, you are the guardian of RKA, and yet you have not done a single thing to bring true progress to this stagnant nation. All you did was erect a wall around us to keep us caged in this dying land. These other fools are too blind to see that, with their incessant cries to put you on the throne. He places his hand on the window and said, "See what RKA has become because of you." Meanwhile, someone steps in saying, "The moment draws near, Your Highness." A man wearing a black dress enters and said to him, "Soon, the foul-blooded savage will be dragged before you, bound and humiliated, and you, Majesty, shall be the hand of justice that delivers his death." He said, "All the continent shall kneel and swear fealty at your feet." Dietrich said, "Yes, very soon." He taunts, "RKA must be rebuilt from the very foundations if she is to prosper. What his nation requires is not a guardian, but an ambition to see us rise as lords of this continent. And I." He looks out from the window and thought, "I will be the one to make it happen." Marianne asked to Eusebia, "You wish to see the members of the Imperial Diet, Your Majesty?" She replied, "Yes. I wish to get acquainted with the structure of government and division of power in the Empire." She said, "The Diet has 20 members in total, correct?" Marianne said, "Yes, madam. 10 lords of the realm and 10 commoner representatives. To pass a bill, 13 or more votes in favor are required." Eusebia thinks, an equal weight of nobles and commoners. The debates must be intense whenever new bills are proposed. And I can't imagine what political machinations take place behind closed doors. No one else should be more well informed about the situation within Riadon than the members of the Imperial Diet. Dietrich knew about the tax reform bill for quite some time. And a low-ranking official like Edwin couldn't have gotten his hands on any documents to give to Dietrich, when the bill has yet to even be implemented. There must be someone else among the Diet members. "Who's cooperating with my brother?" Eusebia asked her, "If I were to arrange a meeting with the lords of the Diet, would it seem too political?" Marianne, with a smile on her face, replied, "From what I hear, the wives of the Diet members organize regular tea gatherings to foster friendship." She whispered in her ear, "Perhaps Your Majesty could invite these ladies for tea in a similar fashion. It would be the perfect excuse." Eusebia asked her to get information without drawing suspicion. She said, "Thank you, Marianne, for your excellent advice." Marianne bowed and said, "I will make the necessary preparations then." She asked, "Do you have a preferred venue in mind, Your Majesty?" Eusebia replied, "Well, since it's a tea party, somewhere with a remarkable view." After some time, some ladies arrived at Manor, and Marianne said to them, "Welcome to the Manor. The Empress awaits your ladyships further inside. Please follow me." A lady said, "Look at this place. I've never seen a garden this beautiful before." A lady said, "There are all those rumors of an arranged marriage with a princess of a provincial kingdom." Other lady next to her said, "Yes, but it seems the emperor has found the apple of his eye. Now I'm curious what she's like." Meanwhile, Eusebia comes and said, "Welcome, ladies." Hearing her voice, the lady starts sweating. Eusebia, wearing an elegant green dress, said, "It's good to finally meet you all in person." At the table full of sweets, ladies asked Eusebia, "The gardens are very beautiful, madam." "They really are. Is it true that the emperor built this place just for you?" A lady said, "How thoughtful of His Majesty." Meanwhile, Duchess Evelyn Hale, seeing them, thinks, "So these are the wives of the most powerful men in the empire. And the woman who commands the most influence out of them all is..." Evelyn said, "With such an attentive husband, the palace should feel like home for you by now, Your Majesty." Eusebia thinks, the lady of House Hale, a royalist family that produced many queen consorts throughout the reign of the Ferdinand dynasty, but also the first among the old nobility to openly support Canach's revolution. Everyone sitting here is an accomplished player of the game, who has managed to survive and prosper even as the revolution redefines social order in the empire. How I speak and behave in their presence today will open the doors I need to enter the political sphere of Riadon. Noticing a lady, she thinks, that lady at the end doesn't seem too keen on mingling with the others. Marianne said she was Oslin's little sister, Linbara Brush. Marchioness Linbara Brush. Something about her reminds me of who I used to be. Eusebia asked her, "Lady Brush?" You seem to be enjoying your tea very much. Do you like it? Brush gets confused and said, Oh. Why yes. She said I've never had this tea before. WWE have a tea plantation too, and a lady said, Linbera, dear, you realize we're in Her Majesty's presence. Evelyn said, the poor dear means no disrespect, madam. She rarely speaks at these gatherings, and when she does, she tends to struggle. Hearing this, she gets sad and flushed. Two ladies said, did she just say tea plantation? Everyone knows how cold the lands of House Brush are. Nothing grows there save for a handful of gnarly trees. Evelyn said, Your Majesty, that reminds me you are also from the north, yes? Riadon's northern region is far too cold to grow crops, and life is often hard for people there. I imagine it's the same story for peasants under House Brush. She said, What about RKA, Your Majesty? Are things any different in your homeland? Hearing this, Eusebia thinks, a test. They're openly mocking the sister of a newly ennobled aristocrat in my presence. This is their way of forcing me to choose a side between the old nobility and the new aristocracy. And there's no telling who among them answers to Dietrich. I know what I must choose to move forward with my plan, but is it really the right thing to do? I'm not sure if I'm making the right choice. It would be so much simpler if I could just use my magic. Pathetic. Pathetic, Eusebia. Meanwhile, she feels Canach's presence, Eusebia. She thinks, no, the choice is already made. I already made up my mind that night when I decided to keep trying. Eusebia said, You're right. The north is a frozen wasteland, and life is never easy there. Evelyn said, Your Majesty. I knew you would agree. Meanwhile, Eusebia interrupts her saying, However, there are many who still call the north their home, and I believe home is wherever we are. I am thrilled, my dear Duchess, that the ladies of the court know so much about life in the far north. It speaks volumes about your compassion for northerners. She said, and seeing your concern for the small folk of other estates convinces me that you are all taking good care of your subjects. Evelyn said, Pardon me, Your Majesty, but I'm not sure I understand. Eusebia said, Oh, I only meant what I said. She asked, We had a cold winter, did we not? I am concerned about how the people are faring in your estates. A lady said, Winter is less taxing here, madam. The goddess has showered the south with her blessing. Eusebia asked, Is that so? She said, From what I hear, last autumn, harvests were greatly hurt by the drought. I've heard the record's emergency grains were distributed to those in need. The blessing of the goddess is still too far out of reach for some of us who have to survive the winter with precious little in our pockets. Nobody is immune to starvation. It can happen anywhere, north and south. We must keep our eyes and ears open so we may reach out to those too weak to even cry out for help. Well, was I collective in assuming that we're all taking good care of our citizens? I wonder why everyone's so shy this afternoon. What about you, Lady Brush? Perhaps you want to share how you people fared last winter. Brush replied, Yes, madam. The land of the Brush estate gets frozen solid in winter, and harvest is impossible. The Emperor grants provisions every year, which we save up for the harshest winters. We pay our liege taxes in wood, so we have our farmers collect the lumber, and pay them the money they need to last through winter. My husband and I often tighten our purses to buy more food for the people. Eusebia said, You empty your own coffers to feed the peasants? Truly your selflessness may be the only thing that keeps your people warm through the harsh northern winter. Evelyn asked, What answers? She asked, Do you wish to hear from us, madam? Eusebia replied, You heard me, my dear Duchess. Is to know how your people fared last winter. Eusebia said, Actually, I had a look at your trade records before coming here. They showed a shocking amount of iron ore purchases, made by Houses Hill and Gautier, which were then transported into your estates. Now the Brush is used private funds to keep their peasants fed and clothed through the cold. What about you, HM? What were those iron ores purchased for? What could your blacksmiths have been making without the Emperor's knowledge? Hearing her words, Evelyn raised, shouting, Your Majesty! Are you accusing us of treason? Lady Gautier said, It's not what it looks like, madam. Allow me to explain. Evelyn shouts, Lady Gautier. Lady Gautier said, A mithril mine that previously belonged to the crown is scheduled for auction. Evelyn and I merely sought to acquire it. They used the iron ores to build the mining facilities. Hearing this, Eusebia thinks, a mithril mine. Eusebia thinks, Canach must have agreed to hand the property over to the nobility, in return for their votes in the Diet. So this is how he keeps the old atrocities placated. Evelyn said, Your Majesty may not hold us in favor, but we, too, joined the current Emperor's banner when he rose up against the tyrant. She said, It truly is regrettable, madam. To think we risk our lives for this nation only to be awarded with this disdain. She said, I beg your Majesty's forgiveness, but we must take our leave for today. After a week, Eusebia sitting in her workplace thinks, It's already been a week. Yet not a single letter has arrived from the ladies. I've made myself a thorn in their sides now, haven't I? I'm starting to think I should have tried to win them over instead. But still, meanwhile Oslin knocks the door saying, Your Majesty. He asked, May I enter? Eusebia asked him, Lord Vaynar? What brings you here? He replied, Something for you, madam. He gives her a small bag and a letter saying, These are from my sister. She asked, From Lady Brush? Oslin said, I heard how are you. Stood up for her at the tea party, Your Majesty. Linbera was only 10 when she got the fever. It left her speech permanently impaired. She prefers to isolate herself in the estate because of this. I believe this is the first time she's ever written to someone outside of the family. She opens the bag and asked, What's this? He replied, A unique species of tea found only in the lands of House Brush, madam. It's smaller compared to other teal trees, but its tiny leaves endure through winter to acquire an aroma unlike any other. He said, I've had very few chances to try it myself. It's quite hard to come by even where it grows. I can really see the thought that went into that gift. Well, suffice to say, she is a far better judge of character than her pig-headed brother. He bowed and said, I am infinitely grateful for the kindness your Majesty has shown us. And we will never forget it. Eusebia said, Lord Vaynar. She recalls Canach's words, You are a born leader, Eusebia. You have what it takes to rule a nation. Seeing the species thinks, You're right, Canach. I was able to help others, without resorting to magic. She said, A thoughtful gift indeed. Lady Brush is too kind. I can't wait to try it. In the next scene, Eusebia said to Canach, Here, Canach, I thought you might want to try Linbera's tea. He said, I'm glad your tea party with the ladies went well. She said, Yes, it was worth the trouble. I was able to befriend Linbera and her brother. She said, Lord Oslin has been very kind to me lately. Hearing this, he asked, Oslin? He asked, Since when did you start calling him that? You used to refer to him as Lord Vaynar. She replied, Well, he said. She recalls Oslin's words, You are the Empire's, madam, and I a mere vassal. 'Tis is only right that your Majesty addresses me by name instead of title. She said, And I thought he disliked me. Life is full of surprises indeed. He said, You seem pleased. Eusebia with a smile said, Overjoyed in fact, you wanted me to get on better terms with your inner circle, and I accomplished just that. He said, You have a way of bringing out my petty side sometimes. She asked him, So what are we talking about? He replied, Never mind. He said, Let me know if I'm taking too much of your time. He said, The girl arrives today, doesn't she? She claps and said, Ah, yes. Today is the big day. Edie's his family moving into the palace. Eusebia went to see Edie's and said, Edie's, welcome. She bowed and said, Your Majesty, I'm honored. Eusebia said, You must be tired after the journey. Seeing Marianne, she gets happy and rushed towards her and hugged her. Edie said, Not at all. Marianne said. She is feeling a lot better thanks to the medicine your majesty sent us. Eusebius said. Wonderful. You will be back to full health soon enough. The court physicians will see to that. She, moving her hand towards Edie, said, I'm so pleased to meet you, Edis. I'm sure we'll be good friends. Meanwhile, Eusebia thinks, it's heartbreaking to think that a girl so young had to go through so much suffering. Edie shakes hand with Eusebia. Suddenly Eusebia felt something off and thinks, what is this feeling? Meanwhile Simon comes shouting, Your Majesty. He said, I humbly beg your majesty's forgiveness. I hope I did not keep you waiting for too long. Seeing him, she said, Simon. She said, that's all right, we've only just arrived ourselves. She thinks, probably a dizzy spell. She introduced Edie's and Simon to each other, saying, This is Edie's, Marianne's sister. Edie said to him, Hello? Simon said, Oh, a pleasure. Simon turned, saying, Shall we take a look around the hospital then? Eusebia thinks, I expected them to become a fast friends since they're of similar age, but it seems they need more time. Simon said, The palace hospital is reserved for use by the imperial family and court officials, so it has fewer wards compared to other hospitals. Instead, we choose to focus spare resources on the research of pathology and medicine. Hearing this, Edie said, Wow. Simon said, This is the chamber where we study the rigor. We haven't had the time to clean up. I beg madam's pardon for the mess. Eusebia said, Well, if anything, it shows how busy our physicians have been. I'm proud of you all. She picked some reports and asked, Are these research materials on the rigor? He replied, Yes, your majesty. The Gilead Trading Guild is the sole maker and distributor of the medicine for the rigor, and they have near absolute control over prices. To counter this by developing formulas on our own, but when we looked into the ingredients used for the medicine, we discovered that the compounds were not at all, but we expected, likely due to magical alteration. We hit a dead end with the research because none of us had much knowledge about magic. Presently, we plan to turn our course toward medicine that does not involve magic. Eusebia interrupts him, saying, I can help if magic's the problem. She grabs his hand, saying, What did you say, Simon? We'd make excellent partners in crime, don't you think? After some time, Canach asked to Eusebia while sitting in their room, You wish to work with Simon for the cure? She clutched her claws, saying, That's right. Meanwhile she thinks, My magic has weakened since I left RKA, but making some medicine shouldn't be too demanding. This is the perfect chance to strengthen my position as Empress. I want to help by doing what I'm good at. And I know Canach will support me. She asked him, Well, do you not think it a splendid plan? Seeing him, she thinks, he doesn't look too pleased. Canach sighed and said, Eusebia, no. I'm sure you have your reasons. But I'm afraid I cannot give you permission this time. Hearing this, she asked, Why not? She clenched her hand, saying, Simon and I are prepared to fully commit ourselves to the research. This can help the afflicted. Canach replied, If you're here to discuss the cure for the rigor, you must have been told about the Gilead Trading Guild already. He said, Gilead is the most influential organization of merchants in the continent, and the majority of trade involving non-human races happens through them. Even I don't know how deeply entrenched their power is. Making enemies out of those who control the flow of gold in the realm is ill-advised. Also, their rigor cure is currently one of their flagship products. They won't take kindly to intervention. She said, I'm aware of the risks, Canach. But we cannot just sit and watch when so many are dying in agony out there. You can't ask me to turn a blind eye on them. Hearing this, he said, The court officials are in the middle of finding a solution. You need not trouble yourself with this matter. Eusebia raised from her chair, saying, I thought you wanted me to find a way to help. She said, You said you were glad to have me in Riadon? You said I'm a born leader. He replied, Yes, but that's irrelevant. She asked, Irrelevant? How? He replied, I want you to surround yourself with pleasant things. Good things. Why expose yourself to danger when you can lead a life of comfort in the palace? She asked him, Are you telling me to shut myself in that dollhouse, wasting time on tea and cake like some spoiled little princess? Eusebia shouts, I didn't come here to be your puppet. Suddenly she realized her behavior and said, I'm sorry, Canach, I didn't mean to. He comes close to her and said, Eusebia. She starts sweating and thinks he seems upset. She clutched her cloths and thinks, I messed up again. I overstepped my bounds by raising my voice to the emperor. I forgot that it's not my place to interfere in matters of state. I am less than nothing here. Yet I allowed myself to become proud just because he treated me well. She said, I humbly beg your majesty's forgiveness. She said, It was not my intention to challenge your authority. He asked, What? He said, No, Eusebia. You misunderstand. I didn't mean to frighten you. He holds her shoulder. She said, Biba, Canach said I should apologize. He said, I'm sorry. I know how important this is to you. Meanwhile, she gets confused and thinks this isn't anger. It feels more like fear. She asked, What troubles you so, Canach? He replied, I'm scared. I'm scared that I might once again fail to protect the person I deeply care for. And I can't stop thinking about it. He sit on his knees saying, So please, Eusebia, let me protect you, she said, Canach. Meanwhile she thinks, Once again fail. She said, You seem to feel very strongly about this. If there's something from your past that still weighs on your mind, you can always share. Meanwhile he suddenly raised. She asked, Canach? He said, We should talk later. He rushed towards the door and she shouts, Canach. Next morning she thinks, he didn't come back all night. He mentioned losing someone he deeply cared for. I wonder who that is. Meanwhile Marianne comes and said, Good morning, your majesty. She brings some flowers and said, I see you have awoken early. She said, I was just about to change the flowers in the vase. Eusebia said, Good idea. I'm feeling somewhat down this morning. By the way, Marianne, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Are you the one who picks the flowers out? Marianne said, No, madam. The flowers are always handpicked by His Majesty. She said, They are then delivered to me every morning to ensure that they stay fresh for madam to enjoy. She thinks, then all those flowers were from him too. She recalls a moment when Canach asked her, Are those your favorite? She replied, I like my flowers small and dainty. Especially when they come in a variety of colors. Meanwhile she thinks, Canach is not a bad person. That much is beyond doubt. But I still. Next day she went to garden to see flowers. She recalls Marianne's world. The weather is lovely today, madam. Perhaps you would enjoy a brief stroll in the gardens before sundown? Seeing the flowers she thinks, I ended up making Marianne worry needlessly. She thinks, but still. I shouldn't stay here. All these flowers are filling my head with silly thoughts. Meanwhile she hears some voice and turns thinking, Where's that sound coming from? She thinks, Is there someone here? A white-haired guy named Jasker was sleeping there. Seeing him, she gets confused. She thinks, Who's this? She comes close thinking, I don't think I've seen this man around. He's wearing a soldier's uniform. How did he wind up here? She turns thinking, I should call the guards, just in case. Suddenly Jasker wakes up and she turns back. Seeing him she said, Oh? He also gets confused first and said, Eh? Then he suddenly shouts, Help! Eusebia said, I'm the one who should be calling for help. He starts laughing and said, I should have recognized the empire of the sun's new empress. He said, Please pardon my discourtesy. I must have dozed off. She thinks, What on earth is this man doing here? She asked him, Your rank and name, sir? He replied, Oh, I'm not really with the army. He said, But I'd be honored to introduce myself to the Empress. Jaxer, at your service. She said, Jaxer? Suddenly she shouts, Jaxer? The Jaxer? He, pointing his finger towards him, asked, Madam knows me? She thinks, but of course. If Aslan is Canach's left hand, his friend Jaxa is his right. He was also a former slave soldier like Canach. And thanks to his martial prowess, he quickly rose through the ranks to become the commander of the Imperial Army. She said, You lied to me? You're the commander of the Imperial Army. He said, So I am known to the Empress. He said, But as I said, I'm not with the army. Not anymore. She gets shocked hearing this and asked, What? He said, I handed in my letter of resignation. I've grown weary of military life, you see. This handsome face of mine will no longer be wasted on the battlefield. I fly now toward freedom. Besides, I can no longer keep up with His Majesty's demanding standards. I don't intend on working myself into an early grave. She said, He can be quite stern when it comes to duties, but he's the sweetest man I know. He asked, Is that what Madam thinks? He said, That sounds far from the Emperor I know. Very far, in fact. He said, I assure you, there is no need to mask your true feelings. You may talk freely. She asked, What do you mean? He said, With all due respect, madam. Wouldn't you say this marriage alliance of yours is a degrading arrangement for Arcaye? His Majesty is not exactly known for his pleasant demeanor. If anything, he's the sort of man who provokes fear in those around him. It's rather obvious to me that you've experienced this firsthand. Hearing his words, she shouts, Jaxer. She asked him, Why do you speak about him that way? Are you not His Majesty's close friend? He laughed and replied, He's certainly put himself in a good light for you, it seems. He asked, Or did he threaten you to silence? He said, I'm simply concerned is all. Being likable is not exactly His Majesty's strong suit. Eusebia said, You overstep. I will not have you insult my husband in my presence. Your baseless accusations need to stop now. He smiled and asked, Baseless? He turned, saying, I've known the Emperor since childhood. She said, Then you've never truly known him. He asked him, Is that so? She replied, Yes. I couldn't ask for a better husband. His Majesty has been nothing but kind to me. And he has my utmost respect and affection. Jasker said, How touching to know that the Empress finds such fulfillment in her marital life. She said, I am warning you, sir. Meanwhile, Canach was standing beside her and Jasker asked, Wouldn't you agree, Your Majesty? Hearing this, she gets shocked. She flushed and turns back. Seeing him, she asked, Canach? And he blushed and starts sweating at same time, because he heard the whole thing. She said, Canach? How long have you been there? He replied, I came to check on you when I heard Jaxa was headed this way, and... Jasker said, Oh, does my meeting with the Empress scare the husband that much? He runs away saying, Well, that's it from me. Good day, Your Majesties. Meanwhile, she thinks, So he was just egging me on knowing that Canach was here? He said, Eusebia, there's something I'd like to discuss. She turns and he asks, Do you have a moment to spare? Canach asked her while sitting in their room, Were you able to get some sleep? She clenched her hand and replied, No. She asked, How could I after you stormed out like that? She said, You never came back last night. And I was worried you'd never want to see me again. She said, I can see I've upset you very much. He said, Eusebia, the fault is mine, not yours. He grabs her hand and said, It was never my intention to threaten you or limit your freedom. But I knew there was nothing I could do if you ended up fearing or hating me for it. So when I saw the harm I'd caused, there was little else I could do, save for running away like a coward. She asked, Why would I hate you, Canach? She holds her hand and said, I admit, I was taken back by our argument last night, but I don't doubt that you genuinely wish to protect me. She said, That's all I needed to know. She smiled and said, I trust you, Canach. He starts blushing and said, Eusebia. She said, Oh, and I forgot to thank you for the flowers. They're beautiful. He sighed and said, "It's not much of a gift." She said, "It's gift enough for me." He put his hand in his pocket saying, "I have a more fitting present here with me." He said, "Try squeezing this in your hand." She asked, "What is it?" She touches it and a magical aura appears and she gets surprised. She gets happy and said, "A magical artifact." He asked, "Do you like it?" She replied, "Of course. It's gorgeous. It couldn't have been easy to come by." Canach said, "I had one procured from the dwarves who trade with us. Your smile tells me I made the right choice." Eusebius said, "Thank you for this. I don't think I'll ever forget this day." He said, "I hope you didn't find that off-putting." He touches her lips and said, "You must let me know if being this close to me makes you uncomfortable." She replied, "Not at all. He gets close to her asking, "Then may I continue?" He said, "I've been longing to kiss you." She asked, "Are you asking for my permission?" She said, "It's just all so sudden. I don't know what to say." She said, "But I don't dislike it." Then they both kissed each other. She recalls the moment when he said to her, "I, too, haven't been intimate with anyone else." She thinks, "I thought he was inexperienced." He said, "You need to breathe through your nose." She said, "It's hard to be aware of my breathing in the middle of all that." He said, "Then we probably need more practice in this area too." She gets confused and asked, "Practice?" He kissed her again saying, "Yes. You were shy to share a bed with me at first, but now you're used to it. It'll be the same." He asked her, "Was that so bad?" She replied, "No." He asked, "Shall we?" She starts blushing and sweating and asked, "Eh?" He kissed her again and she said, "Wait, let me catch my breath first." Meanwhile Eusebius said, "The lights are fading." Canach replied, "It's a scroll-based magic, so it doesn't last very long." Eusebius said, "You wasted a magic scroll just to let me try it out." Canach said, "It doesn't matter." He kissed her saying, "Seeing your smile is worth more than any expensive magic." He said, "For the longest time, I thought that, if I were to marry," he said, "I would make my wife the happiest woman in the world." He said, "Being wed, having a family, those things were an unimaginable luxury for a slave like me." Eusebius thinks, "I see. I only saw this union as a political arrangement between two nations, though Canach has been doing his best to turn it into something real. He's been so kind and honest to me all this time. Yet I've answered his goodwill with deception and anger." She said, "I'm sorry. I know it's for my sake that you're reluctant to allow the cure development. I think I know what you fear. I know how terrible it is to have to watch loved ones killed before our eyes. But that is precisely why we need to develop a cure of our own, Canach. Too many have lost their friends and families to the rigor. Someone has to put an end to it." Canach said, "Then I have no way to stop you. Your strength always manages to surprise me. Besides, I'm already well aware of the sort of person you are. You'll never give up once you set your mind to something. I only hope that you won't neglect your own safety while you do it." Meanwhile Eusebius thinks safety. Suddenly she smiled and said, "I have an idea. We should distribute the cure through a discreet channel." Canach asked, "Discreet channel?" Eusebius said, "Yes. We can make an anonymous trading guild. It may not help improve our standing immediately since it'll be operating in secret." She said, "But at least we'll be able to ensure the safety of those who buy and sell the cure. Provided Simon and I have your permission to develop one." "Of course." Canach asked, "Is my permission the only thing stopping you?" She asked, "What do you?" Canach sighed and said, "How exactly did I come across in the beginning that you would seek my permission for this?" He said, "If I had known how happy this would make you, I would have." He stands saying, "I'll think of a way to protect you and your research." Eusebius said, holding his shirt, "Does that mean you're giving your permission?" She asked him, "Will you be sleeping in our bedchamber tonight?" Hearing this he starts blushing. Canach asked her, "Are you lonely, Eusebius?" She said, "I'm new here, and I'm yet to be acquainted with the others. She holds her hand, saying, until then. She said, I'll need you by my side. Canach said, of course. He said, I will always be with you. He, thinking about her previous life, said to her, no matter what. I swear it. Canach said, there's an underground tunnel? Eusebia asked, below this room? He replied, that's right. They serve as escape routes during emergencies. He said, there are 16 tunnels in total throughout the palace. Eusebia said, how do I find one? I don't recall seeing any suspicious-looking doorknobs. Canach said, of course not. They're hidden from sight. Come here. He, showing her a statue, said, this is the switch. Eusebia gets surprised and asked, a statuette? He said, remember, third one from the left? Just press the button and... He pressed it, and a door opens to the underground tunnel. Seeing the tunnel, she gets shocked and thinks, incredible. Canach asked her, shall we? She gets confused. He, with a smile on his face, said, Your Majesty? They went down holding each other's hands, and Canach said, watch your step. He said, the hall isn't fully furnished yet. Meanwhile, seeing the place, she gets surprised and flushed. He said, but it has everything you might need for your research. Eusebia said, I never knew there was a place like this in the palace. It feels like magic. Canach said, nothing compared to the magic you're about to show us. Developing a cure for the rigor, now that's a feat no one has dared to brave. Eusebia smiled and said, it was Simon's idea. I only stepped in later. She said, he'll want to see this too? We need him to start the research. Meanwhile, Oslin and Simon both come shouting, Here, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. She asked Simon, Lord Oslin? What brings you here? Oslin replied, Well, madam, I was responsible for the construction of this tunnel. He said, truth be told, when His Majesty first requested it, I did not see the point of a safe house in this part of the palace. Oslin said, but now I see who it was for all along. Got a problem with that? Canach said, got a problem with that? He said, I had a look at the research plans. This seems to be quite a massive undertaking, which, I believe, may benefit from my participation. Eusebia said, Lord Oslin. Simon said, he's been kind enough to sort out the patient information. Oslin said, I could only identify the patients who had been in the temple's care to begin with. Simon said, a huge undertaking nonetheless. He said, we need to group these people according to shared symptoms. Age and sex, next. Meanwhile, Eusebia said, my gratitude to the both of you. Hearing this, they both gets confused. Eusebia thinks, Lord Oslin used to be so wary of me when we first met. Is there anything I can assist you with, Your Majesty? But now he's really making an effort to support my cause. I have to make this count. I won't take his kindness for granted. Meanwhile, Eusebia ties her hair, saying, shall we get to work then? Simon said there's still some paperwork left. Simon said, please, leave such menial tasks to us, Your Majesty. Oslin asked, pardon my asking, but does Your Majesty know how to catalog documents? Eusebia replied, I can learn. Canach said, best leave it to them, Eusebia. 1 week later, Eusebia went to Simon and asked, Simon? She asked, any progress? Simon replied, I humbly beg your forgiveness, madam, but there's nothing here of note. He said, every case of the rigor occurred suddenly without any telling symptoms. Even the incubation period is inconsistent across records. He said there doesn't seem to be any particularly vulnerable age group or location. Meanwhile, Eusebia thinks, we've been at work for days now without finding anything useful. The lack of progress is taking a toll on all of us. There has to be a clue here somewhere. Anything would help at this point. Writing something, she thinks, anything. Meanwhile, she drops the ink on paper and Marianne shouts, Madam! She said, I will bring something to clean the papers. Eusebia said, I'm sorry. I didn't notice. Marianne said, please, allow me to take care of it. Your Majesty has been working without rest. Eusebius said, "This is my duty, Marianne. I must see it done." Meanwhile she thinks, "I can't give up now. I am the only one who can." Meanwhile Marianne interrupts saying, "Some tea then, madam?" She said, "Just a quick break, while I refill the inkwell for you." Eusebius said, holding a cup of tea, "I haven't had Lindbergh's tea in quite a while." She said, "What a soothing scent." Marianne said, "One step at a time, Your Majesty." Marianne said the previous royal house, House Vernon, was content to watch the masses ravaged by the rigor without attempting to remedy the situation. She said, "For years, the afflicted had no choice but to wait for death until Your Majesty came to Riadon." She, holding Eusebia's hand, said, "Just knowing that someone is taking the step to help us and our families gives us the strength to go on." Meanwhile Eusebius starts blushing and said, "Oh, Marianne." She said, "The feeling is mutual. Life here would be unbearable without you." Marianne said, "No, Your Majesty. I must do better." She said, "I should have prepared this tea using the water of the Fihar." Eusebia asked her, "You mean the river?" She replied, "Yes. It is proof of the goddess's blessing upon this nation. All the waterways of Riadon converge on the Fihar. The crystal clear water of the upper Fihar is considered perfect for tea." Eusebia asked her, "Are you speaking from experience?" Marianne said, "Indeed, Your Majesty. I grew up in a riverside village by the upper Fihar. People there drink straight from the river. It is really that clean." Eusebia said, "Fascinating. Arcaea has no major rivers like the Fihar. How long were you in that charming place?" Eusebia gets shocked when she said, "I left when I was 14, madam." She said, "I had to work in the capital to keep my family fed. Edie's came to live with me after our parents died. She had the rigor and needed someone to take care of her." Eusebia thinks Marianne hasn't caught the disease even though they've been living under the same roof. Edie's came to the capital after getting the rigor. Prior to that, she lived alone for years in that riverside village by the Fihar. Suddenly Eusebia thinks the great river that carries its water to every corner of the realm. She gets shocked and scared while thinking, could it be? Is the Fihar River the cause of the plague? Canach asked her, "You wish to investigate the river?" Eusebia, holding some papers, replied, "I should have picked it up earlier. The rigor has spread throughout the realm. But some areas haven't been hit as hard. These regions have flourished recently thanks to the mines." Canach said, "Yes, and?" She replied, "The Fihar doesn't go through these lands?" Hearing this, Canach paused. Eusebia said the patients from these locations were all migrants who came for employment. She said the rigor might be a waterborne disease. They went to the river and a rose seller comes and said, "Sir, ma'am." Giving a rose to her, he asked, "Care to buy a flower?" He said this rose was given the waters of the Fihar. It carries the blessing of the goddess. A perfect gift for newlyweds. Hearing this, they both gets confused and asked, "Newlyweds?" The seller boy said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I thought." Meanwhile Eusebia grabs the rose from his hand saying, "Don't be." She smiled and said, "You guessed right." She said, "We're on our honeymoon?" Eusebia, holding Canach's arm, said, "I was nervous because this was my first undercover inspection. But it seems our disguises were effective. Nobody has recognized us so far." She, noticing Canach, asked him, "Canach, are you all right?" Canach replied, "I can't say I'm used to this. Dressing up in broad daylight." He said, "These things are usually done under the cover of the night." She interrupts him saying, "That sounds exciting." Canach said, "No, you may not leave the palace at night." He said, "Even in these peaceful times, you never know where danger could be lurking. It's only because of your research that we ventured out this far in the first place." Eusebia said, "I didn't know you were so worried. You gave your permission so readily." Canach said, "I had my doubts when you said you wanted to visit the river." He said, "But I decided to follow your advice in the end. You're quickly becoming the leading authority on the rigor. Simon and Aslan are most impressed by your insights as well." Eusebia starts blushing and said, "You flatter me." Canach said, "I mean it." You're a natural-born stateswoman with an elegance to match. It's becoming a real problem. No disguise can hide it from shining through. Eusebia said, surely not. There's nothing special about me. Canach asked her, who told you that? Canach said, even now. He hugs her and kissed her, saying, I can't stop admiring how beautiful you are. Eusebia said, Canach, we may have work to do. He said, I know. Canach whispers in her ear, I'll go get a sample of the water. She whispered, thank you. I'll ask around and try to collect some information. Canach said, signal the man in blue over there should you encounter any problem. She asked, man in blue? Eusebia, noticing Jaxer, said, you mean Commander Jaxer. Canach sighed and replied, no longer a commander. Just a retired soldier who does my bidding for a living. While leaving, Canach said, I won't be long. Eusebia, waving her hand, said, I'll be waiting. Meanwhile, Eusebia thinks, I'm glad he gave me his leave despite his concerns. Things would have been much harder without his permission. All leads point to the river, but we still can't be certain that the water is the cause. Not everyone who drank from the river came down with the rigor. The nearby plants may know something. Meanwhile, she touches a flower and it shouts, help us! Something in the river, the water. Hearing this, she gets shocked and thinks, what's the matter? Calm down and talk to me. What's got you so frightened? The flower said, here is our memory of that day. The flower shows his memory to her and shouts, help us. Save us. She's seeing a guy doing magic on water, thinks, who on earth? What is that person doing? Something feels off. This sense of dread feels all too familiar. She thinks, I know this magic. It's the same presence that killed me in my previous life. She felt down, thinking, how is it that I'm feeling the same magical signature from the water? The sorcerer working with Ruther Shoen B in RKA. Could he be the culprit who cursed the river? If all of this is a plot hatched by Dietrich. Meanwhile, her hat blows in air and she said, no. Countless innocent citizens are in danger. She thinks, could Dietrich really be the one behind the corruption of the river? What could he possibly want? If the sorcerer in his service is powerful enough to curse a river of this size, surely they could have waged war outright had that been their purpose. But instead, they chose to wait for the plague to spread. Even though they must have known that the right medication can stall it for years. Suddenly she thinks, that's it. By monopolizing the medicine and manipulating prices through Gilead. She recalls his brother's words, there is another ally who supports my cause. An ally with powers beyond imagination. Then she recalls the moment Marianne met the man, do this little thing for us, and we will ensure that you are rewarded handsomely. We need to start sowing the seeds of discord between him and the nobility if we're to bring Riadon to heel. She clutched her cloths, thinking, Dietrich gets to reap the profits. And use the funds to shake the empire from its core. She thinks, the Gilead Trading Guild has been working with my brother all along. She starts trembling while thinking, I need to tell everyone before it's too late. Meanwhile, Canach comes holding her hat and said, Eusebia. He asked, you seem troubled. Is something the matter? Hearing his voice, she gets shocked and turns, shouting his name, Canach. She rushed towards him, saying, this is more serious than we thought. The river? Canach asked, the river? Suddenly she paused and starts sweating. She thinks, would he believe me? Can I really afford to tell him the truth? What if I failed to convince him? I can't reveal what I've learned without also telling him how I managed to obtain the information. He recalls his brother's words, to the people out there, this so-called magic of yours would be no more than a cheap parlor trick. How disappointed would our subjects be to learn that the power of their princess ends at prattling with weeds and leaves? She thinks, wouldn't he be disappointed to learn about my meager ability? He drops the hat and hugs her, saying, it's all right. Hearing this, she gets shocked. She asked, what? He replied, something stops you from speaking freely. He said, I don't know what this is about. But I can tell you this, I will never doubt a word that falls from your lips. Eusebia asked him, no matter what I say. He replied, no matter what you say. You have my complete trust, Eusebia. Tears fell down from her eyes and she said, Canach. She starts crying and said, the truth is She tells him about her ability and he said, I see. I had no idea you had such abilities. Eusebia said, I understand if you're upset. Even I would be repelled to learn that my secrets are open to others. He turns towards her asking, what are you talking about? He said, without this ability of yours, we would never have discovered the cause of the plague. We owe our lives to you. All of us. He asked, how could I be upset? Eusebia said, thank you for trusting me, Canach. She said, I'm grateful to know that I am of some use to you. The rigor will end, I promise. She said, and I believe I'm getting close to the solution. They came back to the palace and Simon shows her a report saying, here, madam. White patches on the patient's chest and belly. All of these patients had been critically ill before their condition suddenly improved. Aslan said the rigor is incurable at the moment. They must have taken the Gilead medicine to alleviate the pain. One of its components probably caused the discoloration. Simon said probably. But I believe the magic alters the structure of the medicine's components. It won't be easy to identify. Eusebia, seeing the papers, said, skin discoloration is more common among elves. Simon asked, elves? She said, I read about it in this book. Something to do with their herbs, apparently. Opening the book, she said, and if this elven herb. She paused after saying, has indeed been used as a component. Suddenly she thinks, it might be the clue we've been looking for. Meanwhile, Roman comes to Eusebia's brother and said, I have come, your highness. Her brother said, you're the only one in RKA making me wait. Roman, he said, I humbly beg your forgiveness. I have been at work. Her brother asked, how is the experiment coming along? He replied, your highness will be pleased with the results very soon. Her brother said, good. Do you have enough funds? He replied, the medicine is making enough revenue to cover the costs. Trade with the non-human races is also turning out to be quite lucrative. Her brother said, would that my sister had half your worth? He said, fool of a girl. What could be so difficult about gathering a piece of information? Roman smirks while asking, does your highness recall my previous counsel? He said, should the princess become an obstacle to our design, deal with her accordingly. Her brother asked, has my sister proven herself an obstacle? Roman said, our spies report that the emperor and the empress set out to the Fihar under disguise. Perhaps just a harmless afternoon walk. Or perhaps not. One can never be too vigilant. Her brother gets shocked hearing this and asked, have they caught on to our plan? Roman replied, rest assured, sire. The princess will never reach me. To her, I am the faceless shadow in the dark. Simon said, I wonder why I didn't think of tracking the medicine components before. Probably because I don't understand the subject as deeply as your majesty. Eusebia said, Simon. He starts trembling and said this. Suddenly he holds Eusebia's hand saying, this is amazing. Simon said, please, madam, I'd love to learn about herbs. This could advance our medical research to a whole new level. Many physicians here don't give herbology the credit it deserves. Meanwhile, Canach comes and said, you seem pleased. He said, perhaps your hunt for clues has turned up some promising leads. Seeing him, Eusebia said, Canach. Showing the book to him, she said, we managed to identify one of the components. Canach, reading the book, said, a medicinal herb commonly used by dark elves. She said, yes, and that's the problem. It's impossible to find elven herbs here. Canach said there may be a way. Hearing this, she gets shocked and Aslan said, he's right, madam. His Majesty has implemented various tactics to counter Gilead's monopoly on trade with non-human races. In fact, we have recently managed to strike a trade deal with the dwarves without the guild's knowledge. This may come in handy for madam since dwarves and dark elves are long-standing allies. Hearing this, she asked, are you saying, We can use the connection to arrange a meeting with the Dark Elves? He replied, not a chance. Guildmaster said to Oslin in a bar, you want to see those pointy-eared fellows next? Silliest thing I've heard from a human today. Oslin said, I don't understand, Guildmaster. He asked, have I not gained your trust? The Guildmaster said, listen here. I won't deny that the deal fattened our purses. And it was about time we started considering other trading partners, given Gilliar's monopoly on the market. Dark elves, however, are a different story. Oslin said, I thought your people were on good terms with the elves. The Guildmaster said, we are. But their hatred for your kind goes much deeper than you think. They never agree to a meeting with humans, even with us mediating. He taps on tables saying, I wasn't sure I should bring this up, but there have been attacks on the elves of late. And most of the victims were those who had settled near human lands. I don't need to tell you who they hold responsible. He said, the elves are our longtime allies. I can't just bring humans to their doorstep. And have you even told me your real name? I doubt it's Ben. He said, if it's just their herbs you need, here are some seeds. A token of my thanks for good business. Oslin said, wait. The Guildmaster leaves saying, I wish you good fortune, human. Eusebius said, I had no idea that the elves were facing such hard times. We managed to get the seeds somehow, but I doubt we can cultivate them without elven help. Kanka said to her, I've failed you, Eusebia. She said, you couldn't have foreseen this. Meanwhile she thinks, it's too soon to give up. Canach and Oslin have done their best to procure the seeds. What comes next is up to me. I have to think of a way. After some time Kanka comes to Eusebia and said, Eusebia. He gives her a shawl saying, you're making a habit of starting the day here. Eusebia said, Canach. A record which says dark elves rely on magic to cultivate their herbs. Mine might not be as potent, but it blends well with the energy of the earth. All I can do now is wait and observe. She thinks, these seeds are the only available lead we have at the moment. I have to make them sprout, but will my weakened magic be enough? What if it isn't? Meanwhile Canach touches her face. He said, you're cold? How long have you been here? He said, Marianne seemed concerned for your health. She said you haven't been eating and sleeping properly, and that you're losing weight at an alarming rate. Kanka said, it's not just her. Kissing her hand he said, everyone is worried about you, Eusebia. We're all waiting for you to unload the burden weighing on your mind. And each of us is doing what little he can to help you along the way. One for one. Long to return to the mornings where I get to bring fresh flowers to my sleeping wife. And what a long wait it is. He said, please, Eusebia, don't leave me alone today. He clutched his shirt saying, Canach. Meanwhile she thinks, how could I have allowed myself to lose sight of the reason I'm fighting and the people who gave me the strength to try again? It was because of this man that I came to appreciate and love this land for what it is. She, brushing his hairs with her hand, said, Canach. She asked him, may I kiss you? Hearing this he gets confused and asked, pardon? She said, may I kiss you? I understand if it's too sudden. He replied, no. Canach smiled saying, we haven't done this in a while. He comes close to her saying, even though we were meant to rehearse. Suddenly she blocks him saying, wait. She comes close to him and kissed him. She said, I will take the lead. Canach hugs her tightly and kissed her. He kissed her neck and she said, slower, Canach. She said, but don't stop. Just a little more. Eusebius, sitting on his lap, said, you can let go of me now. Canach kissed her saying, not yet. Who knows when I'll get another chance. He said, I won't keep you too long from your work, Eusebia. So just let me stay like this a little longer. Eusebius said, I'm sorry. They used to call me Arcia's only hope back home. They hadn't seen a guardian in centuries, you see, and I was expected to bring RKA back to its golden age. Everyone seemed to depend on me, and before I knew it, I found myself believing that I alone had to shoulder those impossible demands. Hearing this, Canach said, Eusebia? She said, but thanks to you, that has changed now. She said, you taught me that there are people who care for me, those who'd give me their trust no matter what. And it's only right that I reciprocate the support I've received. If I am to battle the plague, it would be with you. There is no one else I trust more. Suddenly she noticed something in his pocket and asked, what's that in your pocket? He replied, if you could just stop moving, I'll take it out for you. He takes the bottle from his pocket and said, it's a bottle of water collected from the river just this morning. I thought fresh samples might come in handy for your research. He sighed and said, a bottle of water? At times like this, I scoff at how pathetic I am. He said, what use is the seat of the emperor if I can't even help you with your work? Being a sorcerer would have served me better. I could be of more use to you that way. Eusebia said, you make it sound as if you became the emperor for my sake. He said, that is entirely correct. She stands and said, now that's a joke our dear Lord Aslan wouldn't appreciate. He said, I wasn't joking at all. He said, there was a time when my greatest wish was to wield magic. A magic powerful enough to bend the world to my will. She said, I see. Then you're fortunate to have chosen this path instead. She said, here, let me take an example. She said, let's say this bottle is your heart, and the water the amount of mana it can contain. Every creature is born with a different capacity for mana. While most people can only handle a modest amount, just enough to fill a bottle, a select few are born with an entire river's worth of magic. We call these people sorcerers. She said, human sorcerers are considered rare. Even those who are born with magical aptitude often lack the necessary amount of mana to truly harness it. She said, for you to wield magic, you'd have to be a non-human first. An elf, for example. All elves are sorcerers. He said, you've completely shattered a man's dream. She replied, I only sought to give you a more realistic picture. Are you upset? Canach asked, have you ever met other sorcerers? She replied, I can't say I have. But I would love to. I don't think I've ever come across other magic users though, or I would have known right away. Sorcerers have the ability to detect the magical signatures of other magic users, you see. That's why. Suddenly she stands thinking, come to think of it. I remember sensing something from Edie's. It was too faint to notice at the time. But there is no mistake. It was magic. Edie's is a human born with the capacity for magic. That explains it. I thought it was strange that the rigor only spreads among humans, yet the key to curing it is an elven herb. Skin discoloration is common among elves, who are born with a natural affinity for magic. And this same symptom has somehow manifested in patients of the rigor. This plague is a weapon that targets humans born with magical aptitude. A servant comes to Roman's room saying, you called for me, guild master? He said, come in, come in. Your guild master, Roman said, I have an urgent matter that requires your assistance. Also, how are we doing with the banquet preparations? The servant said, everything is in order, sir. All the invitations have been sent out. Giving an envelope to him, he said, not all, surely? I have one here that is yet to be dispatched. Guests of honor I'm looking forward to meeting with bated breath. The servant asked, it's addressed to the Imperial Palace, sir. A man went to Marianne's place and said, hello, Marianne. I hope you've been keeping well. He asked her, how is your mistress faring these days? She replied, as well as ever, my lord. She attends to her duties and reads in the library when she has the time. He asked, has she been in contact with anyone? She replied, not since that tea gathering, no. She doesn't seem too keen on socializing with the nobility. He said, back to being a useless sheltered princess again, Marianne said, begging your pardon, my lord. There's nothing of note at the moment. Taking the invitation envelope from his coat, he said, that's all right. I'm not here to ask about the Empress. He gives the envelope to her, saying, here, an invitation to a banquet hosted by the Gilead Trading Guild. She gets confused and asked, "A banquet?" The man said, "A gesture of goodwill for the nobility, shall we say, before the medicine is made available nationwide. Draw the Empress's attention to this event." She takes it saying, "My lord?" He said, "It's a simple enough task. Her Majesty might be interested to learn that this is a perfect opportunity to forge new, useful connections. Or if that's too much trouble, just drop the envelope where she can find it. Her bedchamber, perhaps?" She asked him, "Does this order come from you or your associates?" He turned saying, "Does that matter?" He said, "It's going to be an event to remember. I guarantee it. I look forward to hearing from you." Meanwhile in the palace, Eusebia went to the patients and Simon said, "We weren't expecting visitors today, madam." Seeing her, he asked, "Is something the matter?" Eusebia thinks, "I was right. Everyone who's here because of the rigor has some degree of mana in them." She said, "Simon?" He replied, "Yes, your Majesty." Eusebia said, "I believe I may have found the truth behind this plague." Simon asked her, "Are you certain?" She replied, "Yes. I sense traces of mana in every rigor patient we have here. Every single person. This can't be just coincidence." She said, "The rigor is a disease that spreads only among those born with magical aptitude." Hearing this, Canach asked her, "What about you, then? That means you're at risk too." She replied, "Not to worry. I haven't noticed any symptoms so far. I tried pouring the river water you brought me on my hand after suppressing my magic as much as I could. I felt my fingers stiffen a little, but that was all. It appears the disease affects only those who possess a minute amount of mana. Below a certain level, most people don't even realize they are born with magic. This is an insidious plot that targets the vast majority of our citizens." Hearing this, Aslan stands and asked, "A plot?" Aslan asked, "Does your Majesty mean to say that the rigor was created artificially?" She replied, "Well, She clenched her claws, saying, "Yes. That's exactly it. I believe this plague originated from a spell cast on the Fihar. I apologize for not letting you know sooner, but I wanted to be absolutely sure before voicing my suspicion." Aslan said, "Better late than never. Thank you for this." He said, "We'll have to find a solution. Do we know what sort of magic was used?" She said, "My guess is as good as yours. Magic is much like a piece of writing. Only through a painstaking reading can one discover the answer. In order to dispel the magic unleashed upon the river, we'll first have to figure out the intent behind the spell and put an end to its effects. A nigh impossible task unless we can somehow interrogate the caster directly." Canach said, "If what you're saying is true, then the distributor of the medicine should be," she said, "yes. There should be a connection between Gilear and the sorcerer who caused this." Simon said, "To risk the lives of countless innocents for mere profit. How could anyone commit such an atrocity knowingly?" Eusebia said, "We need to keep a level head. Not all is lost." Aslan asked, "What's this?" Eusebia said, "An invitation given to Marianne by a Gilear insider." Aslan said, "They want to market their medicine nationwide, and the banquet is the premiere of their business." Eusebia said, "It's addressed to me. They seem eager to have me there." Aslan shouts, "Out of the question, your Majesty. I understand that time is of the essence, but we can't let you walk into such a glaring trap." Canach placed his hand on her shoulder saying, "Eusebia." He said, "Please don't." Eusebia said, "I'm fully aware of the risks. But I'll feel even worse if I stay cooped up in the palace while people are dying. Besides, there's a chance that the caster of the curse will also attend. And even if they don't, I can still search for connections between Gilear and the sorcerer in question." She holds his hand, saying, "We can do this together. When I see the guild master of Gilear, I want you to be there too. I need your help more than anything." Canach replied, "How could I refuse?" He kissed her hand, saying, "When you're showering me with such trust?" He said, "Send a reply to Gilear's guild master." Aslan shouts, "Your Majesty." He said, "The Emperor and Empress of Riadon are Pleased to attend the banquet. A lady standing next to Canach and Eusebia at banquet said, I thought this was just a social event, but they even prepared hunting grounds. I can't remember the last time I was this excited for a banquet. Eusebia said, I was aware that Gilead boasts a long history. But for a mere trading guild to own a forest this vast, Canach sighed and said forests. He said forests are full of insects and wild animals. You never know when they'll attack. The wilderness is much too dangerous for someone as fragile as you. She replied, I'm not that fragile, Canach. Meanwhile she thinks, I can't put it out of my mind. Seeing him keeps reminding me of what Marianne said. She recalls her words, is Madame aware that the Emperor visits the kitchens every day? The kitchens? What for? It only came to my attention yesterday, Madame. His Majesty has taken it upon himself to be your food taster. He insists on sampling every dish himself to make sure it is safe. The cooks are greatly troubled, from what I hear. Eusebia said I didn't know. Why would he go to such lengths for my sake? Marianne said, perhaps that's how much he cares about your well-being. We were all very worried when His Majesty expressed his wish to attend the banquet in person. But now that we know how important Madame is to him, we have every confidence in your safe return. With him at your side, there is nothing to fear. Go, Madame, and reclaim the future of this nation for all of us. Canach said, Eusebia? Eusebia, she suddenly comes out of her thoughts. He said, you seem deep in thought. She flushed and replied, meanwhile she thinks, I wonder what I am to him. And how do I really feel about him? Canach said, just say the word if you're having second thoughts. It's not too late to turn back. She thinks, I still don't have a clear answer. She holds his hand saying, no. She said, you're here with me? What could possibly go wrong? Meanwhile she thinks, but I can say for sure I no longer feel unsafe in his presence. Meanwhile Roman comes to stage saying, thank you, honored guests, for gracing us with your presence today. I, Roman, welcome you to this celebration. Seeing him she thinks, so he's the guild master. Roman said, before we begin, I would like to remind you that every creature in these woods is monitored under close observation. Your safety, after all, is our utmost priority. Please enjoy the hunt. Canach said to Eusebia, I'll go into the woods. You should keep to the outskirts. She replied, all right. I'll make sure to stay safe. He said, good. I'll do my best to bring back the information you need. I promise. Eusebia with a smile on his face said, may your hunt be fruitful. Canach gets ready for the hunt and sits on his horse. He raised a piece of cloth. While kissing it he said this time, I will be your knight. Meanwhile Roman shouts, ladies and gentlemen, let the hunt begin. Meanwhile Eusebia went to the forest, and thinks standing next to a tree, this should be far enough from the crowd. This forest is one of Gilead's sites of operation. There should be some kind of clue we can find here. She asked the tree, can you hear me? I'm in need of your help. Could you share your wisdom with me? Seeing her doing magic, tree said, magic? She's a sorcerer. Away with you. She thinks, something isn't right. They're not usually this wary of me. She said, please calm down. I don't mean harm. I'm here to ask about the owners of this forest. The tree said, betrayer, destroyer, butcher, fiend. Hell awaits you. Hearing this she gets shocked and asked, SW what? Suddenly the tree takes her into his memory. Eusebia thinks, is this the tree's memory? A cart. What's it carrying? Roman, checking corpses, said, this batch isn't up to par. Progress will be delayed at this rate. Seeing him she gets shocked and scared and thinks that's Gilead's guild master. Seeing him she thinks, what's he doing with the corpses? And those noises? His body's been transforming since he lowered his hood. Is that magic? Roman transforms into his original body and said, "Well then, let's see what can be done with these." She thinks this can't be, so that sorcerer has been masquerading as Gilliar's guild master. The sheer amount of magical force he exudes. Is it really the same man? To think that a practitioner of such caliber still exists. She comes back and the tree said, "That's the man who brought ruin to this land. He's incurred the wrath of the goddess. He has been discarding the bodies of his failed experiments here." Hearing this, she thinks, failed experiments? What exactly has been happening here? Meanwhile, all of them gathers in hall and Canach asked her, "I heard you returned in haste. Is something the matter?" She said, "Canach?" While trying to take a wine glass, she said, "The forest, it's..." Meanwhile, Roman interrupts her saying, "We are honored beyond words to receive Riadon's Empress." He said, "Roman, at your service?" She starts sweating by his presence. She thinks, it's more noticeable up close. I have never encountered this level of power before. His magic is beyond anything I can muster. I thought he was the same sorcerer who was under my brother's employ, but no. Their magical signatures are different. There is little chance that they are one and the same. But what could they have been doing with those corpses? Did they manage to develop a cure through human experiments? Roman said, "I must say I am overjoyed. I have been waiting to discuss the future of the realm with the imperial family." Canach said, "The future of the realm?" Roman said, "Indeed, sire. The realm is in unrest, and the causes are many. The rigor being one of them." She thinks, "I need to keep my wits about me," and exhales. She thinks, "I'll use this opportunity to uncover their true motive for monopolizing the medicine." Eusebia said, "I hear your guild has built apothecaries across the realm to allow easier access to the medicine." She said while drinking the wine, "A commendable strategy. But I wonder if accessibility is truly the reason that people are unable to afford the cure." She asked him, "What do you think, Master Roman?" He replied, "Such complexities are beyond me, madam. I only seek to earn an imperial warrant for our establishments. That way, even the small folk who are oblivious to Gilliar's name and influence would be encouraged to buy our product and receive necessary treatment. We only hope to bring normalcy and relief to more people." Eusebia tries to say something, but he interrupts her saying, "With respect, madam. Riadon has only recently come into existence. Only two currencies matter when it comes to a nation's survival: military power and capital. Without them, leaders are unable to hold their subjects' allegiance. What I offer you is the key to securing the enduring loyalty of your subjects." She clutched her cloth, saying, "So the well-being of our people is the last thing on your mind. You ask for an imperial warrant, yet you are unashamed to admit that profit is your only priority." She thinks, "Why do these things keep happening? I'm already at my wits' end trying to deal with Dietrich's plots, and each day brings new enemies. There is nothing I can do on my own." Meanwhile, Canach holds her shoulder, saying, "If that is what you believe, I'm afraid there will be no imperial warrant for your guild." Hearing this, she gets surprised. Canach said, "The Empress seems reluctant to entertain your request, Master Roman, and I am an obedient husband who only wants to make his wife happy." Roman glares at them and said, "I see." He bowed and said, "Well, I thank your majesties for considering my offer regardless. Please let not this brief discussion detract you from enjoying our hospitality. There is much in store for our guests of honor tonight." They come outside to enjoy the fireworks, and Canach asked her, "Are you all right, Eusebia? What were you trying to tell me?" Eusebia replied, "Not here. Too many years." Seeing him, she thinks strange. Whenever things seem hopeless and impossible, he somehow manages to make me feel better just by holding me close to him. Eusebia said, "I'm fine. What could possibly go wrong when you're here with me?" She thinks, the truth is, I'm still trying to figure out how I feel about you. I'm not even sure I can explain the nature of this relationship. But once everything is taken care of and the impending war is prevented, I'd like to share my secrets with you so you can accept me as I am. Would that this moment could last forever. While taking 2 glasses of drinks, Canach said, "You must be parched. I shall fetch drinks." He tastes the drink, saying, "Let's see." He gives the drink to Eusebia, saying, "It's safe." She said, "You're the one who needs a food taster, not me." He replied, "I'm not as worthy as you think I am." She replied, "You are?" He laughed and said, "I'd wager no one here is more resistant to poison than me. Trust me, I'm the best food taster you'll find." Saying, "I won't let anything happen to," he noticed Eusebia. Her mouth starts bleeding and in a moment her hand covers with blood. She gets unconscious and Canach dashed to catch her. She coughed and Canach's face covers with her blood. He catches her and Simon runs towards them. Canach shouts, "No, please." "Ah," he said, "it's all my fault. I should never have allowed myself to yearn for you." He starts crying and said, "I was ready to give my life for you. That was my wish. But now," he said, "I will never forgive this. I will find those who did this to you and have them quartered alive. I shall tear their tongues out as they beg for mercy. Their families will watch and suffer the same pain and loss." She thinks, "Canach? I can't leave him now. It's going to happen all over again. Please, not like this." She lost her life in Canach's arms. The season 2 starts with a view, where each heart carries the weight of a loss, and the silence speaks louder than any words. "Oh no, the Empress," Lord Canach said. "Eusebia? Eusebia," court physicians say, "Your Majesty. There may be time yet. We must act before it's too late. Your Majesty, once again, you have failed, Canach. You knew this was your only chance, and yet," Aslan shouted, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty, we've caught the assassin." The man confessed to the deed. "He's the one who poisoned the Empress's drink. Let us move the assassin and prepare an investigation. Your Majesty, where is the antidote?" "Sire," Lord Canach say, "you confess to the crime, and then you dare play the fool? How very convincing. Who is it? Who is your master? It hurts. It feels as though my body is on fire. What's happening to me? Am I going to die?" Lord Canach said. Eusebia, think. "No, if I die like this, that future will repeat. Calm down and think. Was it the wine?" Nothing happened to Canach when he tasted it for me, though. It might be a substance that harms only certain victims, designed to target only those with magic, just like the rigor. I need to remember how I managed to fine-tune my magic for the experiment. I'll augment my powers just a little, but not enough for the poison to react. I have to stay alive. I have to fight on, so that Canach. Aslan entered. "Sire, how long do you intend to keep the nobility confined in the palace? Placing them in the comfort of the guest wing won't be enough to keep them quiet. You cannot detain members of the court without concrete proof," Lord Canach replied. "The assassin was acting on the orders of a nobleman. What more proof do we need?" Aslan shouted. "He's a cook from the palace kitchens. A household staff you handpicked for the position. Besides, his motives are clear. He did not change his statement even under torture. This great nation was rebuilt upon the sacrifice of our people. And you dare taint their memory by betting that foreign bitch? I have done what is right. Now kill me." "Yes, and it's obvious he was just parroting what's been driven into his mind," Lord Canach replied. "A cook could not have planned all of this alone. Foreign bitch." He said those words loud and clear. Aslan shouted, "Sire, the previous dynasty was known for its obsession over purity of blood. It wouldn't surprise me if the House of Fernan had a hand in this. The Fernans are all rotting under the ground. We killed every one of them. And how can you be so sure of that? One of them could have escaped. The cook already gave his confession. Is it really necessary to bring up the ruling house you already ousted?" Lord Canach replied. "At best, you will make yourself look unreliable in the eyes of the court and the people." Aslan say, "This is a time for renewal and restoration, Canach. Your empire has only just emerged from its cradle, yet you don't even seem interested in doing what's best as its ruler. We built Riadon from the ground up. We have a responsibility to," Lord Canach explained. "It's been 5 days, and Eusebia shows no sign of waking up. Nothing seems to work. Nothing. Canach. I should interrogate the nobles myself. I will bleed the truth out of them, and they'll be begging for death when I'm done with them, Jaxa added. First, he arrests the members of the court without proof, and now he wants to torture them. That useless woman has driven him mad, Aslan interrupted. Watch your tongue. This is his wife. And considering how he feels about her, his reaction is understandable, Jaxa replied. Is it? You don't know what you're talking about, Aslan. You weren't there to see him change. This is not the Canach we know. He's completely out of his mind, Lord Canach, imagination raised. I want to help you. Many years ago, in the Riadonian mountains, a harsh voice thundered. Insolent worm! You dare talk back to your commander? The boy remained silent, his eyes defiant. That's enough, the commander sneered. You'll only tire yourself out. Every year, I come across slaves who don't seem to know their places. And I always make sure to give them the right lesson. Lock him up in the stables. He barked orders to his subordinates. Not a drop of water without my permission. Let's see how long you'll last in there, boy. Days passed, and Canach Riadon, a 14-year-old slave, lay slumped in the darkness. How many days has it been? He muttered to himself. I haven't had anything to drink. I'll die of thirst at this rate. Or perhaps, it's better this way. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Who are you? Canach demanded, startled by the figure who appeared before him. Sorry, the stranger replied. I saw someone slumped over in here, so I... How did you get past the guards? Canach interrupted. What guards? There's nobody outside. No point in keeping watch since I'm going to die anyway, is that it? Canach scoffed bitterly. Damn them all. The stranger stepped closer. Are you all right? I can send for a healer if you want. You're wasting your time, Canach said coldly. Just leave me to die. The girl hesitated, then spoke with quiet determination. You can't seriously ask me to leave you behind. You're too sick to take care of yourself right now. Call it whatever you want, but I only wish to help. Who are you really? Canach asked, suspicious. You don't even know me, yet you bring me food and medicine every day. My name is Eusebia Cataril. I am from the kingdom of Rka to the north, Lord Canach said. Please open your eyes. Eusebia! Canach's voice cracked with desperation as he cradled her lifeless form. I beg you. He remembered her words as if they were etched in his soul. They say in the south, it's customary for ladies to give their handkerchiefs to their favored knights, but I am no knight. He had once told her. To me, you're a knight without equal. She had replied with unwavering conviction. Tears streamed down his face as he whispered. You're wrong, Eusebia. I have failed to protect the one thing in my life that I was meant to keep safe. I no longer have any reason to fight on or even to do what is right. I have failed to be a knight. A soldier Jaxa interrupted his anguish, bowing low. Your Majesty, we found this in the royal bedchamber. The man held out an ancient scroll. Lord Canach, thinking raised. Every monarch of Rka is granted a single chance to enter the presence of the Arjunwood and make a wish before she who watches over these lands. A wish? Canach's eyes lit up with a flicker of hope. The soldier nodded solemnly. A single chance to request the boon of the Arjunwood. Canach clenched the scroll tightly. I can bring Eusebia back, by seizing the throne of Rka. His resolve solidified, Canach plotted his course. Dietrich Cataril, the last living Cataril and the reigning monarch of Rka. In order to enter the presence of the Arjunwood, I must kill Dietrich and usurp his throne. Another advisor approached, his voice heavy with urgency. Aslan entered. Your Majesty, our latest intelligence suggests that the mage who assassinated the Empress may be working for King Dietrich. If there is any truth to this, then the Empress was killed by her own brother. Canach's gaze darkened. If only to avenge Eusebia's death. The war raged on, and Rka burned. A general approached Canach amidst the ashes. Aslan said, was this really necessary? Rka is already on the brink of ruin. Dietrich would have met his end even without our intervention. What was the real reason behind this war? The general's words struck a nerve. You remain obsessed with Rka even after scorching its earth. Is that northern wasteland worth more than the throne of Riadon? Or does this have something to do with your wife's dead body that you've been keeping fresh with magic stones? Canach remained silent, his jaw clenched. Reports of more losses came in. Jacker is dead, another soldier informed him. He and his men were on Dietrich's trail per your orders when the Northerners ambushed them. Is this what you wanted? An empire built on blood? At long last, the battle ended. Cheers erupted across the camp. At last! He's dead! The king of RKA is dead! The war is over! We can go home now. But Canach stood apart from the celebration, his heart heavy. Is this what I wanted? An empire built on blood? He stepped into the sacred forest, the Arjunwood looming before him. Great Arjunwood, watcher of RKA, I come before you as the master of these lands. Hear me and grant my wish. I beseech you, allow Eusebia her life once more. A voice echoed through the ancient trees, cold and unwavering. Canach, what a lonely emperor you make. The air grew heavy, and the voice thundered again. Outsider, never shall your wish be granted, Lord Canach shouted. But why? You gave me your word. You promised me a wish, did you not? Canach's voice was filled with anguish, his hands trembling as he faced the towering presence of the Arjunwood. Yes, the voice replied, cold and unyielding. A wish that does not go against the law of the gods. The girl's death has already been chronicled in the record of the universe. Not even I may tamper with it. Lies. Canach's voice cracked. What, then, was the purpose of all this? I thought I had finally brought you back, only to find out you're leaving for a place out of even the reach of the gods. Lord Canach's voice dropped to a whisper. You said you would take me with you. You said you would take me with you. It's time to keep your promise. Desperation welled within him as he drew his blade. If I can't bring you back, I'll just have to go to you. Stay your blade. The voice commanded, resonating through the ancient wood. Do not be rash, Canach. 'Tis too early to be consumed by despair. The figure before him stepped into the light, ethereal and commanding. I am the maker of the Arjunwood, the resting place of my sister. Mortals call me Fihar, the goddess herself. Canach whispered, awe-stricken. Goddess reply. Eusebia was meant to be the lone star in the darkling sky, the liberator of a world overrun by wickedness. Through her deeds, the world was to thrive and prosper once again. Yet my powers were not sufficient to keep her safe through her ordeals. I failed to provide her with the means to succeed, so I would make use of you to grant her one last chance to test her fate. Fihar. Canach breathed. The goddess turned her gaze elsewhere, her voice softening. Correct. But I can revert the world to a time prior to her death. Another voice, ancient and mournful, echoed. What say you, sister? Do you not wish to see the girl brought back to life? She was my chosen guardian before she was your creation. The voice continued, sorrowful but resolute. I too grieve in the face of my guardian's death, but the world is no longer the haven of balance it once was. The divine continues to diminish. You and I are no exception. Even if we were to bring Eusebia back, what is to stop the same ordeal from killing her again? Once sealed, fate cannot be altered. That is precisely why these two deserve another chance. Fihar insisted. She turned to Canach. You have challenged your destiny and usurped that which did not belong to you. It will take the same kind of fight to prevent Eusebia's death. Will you defy fate once more for her sake? Lord Canach dropped to one knee, unwavering. I will. Grant me this chance, and I will give my everything to protect her. I swear it. The goddess watched him with a mix of curiosity and admiration. Curious mortal. You brought both the Empire and RKA to heel and made yourself the Lord of Men. Why throw it all away? Lord Canach's mind drifted to a memory, a moment of peace amidst chaos. I know this flower, she asked. You can find it in the north as well, he replied. Really? She added. Yes. You'll see once we're in RKA. Not just the flowers. My favorite books will be yours to read. If we're lucky, we'll get to have some candied raspberries too. I can't live without them. I'll share them with you, of course. We'll spend the day reading in the gardens, feasting on sweets. Would you like that? Yes, princess. I would like that very much. I can't help it. Canach murmured to himself, gripping the memories tightly. I am her sworn knight, after all. After returning to the past, his first task was clear: find her. I resolved to never let you out of my sight this time, Canach thought, his heart heavy with purpose. And when we finally met again, I found a much stronger, wiser Eusebia standing before me. Are you all right? She had asked him, her kindness unwavering. An old man I helped said he saw a boy locked up in the stables. What is your name? My name. The boy hesitated. Marcus, my lady. Canach stood back, observing. The events of the previous timeline will no doubt repeat. Dietrich will seek to kill Eusebia when the time comes. Once again, I must seize the throne of the empire, and use every available resource to protect Eusebia from what is to come. This is my last chance, and I will not squander it. The moment came like a dream. She opened her eyes, her voice soft but steady. A man. You're Lord Canach, Eusebia? Lord Canach whispered, barely believing the sight before him. You're awake! Tears streamed down his face as he leaned closer, swearing silently that this time, he would protect her. Court physician Simon. This is a miracle! The poison has been completely purged from her system. And there are no other side effects even though she was asleep for the past 5 days. 5 days? That's a long time, Marianne said. That's only 5 days to regain consciousness, madam. We're relieved to have you back with us. Sniffle, Simon reply. A relief indeed. I thought you'd. Simon. You too, Marianne, Eusebia say. There. It's all right now. I promise I'll be more careful in the future. They must have been so worried. Canach doesn't show it, but things couldn't have been easy for him either. Everything will be fine. We're safe now, Lord Canach said. Everyone seems to have been worried about you. Aslin and Jaxa were ready to leave their posts to visit you. I had to talk them out of it, Eusebia asked. If I may ask. What became of Gilier's guild master? He's under investigation. You've only just woken up, Eusebia. You need not trouble yourself with such matters, Eusebia think. But Canach probably doesn't know that Roman is the one behind the assassination attempt. I never imagined he would endanger his guild by poisoning me at his own banquet. But now it's become clear that he's not here for profit and business. And just like Dietrich, he plans to use my death, which is what the sorcerer from the previous timeline wanted. All circumstances point to the fact that Roman and the sorcerer are one and the same. I couldn't recognize him immediately because his magical signature has changed, Lord Canach asked. What's the matter? And since magic is involved, could it be that he's harvesting the corpses to find a way to boost his own power? Canach, I know this is sudden, but I need to see Roman now. I believe we can get to the bottom of this if I can just talk to Eusebia. I can well imagine what you're going through, but you should leave this matter to me. This is important. Why won't you let me see him? Do you not trust me? Eusebia say. Of course I trust you. I simply don't want to see you walking into danger. Should something happen to you, Lord Canach reply, I would never be able to live with myself. You almost died in front of me. How can I stay calm after nearly losing you? Eusebia say. You seem unusually afraid. Something is troubling you, isn't it? What happened while I was asleep? Canach, I have no choice but to find out on my own if you won't talk to me, Lord Canach say. Ram, he's gone missing. What do you mean, he's missing? How did this happen? Lord Canach reply. I can explain everything. He was placed in a cell here for his involvement in the attempt on your life. Aslin arranged for him to be interrogated daily, but when he went to his cell yesterday, what is this? His face, he had already disappeared wearing the guise of the guard he'd killed. By the time we found out, it was too late to track him down. He could return any moment to harm you yet again. So you see, I wasn't trying to keep you in the dark. For what it's worth, I wanted to give you a brief respite until you could fully recover. All I wanted was to shield you from the mess. This is a result of my actions, after all, Eusebia asked. How is this your fault? Lord Canach replied. I have spilled the blood of countless people just to sit on the throne. And now you're suffering the consequence that I brought upon us. Why lay the blame at your own feet, Canach? None of this is your fault, Lord Canach explained. I've long suspected that some of the Fernans might have survived the revolution. No one else would be bold enough to make an attempt on your life. I knew the ousted Fernans would strike back eventually, but I chose to focus on freeing the slaves and rebuilding the realm instead of rooting out dissidents. It was a risk I was prepared to take, or so I believed, until I paid the price for my indecision. It was really my lack of foresight that brought us here, Eusebia shouted. That's not true. There's something I must tell you. I have to do this. I have to tell him that Roman is working for my brother, not House Fernan. But if I did that, you would be exposing yourself as Diedrich's spy. Scared now, are we? You're scared that the truth would drive Canach away from you. Poor, witless Eusebia. No matter how many lifetimes you repeat, you'll never grow a backbone. And you didn't disappoint this time either. What follows wherever you go? Canach will no doubt feel betrayed should he learn that I have been keeping secrets from him. Lord Canach say, It's fine, Eusebia. Nothing else matters. All I want is for you to stay by my side. So please promise me you'll always be here. He seems pained. I cannot leave him to suffer in this hell alone. I've experienced firsthand how deep self-doubt can cut when accompanied by abandonment. It's a torture of its own kind. I can't let him go through that. What is it, Eusebia? Eusebia say, I have lied to you, Canach. Roman is a mage. He must have eluded capture with a magical disguise. That's how he was able to fool your men. House Fernan has nothing to do with this, Lord Canach added. Roman is working for my brother, and I was sent here to be a pawn. A valid justification of war is what Diedrich needs. My assassination was meant to give him that, she think. And you knew this all along? Why didn't you come to me for help? I did not want to leave you. Your kindness gave me such joy, and I had to hold on to it for as long as I could, even though I was well aware that I had nothing good to offer in return. I selfishly allowed myself to love you, Eusebia say. I was too afraid. Revealing the truth of Diedrich's plot would have uncovered my secret as well. I am truly sorry, Canach. The truth is, I am a barren woman. Guardians are forever sterile. It was made known to me just before our wedding, but I wasn't brave enough to step forward and risk breaking the alliance between our nations. And once I found out how much having a family meant to you, my fears only grew worse. I wasn't sure. No. I knew you'd never forgive me, Lord Canach added. I've ruined everything. Not at all. As I said, you're the only one who matters to me. I'd willingly take on any divine retribution if it means I can spend my life with you. That's what I told myself when I married you. Producing heirs was never a requirement. I love you, she replied. Canach, and I mean it. I'm scared, Lord Canach added. Does my affection make you uncomfortable? I can't stop thinking that I'll one day wake up from this beautiful dream and lose it all, Eusebia say. I know you're looking out for me, and I appreciate your kindness, believe me, I do, but I'd rather be a companion than a burden for you to carry. Let me help you as your Empress consort, Lord Canach say. I'm sorry, he began. I shouldn't have tried to hide things from you. I'm ready to tell you everything, he sighed deeply before continuing. The moment I received the news of Roman's escape, I had the gates of the capital sealed immediately. The soldiers who were on watch that day are being questioned as we speak. You may examine the patrol log if you so wish. Apart from that, we haven't been able to obtain any relevant traces. I'm mortified to admit that I had no idea Roman was a mage until you told me, Eusebia nodded solemnly. I have information that might help us locate him. Do tell, he urged, leaning forward. With my ability to communicate with plants, I managed to see what happened that night, she began. Roman was there, and he had a cart full of bodies. A cart full of bodies? He asked, eyes narrowing in disbelief. Yes, she confirmed grimly. Probably those who died from the rigor. The exposed limbs were stiff like stone. She shifted uneasily but pressed on. Remember our talk about the limits of mana capacity in humans? Roman has an exceptional command over magic, but his powers, as far as I am aware, never exceeded the limits of human potential. The sheer force of magic I sensed from him. I'm almost certain he enhanced his power through forbidden rituals involving dead bodies. But the bodies of those who succumb to the rigor are taken care of by the temple, which means Roman has agents within the priesthood, Eusebia say. Doesn't it seem odd to you? The alliance of a foreign prince and a shady sorcerer alone is not enough leverage to garner the support of so many agents among the ranks of Riadon's subjects. There's also the fact that the old nobility and the clergy tend to be wary of outsider influence because they still value legitimacy above all else. Lord Canach nodded in agreement. That's exactly why my suspicions were directed at the Fernans at first. As the previous ruling dynasty, they had the legitimacy. The Fernans prioritized the rights and privileges of highborns and openly supported the slave trade. Naturally, they had the loyalty of many noble houses. Although the nobles are putting on their best behavior right now, no doubt there are those who long to see a Fernan emperor back in the palace. He grimaced. They care not that the Fernans resorted to inbreeding to keep the bloodline pure. If they could regain the unjust privileges they enjoyed under Fernan rule, they'd place anyone on the throne, Fiancé. That explains why you're so apprehensive about them, Lord Canach replied. I made sure to eliminate every single Fernan when we took the country, he said firmly. But our men are still hunting for those with silver hair and purple eyes, just to be sure. Sibia's eyes widened in shock. Silver hair and purple eyes? Yes, Lord Canach confirmed. The mark of every Fernan. Those born without these traits were abandoned or killed as they were seen as impurities, Eusebia added, her breath caught. Roman has silver hair and purple eyes. The realization hit him like a blow. Then it wasn't simply for magical assistance that Dietrich had Roman work for him. Roman would be another valid cause of war. The restoration of Fernan rule, Duke Howard muttered under his breath. Back so soon? Not an auspicious time for gatherings. More and more of us are being dragged off to the palace. You know that deal with Count Gautier went downhill after he was thrown into the dungeon. A voice interjected, sharp with accusation. And at such a delicate time too. This would not have happened had you done your duty and kept the Empress occupied. Silence, woman, Duke Howard snapped. Begone. His muttering turned bitter. Disappointment everywhere. Not a single competent soul. A shadow shifted in the corner. And who do you mean by that, Your Grace? A voice mocked. Duke Howard demanded. Who's there? Show yourself! From the shadows stepped Roman, his silver hair glinting faintly in the dim light. Can't even put a name to the face, You're... Howard gasped. Roman! He hissed. What brings you here? Roman smirked coldly. We're overdue for a chat, you and I. Tell me, Duke Howard, why did you betray me? You were told not to fret. Exercise patience, and you will reap the fruits of your labor in the comfort of your seat. That was the covenant given to you, and yet you chose to pull back when you were needed the most. We would not have wasted precious time to bring that imbecile of a chef aboard had your grace provided the promised funds, Duke Howard added. All I wanted was to restore my house to its former glory. I will have no part in that mad plan of yours, Roman replied. Then why, pray tell, did you not try to stop the banquet? You knew full well what was in store for the Empress that night. Stay back, Roman added. You made no objection as your coffers swelled with the gold of the afflicted clamoring for a cure. It was you who leaked Vaynar's tax reform plan before its time. I don't know, Your Grace. Your tongue professes support for the usurper, yet your hands seem to be working to bring an end to his rule. Well, none of that matters now. I have not come to accuse, but to give you another chance, Duke Howard shouted. You think you can deceive me again? Roman added. Deceive? No. True legitimacy has no room for deception. This empire of foul-blooded upstarts will fall before the truth. A man entered, ushered in by the last surviving Fernan. The attempt on the Arcean girl's life was no more than a formality. To bring the fight out in the open, shall we say? And I will prevail through the support of wise subjects such as your grace that value legitimacy above all else. Think about it. Who could have armed you with the information that the usurper intends to sell the mithril mine? How did I gain free access to the imperial palace and leave unscathed, all under watch? There are those within the court tirelessly working for me. Did you know, my Lord Duke? Enchantments that control the mind are fueled by myriad desires. Obsession in purity, wariness against outsiders, thirst for the power and riches that the changing tides have taken away from you. All that you desire will be yours. That's what I tell them to open their doors, he added. There you go. The Duke is our man now. We're so very close. Soon, we will reclaim our birthright. If Roman really is a Fernan, Dietrich must have prepared for the war, thinking he could build a new empire with the support of the former dynasty. Lord Canach said. No doubt selling those potions was part of the effort. Eusebia replied. Yes. all to expand his influence under the pretext of saving lives from the rigor. I was too naive. Diedrich's war had ended in a crushing defeat before I was given a second chance, so I thought things wouldn't be much different this time either. Where die trial say, I allowed you to deal with my sister as you see fit only because you promised me the power to bring Riadon to heal. I remember him mentioning some kind of power. What could it possibly be? Could it be related to the rigor and the Fernan dynasty? Eusebia think, there is a larger plot at work here that goes beyond the attempt on my life. I have to do better, otherwise this second chance will have been wasted. Eusebia. I'm so lost. What must I do? Goddess entered. Isn't this? Were you dreaming, Eusebia? Such a deep slumber. The dream must have been a happy one indeed. A dream. It can't be. Mama. Mama, Goddess added, you seem upset. What troubles you? There's a child over there. She's in danger, and you're already dead. What could you possibly do? Ghosts of the past can do nothing but observe. Foolish child. What do you think you're doing? Just let it go. I told you there is nothing you can do, Eusebia shouted. That doesn't mean I should give up without even trying. I may be too weak to change anything, but I won't know for sure unless I try. Mama, even if I have to repeat this again, a voice interrupted. So you choose the way of suffering. Well, that is precisely why we have left our fate in your hands. That voice, it's her. You're the Argentwood. Do not be afraid of Roman, Eusebia. The day all of this began, my dear child, in your hands we place our destiny. We entrusted the fate of the world to you. And with it you were armed with the weapon to resist Roman's machinations. I will reawaken the power that slumbers deep within your memory. Protect me, my chosen, protect the world. I wonder what that dream was all about. There have been no developments related to the Argentwood since my arrival in Riadon, and I recall no mentions of guardians being granted audience in a dream. This feels too real to be a trick of the mind. Eusebia think, do I really have what it takes to enact your will? I have decided to share with you what is left of my life force. Perhaps you may defy fate and change Arcea's future yet. Arcea's future. By granting me a second chance, the Argentwood seeks to prevent the destruction of Arceia. I have to find a way to thwart Roman's plots, and I have to be the one to do this. Lord Canach asked. Eusebia, I thought you'd retired already, she replied. I didn't mean to sleep here so long. Too much magic, perhaps? What? Lord Canach said. The last time I checked, there were no sprouts in this flower pot. How did it grow so fast? I didn't see anything here when I entered the room. Lord Canach shouted. Eusebia, merciful goddess, what on earth is that thing? A dream? Eusebia added. Yes. I found myself right back on the day of my first meeting with the Argentwood. This time, however, she said she would reawaken the power within me. I thought it felt too real to be an ordinary dream, but to experience such a miracle unfold before my eyes. I thought it felt too real to be an ordinary dream, but to experience such a miracle unfold before my eyes. This is more than just a reawakening, Canach, Lord Canach added. It feels somewhat different. So you noticed. It's pulsing with life, Canach. It's stronger than any other specimen I've magically quickened. This could be a sign. This could be proof that the Argentwood is with me. She spoke to me. She said the fate of the world rests in my hands. As our power is given to us for the single purpose of protecting our nation, we guardians are doomed to lose our magic outside Arcea's borders, Eusebia added, but that no longer applies in my case. The Argentwood made an exception just for me. I see what must be done now. I am the only one who can deliver the world from doom. As the chosen of the Argentwood, I must face Roman head-on, Lord Canach replied. Celebrate this moment with me, Canach. This is exactly what I've been waiting for, to make myself useful. I'm happy for you, Eusebia. Eusebia shouted. Who's there, Canach? When did you return? Lord Canach added. There's a cut on your leg. I didn't notice at all. Must have been the roots, Lord Canach replied. It was upsetting to hear you talk about wanting to be useful. To imagine how you must have been pressured to prove your worth all your life. Nobody cares enough to ask you how badly it hurts, not even yourself, she say, Canach. What's wrong? He added. I feel pathetic. I'm well aware of the heavy burden you have been made to bear, and I'm doing nothing to help. I have no right to call myself your protector when I'm merely one of the many who relies on you for salvation. That's not true. I'm still the same helpless fool I was when you got me out of that stable. Stable? How do you? My name is… It can't be, Marcus, Eusebia added. Yes, I remember. I found a boy my age locked in the stable of a regional outpost. I had planned to take him to Archaea with me, but he'd suddenly disappeared, and nobody could tell me where he'd gone off to. Why didn't you tell me your real name? Lord Canach replied. I wasn't brave enough. You were this dazzling ray of light that came to me in my hour of need, whereas I was a slave clad in filthy rags. I suppose I was too ashamed to cross that world of difference between us, but I wished fervently to become someone who'd mean something to you. A knight, for example. And just as how readily you came to my aid in that stable, I was prepared to do anything for you. Anything? She asked. Then, Lord Canach say, I named this empire Riadon because that's also the name of the mountain where we met for the first time. Then the person he mentioned before. I'm afraid that I might fail to protect you. That I might again have to helplessly watch my loved ones die, he added. It was me. The alliance is null and void. The marriage alliance, the visit to Archaea. He devised all of it just to reach me. I wasn't the one who saved you, Canach. You left the stables on your own accord and rallied the people against the tyrant. The slaves of the empire do not owe their liberty to me, but to you, Eusebia replied. There is no shame in your past. You may not be aware, but the truth is I have been looking for you ever since you went missing. I wasn't about to give up on the bravest knight in the world I had been fortunate enough to meet, you see. I'm sorry for not recognizing you sooner. And thank you for coming to find me again, O great Arjunwood. When you said you had placed the fate of the world in my hands, I did not yet know just how heavy the weight of my destiny truly was. Through this man, however, everything starts to feel real like never before. Canach, Eusebia say, is something wrong? Something does seem amiss, though I can't exactly pinpoint the issue here, Lord added. You'll have all the information you need. This here is the layout of the guest room Roman was confined to. No windows, and the door opens at a set time twice a day for the soldiers to deliver the food. Eusebia think, Roman may be a resourceful mage, but even he couldn't have escaped the watch of soldiers trained to handle such a situation without making a commotion. You need not hurry so, Eusebia. Take all the time you need to examine the clues and get to the bottom of this. Leave your other duties to me, Eusebia replied. Then we might have an Empress Canach very soon. And since every trivial matter of the inner court would require your name, that's it. Names. Each soldier on this list was paired with a fixed partner for guard duty, except this one. His shifts were irregular, and he was eventually paired up with everyone on the list at least once. We should have him questioned, Lord Canach replied, and that's not possible at the moment. This is the same soldier who Roman transformed into himself. He is yet to regain consciousness, so he was excluded from the list of suspects. She think, then what could be the reason behind this? I'm definitely missing something. Something important hidden behind these names and papers. A spy, perhaps? Roman and Dietrich have long relied upon their spy network, and Baron Edwin was one of those spies. He said there were others working with him. The soldiers were arranged to watch the prisoner in pairs. One of them might have been a spy. In such a scenario, Roman could have incapacitated the other soldier and assumed his likeness with ease. He could have set a specific target and shuffled the shifts so no one would be able to get a clear idea about the target's routine or his habits that would be difficult to mimic. That's the effect of having the spy paired up with every soldier on the roster, Eusebia added. Maybe we can start from here and narrow down the list of suspects ourselves. Which official has the right to change the guard duty shifts? Asseln and Jaxer. Roman is a convicted assassin who attempted to murder the Empress, Lord Canach say. Aside from myself, only Asseln and Jaxer have the authority to change the guards, she replied. Canach, it was only a hypothesis. An awful lot of ifs and could-haves. And as you said, they're your most loyal advisors. They have no cause to betray you, Lord Canach added. I should have had those two investigated before anyone else, Eusebia said. They are your friends, and you were right to place your trust in them, he added. No. This isn't the first time something like this happened. This was bound to happen again sooner or later. I should have trusted no one. I'm ruining everything again, Eusebia told him. I know what you're going through. I've been there. I felt so alone when I realized that my own brother wished for my death. I saw enemies everywhere, like a scared child abandoned in a den of monsters. But meeting you has taught me that we must never give up on trusting others no matter what comes our way. Don't torture yourself with this, Canach. It would be saddening to see you repeat my mistake. I promise the truth will be revealed in time. Let me worry about Roman and the spy. You should keep your friends by your side. There must be a way to locate Roman without interrogating Jaxa and Aslam. Come to think of it, subjects about the rigger seemed to hit a nerve with him that night. And the timing of his appearance. He came to me just when I began researching the connection between the rigger and the Fihar. Eusebia think, which means he might make a second appearance if I start researching the rigger again. It's a reckless plan, yes, but if that's what it takes to keep Canach safe, I'm prepared to brave the danger. A voice interrupted. Think of something that could lure Roman out of hiding. Something he'd be interested in, Simon say. Hopefully, we can get somewhere with the research today, Eusebia reply. Simon! You scared me. What are you doing here at this hour, madam? Is that a flower pot? It's the seed we procured from the dwarf, Simon say. The dark elven flower? How did it bloom so fast? We tried everything, but it refused to even sprout, Eusebia reply. I know. Earth magic fertilizers. We'd been barking up the wrong tree. The answer was in the amount of mana required. You might want to see this, Simon. This is the specimen I was expecting to see, but the flower we have looks completely different. It seems another visit to the dwarf is in order. He gave us the wrong seed in the first place. Wrong specimen, you say? Sorry about that. Unlike elves, we dwarves are not forest dwellers. We didn't know. Honest mistake, Aslan added. Honest mistake? You think a cheeky apology is enough to mitigate the damage you've done? This might be just another seed to you, but countless lives depend. I know. I know why you need specimens of dark elven herbs, Eusebia added. Let us know when and where to find you. We'll get you the right one this time. Wait, sir. Who's speaking? Sorry to interrupt. You said you know why we're asking for a dark elven herb specimen. Are the elves aware too? Did they say anything when they gave you the seed? Are you the one who noticed the seed wasn't right? Yes. I'll see you the next time we meet then. That's when you'll get the answer to your question, Lord Canach added, and expose herself to whatever it is you're plotting. We're both taking risks here. Who knows when you'll plunge a dagger in my back? She comes or the deal is off. Your choice. Wait, Jaxa say, pig-headed old runt that dwarf. Aslan reply. What now, Majesty? We don't have much choice, do we? Send a message to the dwarf. The meeting will take place in 7 days, but that's, Jaxa added, there's no civilization there for miles around. It won't be an easy journey for the Empress, Lord Canach reply. Not to worry. I'll escort her there myself. Is it true? Am I really allowed to accompany you? There's something you need to know. Outpost 3 is the nearest point to the Arcean borders from Riadon, Eusebia added. You're testing them, because whoever the spy is between Aslan and Jaxa, he'll be using this opportunity to send Roman to RKA. You're still suspicious of them. I apologize for not letting you know sooner. Things were happening too fast. And you're right, I still have my doubts. That's why I chose Outpost 3 as the rendezvous point. You told me not to give up on my friends. To keep my trust in them, I intend to reveal the truth without subjecting them to interrogation. And I shan't run away no matter how terrible the truth may be. The truth may be, a man added. I see. So the Arcean girl has finally peeled her heavy bottom off her bed. The object has been moved to the Mithril Mines. Excellent. Can't wait to see the show unfold. Excellent. We will watch the usurper and his woman fall into the deepest pit of despair as hope shines brightly out of their reach. The Empress is in for a magnificent journey. Don't you think? Is everyone here? The Velzer Trading Guild of the North will be providing the Imperial Palace with magic goods. The Empress will be accompanying us since this concerns magic, so let us all be vigilant about security, Jaxa say. So even Her Majesty is coming, Aslan reply. Why would he agree to such a thing? He's always been more concerned about her safety than anyone else. I hope nothing unfortunate happens, Eusebia added. I know why you are doing this, Canach. And I know that you never intended to take me to the rendezvous point, Lord Canach said. When I said I would bring you with me, I was lying to give the impression that I had been fooled. On the day of the deal, you will excuse yourself citing ill health. Then they'll sense it's a trap. Roman will become more wary, and it will be difficult to catch him escaping to RKA. However, if I accompany you, they will let down their guard, and if they make an assassination attempt, they will be caught on the spot. I cannot let you walk into danger, Eusebia replied. Then let me make a proposal. All we need to do is make them believe I am accompanying you, right, Your Majesty? Am I truly convincing as the Empress? I knew it. It's completely unconvincing, Eusebia. What on earth were you thinking? Eusebia added. Your Majesty. It's a secret underground passageway. You can sneak out to the northern wildwoods through it. Now watch your step. Is it really all right for me to know about this? She replied. It wouldn't do not to trust someone who is willingly following me into danger. I am sorry for putting you and Simon through this, Man said. We consider it an honor to serve Your Majesty. No one would ever guess that the real Empress would disguise herself as a porter. Not even Roman. Roman doesn't know yet that I can communicate with plants. With their help, we should be able to find him among us, no matter how good his disguise is, he added. Then, Canach, will Your Majesty? We should hurry. We may lose track of His Majesty at this rate. Simon and Marianne agreed to this without the slightest hesitation despite knowing how dangerous it would be. I think I'm finally learning what it means to trust someone. Trust is never a source of weakness. Set that down over here. All right, Jaxer say. 1, 2. Are you worried about something? Ocelin replied. It is nothing, Jaxa explained. Didn't Her Majesty personally bring these workers here thinking it would be easier to conduct secret dealings with more people around? That's not what I... Would you like to spar, Your Majesty? Lord Canach shouted. What? Jaxa replied. Back in the day, you always liked to clear your head by sparring. What do you say? Can you handle this, Your Majesty? Man added. You cannot call me that. I am Lucas Ben. And this is nothing, Jaxa replied. Your strength remains undiminished, Your Majesty, Lord Canach added. You're still handy with a blade for a retired soldier, Jaxa say. Well, of course. I've served as Your Majesty's swordsman all this time, my swordsman. But you've become careless, Your Majesty. Your left side is wide open. Have you no mercy? Lord Canach replied. You were the one who lunged first, as if to kill me, Jaxa added. You've always left your left side vulnerable, Canach. That's because you were always there to cover it. I suppose it became enough for today, Ocelin say. Your Majesty. How could you engage in a duel given the situation we're in? Where have you been? You missed the show. I went to survey the surroundings since we will soon be arriving at outposts. Jaxa say. Aren't you absent from your post too frequently these days? Ocelin reply. Unlike you, I'm not retired. I had duties to attend to, Lord Canach shouted. Is this what you wanted? If my fate hasn't changed, as the goddess said, and if someone wishes to betray me, as in my past life, whom should I suspect? Eusebia added. Wasn't it truly remarkable, Ben? Witnessing His Majesty and Jaxo sparring, I mean. Really? It was my first time seeing people spar, so I can't help but replay the scene in my mind. More than anything, I saw a completely new side of Canach. Your Majesty? I told you, my name is Lucas. My apologies, Lucas. Are you feeling all right? Our sleeping arrangements aren't exactly comfortable, and you've been performing strenuous labor every day, Lucas say. What of it? Both you and His Majesty seem to treat me as if I were a delicate flower. Well, you are delicate and precious. I only wish for good things to happen to you. I'm always appreciative of that sentiment, but I'm simply astonished and awestruck by everything around me. Though it's embarrassing to admit, it feels as if I'm only now truly discovering what life outside the palace is like. And I got to see a new side of Canach, Lord Canach added. How can one person be so extraordinary? To think that small child is all grown up now. It feels surreal. Yes, right away. Hey, can someone help me move this? No, don't look, just pretend you don't see her. I don't know how she's enduring such harsh work with that fragile body. Please be careful, Your Majesty, Lucas say. This is child's play. Enveloping her in the finest silks every day wouldn't suffice, yet here she is, suffering because of... Are you sure you are all right? What on earth do you mean? You've barely had a decent meal for several days now. I thought perhaps you were worried because the Empress hasn't come out of the barracks. inside the barracks. Aslan say, please bear with it just a little longer. We will arrive at Outpost 3 tonight. Everything went smoothly thanks to all of you. We will be returning to Riadon tomorrow evening, so get some rest until then. Thank you for your hard work, Ben. Thank you, Lucas. Before we depart, however, I'd like to express my gratitude for all your efforts. I shall be serving drinks to everyone gathered here, so I'd like each of you to come forward, regardless of your rank or position. Man added, is he really planning to pour drinks for this many people? It's a long-standing tradition in the South for wishing someone good fortune. I've heard that His Majesty even distributes drinks to soldiers on the battlefield occasionally. Canach takes such good care of his subordinates. Thank you, Your Majesty. Excellent work. But how long has it been since I've had the chance to see Canach up close like this? What am I to do? I haven't washed my face properly in several days. Hold on, Lord Canach said. There's a chip in this bowl. You should use a new one. Yes, Your Majesty. The time for the deal has been set. We will pass through the rightmost boundary of Outpost III tonight. She thinks so. Please, be vigilant as you follow along. This must be the rendezvous point Canach was talking about. Then nearby, there must be Canach. He managed to meet with the dwarf. That's reassuring. I don't see anything suspicious at the moment, Eusebia think. Still, it's a good idea to make sure, just in case. Goddess interrupted. This power. I can sense the power of one chosen by the goddess. Who are you? Why did you wake us? I've come because there's a request I'd like to make of all of you, Eusebia say. I am looking for someone. Have you seen someone wielding sinister magic nearby? Goddess reply, I know who you are looking for. But it is too late. He has left this place already. He sneaked off to a crowded place nearby. Eusebia reply, it seemed like he was trying to kill the Empress. He went to a crowded place to kill the Empress? That can only mean, Marianne shouted. Why, you little? How dare you? Are you all right? Girl added. Thank you, Marianne. He's not dead, is he? I thought this would be preferable to allowing a Fernan to slip away. Why isn't his face changing? I thought the disguise would fade because he's knocked out. Could it be that this isn't actually Roman? Marianne say. What? Eusebia added. Then, where is the real Roman? What do you mean? He sneaked off to a crowded place. Could you tell me where he went? No, what disguise he morphed into? I assumed he'd secure his escape route and then come after me. I didn't expect him to act so swiftly, Goddess reply. There is no need to fret. Even if he changes his appearance, he can't alter the form of his magic. Visualize his magic clearly and transmit the memory to the forest. You will be able to find him, Eusebia added. Is it really possible for me to share my memories? Goddess say. Of Kuros. You were chosen by the goddess. You can do anything with us. Let's think. What was Roman's magic like? What kind of field did it have, and what form did it take? It must be this man, Goddess explained. We saw him. The magic he used was uncanny. Thank you for sharing your memory. Now we will show you ours, Eusebia think. Roman. So he made it all the way into the guard post. What were my instructions to you? To kill the Empress at nightfall. And then, kill myself. Excellent. Your Majesty, the deal is complete. We should depart now, Ropman say. Very well. Then it is time for me to carry out my mission as well. If she isn't here, the deal is off, Guildmaster reply. That was the agreement. What's the rush? Let's see the item first before we talk, Jaxa added. That's him. That's Roman in disguise, Guildmaster shouted. You expect me to show it to you when you haven't held up your end of the agreement? You should have held up your end of the bargain first. We asked for a seed, you asked for a person, Lord Canach endured. We're taking on the greater risk here. I don't know how much longer I should put up with this. Show me the seed first. We'll bring the person you're looking for afterwards, Guildmaster say. Fine. Wait here. The seed is inside. Why don't I assign some of our soldiers to escort you? The night is full of peril. Do as you please, man think. He's making his move. Roman was after the dwarf. Do this. Do that. The demands are endless. What the? What's going on? Get down. Hurry up. I'm about to cast a spell. Guildmaster say. My goodness, she say. Don't worry. He can't get out of that, Roman shouted. Damn it! Why won't this come loose? Let me go at once, Eusebia said. That's a vine. The harder you try to break free, the more tendrils it will sprout, covering the entire ground, she added. It's over, Roman, Guildmaster replied. Roman. The Roman I know is you. The Empire of Fernan, Eusebia added. You know the Empire of Fernan? How could I not know the lunatic of an emperor, he said. Damn it, this means he went ahead with that experiment. He ended up creating a monster. Experiment, he asked. What do you mean? It is exactly as I stated. Procure me a book on necromancy, Guildmaster replied. Reviving a corpse is sheer madness, forbidden sorcery that blatantly defies the ways of the goddess. What if I told you I've already resurrected many corpses? None of them had their mental faculties intact, however, he added. Dwarf, do not presume that I merely seek to control corpses. What I desire is a perfect being, free from the constraints of the goddess you speak of, a life conceived from death. I had never heard such chilling words in my life. I can't even recall how I escaped that place. All I knew was that I had to get out of there, having learned the Emperor's secret. I knew he would not allow me to live, Guildmaster say. I ceased dealing with humans for a long while. It wasn't until news of the imperial family's downfall reached me that I emerged from the forest. Eusebia replied. A life conceived from death. What does that mean? The Emperor's aim was to implant his child into a dead body to produce an heir with the power to disrupt the very principles of nature, Jaxa said. Lies, Guildmaster explained. I am the rightful heir to House Fernan. The last Emperor of Fernan had no consort. If you are the legitimate heir, then who gave birth to you? Success. Success at last. I have created life, man say, silver hair and violet eyes, the true mark of House Fernan. One of the two experiments was a failure, but this one is satisfactory. What shall I do with this one? Cast that filthy crossbreed outside the castle walls. Now, my son, I will turn you into a true god. Truly a joyous occasion. Your name shall echo through the annals of time. You are destined to become this empire's most powerful, unassailable ruler. You will ensure its eternal prosperity. 10 years later, the day of the revolution. It's chaos outside, Your Highness. What's going on out there? Where is father? A rebellion has erupted. His Majesty has perished, Guy replied. Your Highness, you must never reveal the shame of the imperial family. You must end your life now. Shame. Truly a joyous occasion. You are destined to become the ruler of this empire. You will ensure its eternal prosperity. You monster! First, they hailed me as a god. But now I'm a monster all of a sudden? Then, who am I? Man added. Canach, I know. I haven't seen him since that day, but it's him. Our failed experiment. But why is he here? Why is he with the rebels who took what was rightfully ours? The throne should have been mine. I have to dispose of him. I have to take back what belongs to me. Why would I divulge anything about my family to the likes of you? Eusebia replied. You claim to be the legitimate heir, yet you can't even tell me your parents' names. Forget it. Now tell me, where is the agent who was assisting you? Why should I tell you? Lord Canach shouted. Eusebia? She replied. Canach, Lord Canach say. I rushed over after hearing a loud noise. What happened? Are you hurt? Man added. Help me. You're the sole person who can understand me. In return, I'll help you achieve what you want, Jaxa say. Are you telling me to betray my friends? You are fully aware that if he discovers you're the heir to the Fernan dynasty, he would dispose of you to protect himself and the Empress, regardless of your friendship. What do you know? Man replied. If you truly trusted him, you would have discarded this foolish eye patch long ago, wouldn't you? Still, there's no need to worry. I am not like Canach. I will never betray you. After all, we are brothers, Jaxa, Eusebia think. I can sense Roman's magic wavering. What is he looking at? No! Canach, Eusebia say. Your eye. The mark of House Fernan. Is this why you've been helping Roman? Did Canach know about this? No, he probably doesn't, Man replied. From the moment I learned about the Fernan dynasty, I kept my eye hidden, deeming it a source of shame. My deception was pretty effective, wasn't it? Looks like it paid off in the end. I have nothing more to say, Eusebia asked. What will happen to Jaxer? He explained. Upon returning to the palace, he will face interrogation regarding how he met Roman and how they orchestrated this whole affair, though I expect it won't be easy to get answers. Eusebia said. Do you plan to interrogate him yourself? Lord Canach added. I know what you're worried about, but it was my idea to come here to apprehend the traitor. There's no longer any need to be suspicious of anyone, and we managed to resolve things without much bloodshed. What I want to know is, how foolish Canach. When he began to harbor thoughts of betraying me, what drove him to make such a decision? How did we find ourselves in this situation? And so forth. I'm sorry. It seems my greed got you hurt, Eusebia replied. I am alright. I'm not just saying that. I mean it. Right, I had something to show you. Look. All my scars are gone, Lord Canach asked. When did this happen? I only noticed just before getting in the carriage. Is this related to your magical abilities becoming stronger? I'm not sure what's happening to me, Eusebia said. Hold on, sir. I was too preoccupied just now to properly greet you. We managed to apprehend Roman thanks to you. I am truly grateful, Guildmaster replied. I should be the one thanking you. You saved my life. Yes. Now I can see that you truly are the guardian of your generation. Sorry about giving you the wrong seed. We had things we wanted to look into as well, Eusebia added. Then, sir, Guildmaster replied, you can call me Rough. Seems we'll have occasion to see each other from now on. There's a lot going on right now, so let's meet later when things have settled down, she said. Do you not think you are not quite tapping into your full power as the guardian? Perhaps I'm only just starting to use my abilities properly. Come to think of it. He used to get distressed even when I just grazed against thorns. Canach, Lord Canach told her. You really are, Eusebia said. Oh, I'm sorry. You seemed down, so I couldn't help myself. I wasn't thinking anything inappropriate, Lord Canach added. The problem is that I don't want to insist, especially when you're so fragile. Eusebia, Canach, it seems you haven't realized yet just how healthy I am. Will you be convinced if you take a look from up close like this? Lord Canach said. Yes, you're right. Now that I look at you, I can tell. Sometimes, even when we're together like this, I'm struck by the thought that I don't fully know him, not down to his deepest fears. The Guildmaster of Giller Trading Guild was caught trying to kill the Empress again. The Empress personally apprehended him using magic. The recent events have turned their majesties into heroes of the Empire. The nobility's power was already on the decline. Moreover, haven't we established strong ties with Giller Trading Guild? There's no need to worry. Remember, the higher a bird soars in the sky, the more likely it is that even the slightest gust of wind will make it lose its way and plummet to the ground, Eusebia said. The Empire has been in a state of war this whole time? You mean the kind where soldiers are stationed at the castle gates and villages? Lord Canach replied. With the Empresses would be assassin roaming about, sealing the castle gates would not have sufficed. Given the hostile conditions both within and beyond the Empire, transitioning to a state of war was necessary. But we can now breathe a sigh of relief now that you've apprehended Roman. I've sent Oslin ahead to Riadon. By now, he should have lifted the state of war, acting as my proxy, he added. I suppose thanks to this whole affair, your accomplishments will become known far and wide. Accomplishments? Surely you exaggerate. Do you know how many people witnessed your magic that day? Everyone was mightily impressed by how you overturned the ground and saw through the sorcerer's disguise. They hailed you as a hero straight out of legend, and Oslin would not miss an opportunity to demonstrate to the people that you are the rightful Empress. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Empress! Eternal glory to the Empire of the Sun, Eusebia said. Look at that crowd. Lord Canach replied, quite a contrast to how quiet the streets were when you first arrived. I had vowed at the time to welcome you with a grand wedding ceremony, but perhaps you never required my help. You have drawn all these people here. Through your own power, you have made Riadon your realm, Eusebia added. My realm. Apprehending Roman alone won't fend off the dangers threatening the Empire. In order to protect Riadon, my and Canach's realm, I must bring down Dietrich. Jaxa and Roman are both confined in the underground dungeon. Oslin entered. Roman is still unconscious. And as for Jaxa, as you know, he's lived a rough life, and most interrogation methods won't work on him. Lord Canach said. Then I shall participate in the questioning from tomorrow, Aslan replied. Are you sure? What do you mean? Aslan say. Despite outward appearances, you are a sensitive man, your majesty. You're not quick to warm up to people, but once you do, you find it hard to detach yourself, Lord Canach added. I understand now that such inclinations are not conducive to governing an empire, Aslan added. That's good news, at least. Canach, I do not resent you. Jaxa was clearly culpable for this whole ordeal. If I were in your position, I would have made the same choice. Because I have someone I want to protect, too. I don't know if you'll believe me when I say this, but I was genuinely pleased that you had found someone dear to you, Eusebia said happily. Canach, come on in. You're quite late today, Eusebia replied. What is it? Lord Canach say. I was just so moved to be greeted by you upon returning to our chambers. You have been far too busy lately. It can't be helped until this matter is resolved. I've only managed to tear myself away for a brief moment, Lord Canach said. I arranged this meeting with Jaxa because you insisted. But are you sure you will be all right? Of course. This was my idea. Are you hurt? Eusebia replied, I'm fine. Lord Canach added, as you can see, the dungeon is in a state of disrepair. Jaxa likely isn't in the best condition either. I'm not a very merciful person, you see. Not even toward those whom I once held dear. But you have a gentle heart. So if it becomes too much to bear at any point, she told him, Jaxa is a serious criminal who aided someone in spreading the plague. It doesn't matter that it's Jaxa. Our sole duty here is to interrogate the culprit. So put your concerns aside and leave me to him. What an honor it is to have Her Majesty the Empress grace this squalid dungeon with her presence. Canach wouldn't have willingly led you here, I'm sure, he replied, though I suppose bending the Emperor to your will isn't exactly a difficult task for you. Lord Canach say. You little, he asked, am I wrong? Lord Canach added. You've always been that way, wrapping yourself in the Empress's skirts, oblivious to whatever was unfolding in the Empire. People were dying left and right outside the city walls, yet all you cared about was protecting your beloved Empress. Isn't that so? Yet it seems I still considered you a friend, Jaxa replied. Seeing as I left you with enough energy to spout this nonsense, Lord Canach said, I have no intention of keeping the Empress here any longer than necessary. I only sought you out because Roman is still not awake. Now tell me, what were you two plotting? Jaxa shouted. I told you. I don't know anything, Lord Canach say. You committed high treason. Are you truly claiming you were unaware of what you were doing? If you are trying to test my patience, Eusebia added. Canach, Jaxa added, I know nothing about Roman. I do not care who Roman is, Lord Canach say. I just want to verify something. Were you aware that Roman collected the corpses of those who perished from the rigor and conducted experiments on them? Jaxa asked. What do you? Eusebia explained, just as I suspected. Jaxa wrongly assumed that Canach was neglecting his duties because of me, which means that unlike my brother, he has no intention of dismantling the Empire. Then what did he hope to accomplish by aligning with Roman? Could it be, if you genuinely do not know, I'll have no choice but to awaken Roman using magic to interrogate him. I see. Now it's clear to me. Roman means a lot to Jaxa. He's his only vulnerability. I don't know how Jaxa grew close to Roman. Nor do I know why, despite having the eyes of the Fernan dynasty, he ended up as a slave soldier. But what he wants right now is, Eusebia added. I know you want to protect Roman, Jaxa replied. What do you even know? You've lived in the lap of luxury all your life, she explained. I understand more than you think. Because I, too, blindly placed my trust in someone once, and eventually, I learned the truth in the most wretched manner imaginable. Were you aware that Roman was putting a curse on the Fihar River? As you know, our people rely on the waters of the Fihar for sustenance. Even newborns are raised drinking from it. If we don't stop Roman now, all of Riadon will, Jaxa shouted. What proof do you have? You have nothing. So how do you expect me to believe you? She replied. If it's evidence you want, I will bring it to you. But Jaxa, no matter how deeply you trust him, Roman's guilt won't simply vanish. No matter how deeply you trust him, Roman's guilt won't simply vanish. He will never truly value you, Eusebia added. I hope you will stop deceiving yourself and spare yourself from more pain, he explained. The forest that belongs to the Gilead Trading Guild. Roman frequented those woods, so there's a chance it contains something of interest. If you really plan to look for evidence, I suggest you pay a visit to that forest. Lord Canach added. I've deployed troops around the forest. It's larger than I anticipated. Eusebia replied. Still, it shouldn't take long to find the proof. If it's hidden somewhere within this forest, I will discover it. Eusebia say. What could Roman have hidden so deep within the forest? We managed to navigate here without getting lost, thanks to the forest guiding us. However, the messages from the trees have grown fainter and less stable. It's as if the entire forest is in disarray, as though they're afraid of something. At least the soldiers have been following along without complaint, a clear indication that the state of affairs in the Empire is favorably disposed toward me. Eusebia added. One moment, Canach. Let me use magic to check which way we should go, I said. All right, Lord Canach replied. Then please, place your feet on me as you dismount. Everyone's watching, Canach remarked. And what of it? This wouldn't be the first time. I'm certain they're used to it by now, she say. Canach, thank you so much. Of course, Eusebia replied. Then please wait here for a moment. I will ask the trees if there's anything suspicious around here. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Eusebia? I called out. Aslan shouted. The spirits of the trees are all torn apart. I can't communicate with them. Are you all right, Your Majesty? She replied. There's something over there. As we approached, an overwhelming rotten stench filled the air. Lord Canach asked. What on earth is this place? I asked. Do you think he was conducting experiments here this whole time? Canach questioned, inspecting the area. What's in this sack? I wondered aloud, before recoiling. Eusebia, say. What's wrong? Lord Canach replied. Avert your eyes, Eusebia. These are corpses of elves with their hearts removed. Aslan added. Roman, that man. I can't believe he went so far as to experiment on non-human races, she explained. Ruff mentioned frequent attacks on the elves lately. Canach added grimly. Roman may have had something to do with that as well. All around were books about alchemy. One of them contained Roman's notes. After leaving the palace, I killed the guild master of Gilead Trading Guild and accumulated funds, Eusebia added. Using the magical tools I created myself, I engaged in trade with non-human races. After discovering the location of the elves' habitat, I began to hunt them, and I met him again. Jaxa. He was born from the same mother as me, but because he lacked silver hair and red eyes, he was discarded as a failure. With the collapse of the Fernan dynasty, I, too, am a monster, no different from him. He was deeply shocked when I revealed the truth of his birth, yet he couldn't tear himself away from me. You went so far as to join a revolution in search of a place to belong. You thought that by setting the empire right and ascending to its zenith, you could escape the clutches of loneliness. But look at you now. Everyone else has found someone to replace you, but you need someone in this world who will be with you until the very end, don't you? Jaxa entered. Are you saying you'll be that person for me? Jaxa asked. Man replied. Of course. We are brothers after all. After much persuasion, Jaxa finally chose Roman. However, Roman's plans were far darker than Jaxa imagined. Let's stop now. There's no need to kill the Empress. Jaxa pleaded. What's this, Jaxa? Feeling a bit hesitant now, are you? What a weakling. It's all right. As your brother, I will always be by your side. Once the Empress is dead and the experiment bears fruit, I won't have any use for a worthless failure like you anyway, Jaxa added. I'll get rid of you when that time comes. Since you used to be a soldier, dying during an enemy ambush might even be considered an honorable way to go. Back in the present, I ordered. Keep the corpses covered so they can't be seen. Aslan said we'll transport them to the palace like this. The weight of the revelation hit me. Lord Canach replied. If I had remained oblivious to what was going on, I would have ended up losing you, and Jaxa would have met his end in battle. It scares me to think that I could have lost people precious to me like that. Eusebia say. Canach, I said firmly. Roman planned all this with the backing of my brother. Dietrich is responsible for this calamity, too. He and Roman must be stopped to prevent innocent people from suffering further, even if that means killing my own brother, Guildmaster added. It's the dark elf who went missing a while back. I was hoping he was alive and well somewhere. Eusebia say I initially planned to hold a funeral for them at the palace, but the Emperor suggested it would be best for family or acquaintances to take the bodies. He said they would probably prefer that, even if it's painful, he replied. Indeed. Thank you, Eusebia. Say, let me give you this as well, he asked. What is it? Eusebia explained. Roman's records of the experiments he conducted on the bodies of elves. It won't be easy to stomach, but I thought it'd be more helpful for you to know the truth. I resumed some of the experiments that Father performed on me. The goal was to induce a surge of magic to surpass human limitations and forge new powers. However, injecting this spell into anyone but myself results in their swift demise. Perhaps I need a new race of humans that possess bodies like mine. Realizing I needed more funds and power to continue my research, I made contact with Prince Dietrich in the north. Dietrich Catterall added, a new race of humans. An intriguing idea. I shall offer you assistance, Prince Dietrich said. He displayed interest even in the experiments that ended in failure. If you wield your weapon wisely, it won't be so difficult to conquer the continent, triggering a surge of magic that leads to symptoms of paralysis and death. Now, that's a formidable curse. What if we were to spread this curse throughout the empire, causing death and mayhem everywhere? If we develop an antidote later, we'd stand to profit handsomely from it, and find it even easier to rule. An excellent suggestion. However, to make it happen, we will need very subtle control over magic. I'm certain there was a disease endemic to the Dark Elves in which magic was amplified. I should take apart their hearts to develop a potion. All the preparations are complete. I went to the Fihar River to spread the curse. No, the rigor. I will finally reclaim my rightful place. If I succeed in using the elf corpses I obtained from this affair to create a new race of humans, then. New race of humans? What the hell is he talking about? Someone exclaimed. Eusebia say, please calm down. If only I hadn't ignored the rigor, thinking it was for the humans to deal with. No. I should have done something, anything, instead of fleeing from the former emperor back then. Guildmaster replied, it's too late for regrets. You're trying to invent a cure for the rigor, aren't you? The seeds of the Dark Elves won't be enough for the potion. I shall bring you elfin crystals, which can stabilize magic, Eusebia added. But Ruff, he replied, I can't help but think that meeting you was the final salvation granted to us by the goddess. Jaxa said, a new race of humans. Roman wanted to create humans with bodies like his own. How could he even consider such an absurd act? Eusebia in her imagination, creating powerful bodies by artificially amplifying magic. It sounds plausible enough at first. Given that Roman's magic did actually intensify through experimentation, it's understandable why he believed that. But did Dietrich genuinely believe Roman's claim that creating a new race would help him overthrow the empire? Dietrich suffered a bitter defeat in my past life. That means Roman's experiment ultimately failed. Jaxa's been following someone driven by impossible ambitions all along. Jaxa added, Roman never told me what experiments he was conducting. Despite that, I trusted him till the very end because I hoped that if he could just fix the empire, which was being ravaged by the rigor, then perhaps our existence wouldn't be so dreadful, that perhaps my life, which even I didn't value, would finally mean something. Thinking back, perhaps my decision to join the rebellion wasn't born out of lofty ideals but my own ambitions. Roman used his wealth from running the guild to align himself with the empire's high-ranking nobles. Tracking them will allow you to take down the rebellion, Lord Canach said. High-ranking nobles? You know who they are, Jaxa replied. I don't know everything, but I can tell you who's at the center of it all. Duke Hale. He is leading the rebellion, so Duke Hale is involved. I thought I smelled a rat, Lord Canach say. The problem is, Jaxa doesn't know all that much. Without evidence, we can't question the Duke. We'll need to wait for Roman to wake up before we can interrogate him again, Eusebia replied him. So Jaxa really was blindly following him without knowing anything. Roman was the only family he'd ever had. He wouldn't have wanted to doubt him. Ultimately, those feelings led Jaxa to make poor choices, which I find a bit sad, she added. Maybe it's because I've led a similar life, but Jaxa's failures hit really close to home. I can't help but shake this fear that if luck hadn't been on my side like it is now, I might have met a miserable end as well. Given that life is an unending series of choices, Lord Canach asked, how can one live without ever experiencing regret or fear? And yet, when I think about the fact that I'm with you now, it feels like everything is going to be alright. No matter the choices I've made in the past or will make in the future, I will always be with you. That thought fills me with the courage to overcome anything. It's all thanks to you. Eusebia think, he's right. This is where I am now. Whatever path I may choose in the future, there will always be someone by my side. Romans say, Canach? Why has he suddenly declared war on us? Where did you hear those false rumors? Are you trying to stir up trouble, Prince Dietrich? Dietrich reply, I am not just the prince. I am also the regent of the king of Archaea. My authority was rightfully granted. How dare you question my words, Man added, but I did not hear anything about the emperor declaring war. What proof do you have? The current empress is Eusebia Catarrh, the first princess of Archaea and the guardian of the north. Canach not only took her to Riadon against her will but also left her vulnerable to all kinds of danger. Eusebia was recently the target of an attempted assassination, yet they failed to even capture the true culprit. And look at this, these are leaflets circulating on the streets of Riadon. The Empress learned the wicked ways of black magic, and conspired with the non-human races to spread the rigor? With the Emperor being of slave origin, it's unsurprising that the Empire is experiencing internal and external instability. He clearly aims to consolidate his power by directing the anger of the imperial citizens toward Eusebia. A voice came from Shadow. The Guardian is the hero of the North. Treating her in this manner is tantamount to declaring the entire North as adversaries, is it not? How could they insult us like this? Those ignorant bastards in the South have no inkling of how lofty a figure the Guardian is. These northern nobles truly are fierce defenders of their honor. How convenient that they're so foolish. Dietrich reply, I have held back until now for the sake of Eusebia and her desire to preserve peace in the north. But I can no longer stand idly by as the empire wreaks havoc in the north. Once all the forces of the north unite, even Riadon won't be able to withstand our might. Let us drive them out. Our time has come. Roman may have been captured, but the new race of humans he created remains. Victory will be mine once I find their whereabouts. Did you hear? You know how several carts entered the imperial palace recently? Yes, what about them? Well, my friend who works in the palace said those carts were full of human corpses. Their bodies were all stiff, like they died from the rigor. Why would they bring such dreadful things into the palace? Could that be why the rigor has been spreading within the empire? Her Majesty is a sorceress. Perhaps the rigor is her doing. I arranged for someone to distribute leaflets all over the capital, just as you instructed. Everyone is talking about the Empress. Excellent. But from what I hear, Roman is being held in prison. Is that true? Pathetic fool. Now's not the time to be worrying about Roman. I'll reward your efforts in due time, so just focus on the task at hand. Talk later. Yes, Your Highness, the audacity of the young ones these days. I can't believe he's willing to use his own sister as bait to incite war. He's not to be trifled with. With the power you possess, you could easily have taken over not only the empire but the entire continent as well. Dietrich asked, why did you seek me out? Man reply, because I need a strategy, Your Highness. I'm ashamed to admit I've been treated like the Emperor's bastard child my whole life, which I spent in prison. I never learned how to become a ruler. I was certain that Your Highness would be able to help, with your experience ruling over Archaea, Dietrich said. It's only fair that I provide you with guidance in exchange for what you've done for me. How to manipulate the ignorant masses, sow discord, and incite chaos. How to devastate people's lives and exploit their rage to create a common adversary. When the imperial citizens want a scapegoat, and the emperor allows himself to be swayed, the pretext for the war you seek will come to fruition. Man added, I knew I'd come to the right person. Roman. He had potential. Hard to believe how quickly he was apprehended. Dietrich replied, at least I made alternate plans in advance. Given the adoration the imperial citizens once bestowed upon you, their sense of betrayal and ensuing rage will be truly frightening to behold. What will you do when the subjects you held dear aim their swords at you? Eusebia said. What on earth are you saying? I'm the one who spread the rigor? Aslan replied. It is only a rumor, but considering that it pertains to the rigor, it should be treated with utmost seriousness. With witnesses claiming they saw you collecting the bodies of elves, the situation has become rather complicated, Lord Canach shouted. How dare they make such baseless accusations? Find the instigator immediately and, Eusebia requested. No, Canach. That will only lead to greater backlash. I have a plan. The imperial banner billowed in the wind, catching the crowd's attention. Whispers spread like wildfire. Isn't that the imperial banner? Are those people from the palace? One onlooker asked. Do you reckon Her Majesty the Empress might make an appearance? She said, considering the country's been in turmoil due to the rigor. I doubt she would personally come all the way here. Another replied skeptically. She added, but everyone's been saying that she may be responsible for the spread of the disease. Shouldn't she come here and provide an explanation, regardless of whether that's true? Man reply. That's a bit harsh, don't you think? Before the debate could continue, someone shouted. Look! Look over there! It's the Empress! Eusebia Canach Riadon, the Empress of Riadon, emerged from her carriage with quiet dignity. The weight of countless eyes bore down on her, but she held her composure. Looking around, she noted the severity of the situation. Many people showed signs of extreme paralysis, their conditions worsened by the lack of accessible medicine after Roman's disappearance. Taking a deep breath, Eusebia addressed the crowd. My dear subjects, I am Eusebia Canach Riadon, Empress of Riadon. I am aware that many of you are suffering due to the spread of the rigor within the capital. As your Empress, I carried profound regret for not addressing your suffering sooner. Her voice carried across the square, steady and clear. We have treated the rigor as an epidemic thus far, but an investigation into its origins has yielded unforeseen revelations. It is my intention to disclose these findings to you now. With a nod, Eusebia signaled her attendant. She said, Aslan, yes, your majesty. Aslan replied, stepping forward. It has come to light that the rigor is not an infectious disease, but rather a poison concocted by malevolent forces seeking to undermine the empire. Aslan added, the individual responsible for disseminating this poison is none other than Roman, the master of the Gilead Trading Guild. He attempted to sow chaos within the empire by contaminating the river with poison. However, he has been apprehended and now awaits trial for his crimes. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The river's been poisoned? A mother cried. That means I've been feeding my child poison all this time. What was the imperial court doing while all this was going on? Another person demanded angrily. Please show some respect. Man interjected, his voice firm. Step away and listen. Eusebia raised her hand to calm the crowd. Roman tainted the Fihar River with a poison infused with magic. Though it has taken time, we have successfully devised a method to create an antidote. The drug sold by the Gilead Trading Guild merely alleviated the symptoms. It was no cure. However, the new drug we've developed should completely purge your bodies of the poison. A woman stepped forward hesitantly, holding a paralyzed child in her arms. May I see your child for a moment? It won't take long. Eusebia asked gently. The woman nodded, her voice trembling. Thank you. Eusebia administered a small dose of the antidote, and moments later, the child stirred. Mommy! The child murmured, moving his arms for the first time in weeks. Gasps of astonishment turned into cheers of relief. The mother wept, holding her son close. Eusebia smiled softly. With consistent consumption of this antidote, even those in critical condition can expect to recover within a year. We will accelerate its production and distribute it for free throughout the empire. In the interim, we will provide the drug previously sold by the Gilead Trading Guild to alleviate your symptoms. The crowd erupted in cheers. Long live the Empress! They chanted. As the Empress retreated to her carriage, she sighed in relief. I'm glad that didn't make matters worse, she said to Aslan. That's because everyone could feel how sincere you were, he replied with a rare smile. You were amazing, your majesty. Eusebia's smile faded as her expression turned serious. Now, I'm afraid I must relay some troubling news. Aslan stiffened. What is it, your majesty? A spy dispatched to the north has reported movements of small-scale forces, not only in RKA but also within some of the smaller northern kingdoms. Just under 10,000 troops, if they began mobilizing as soon as the rumors spread. Aslan's voice trailed off. Dietrich is behind this, isn't he? Eusebia nodded. It's clear. However, it seems it never occurred to him that the tactics he used against me can be used against him. Just as he planted spies within Riadon to monitor me, I've deployed agents to the north to keep a vigilant watch through the forests. I can see the cards in his hands too. Aslan regarded her carefully. What do you plan to do? Darkness had begun to fall, casting long shadows across the square. It's too dangerous for you to go alone, Your Majesty. Surely you'll permit a knight to escort you, Canach! Eusebia exclaimed, startled to see him. What are you doing here? What about your duties? Lord Canach replied. I've already said I'm going on official business to investigate the movements of the northern armies. Since you've chosen to stand and fight, I intend to remain by your side and lend my support until the end. I want to stay with you, no matter what happens. Eusebia paused, her heart swelling with emotion. Yes. Whatever may come of this decision, it's all right. As he said, I will never forget that I am here now. Let us go together, Canach. Your Majesties. Aslan burst into the room, bowing deeply. My apologies for intruding at this late hour, but we've just received a message from the reconnaissance unit deployed to the kingdom of Sterndal. Eusebia and Aslan exchanged a glance as the messenger continued. They say that a coalition force has formed in the north, and some of those forces are headed directly toward this manor. It's true, another guard added, stepping forward. Soldiers are approaching at full speed. Their numbers are not large, just a few thousand. She added, that's why they're able to move so swiftly. Lord Canach straightened, his expression hardening. If they're only a few thousand, they'll be obliterated before they can breach our gates. Does Dietrich have any troops besides Romans? No, she replied. Dietrich didn't have anyone helping him besides Roman. Eusebia frowned. Is it possible he's placed another agent here? Eusebia shook his head. No, that can't be. The moment Roman was captured, Dietrich lost all influence in the empire. Besides, the majority of regular soldiers and low-ranking officials were apprehended following Jaxus' revelations, and Baron Edwin is on the run. He won't be of much help either. Then what? Eusebia asked quietly. Could possibly be giving him the confidence to do this? Moments later, a shadowed figure entered the room. You're here, Baron Edwin muttered. I didn't think you'd come, the figure smiled coldly. You, Baron Edwin's voice sharpened. What the hell did you do to me? The intruder chuckled, their voice laced with venom. What do you mean? Didn't you realize the moment you woke up that I cast a brainwashing spell on you? If it weren't for the magic inhibitor, I could have continued manipulating your mind. What a pity. You proved quite useful to me, you see, my dear Duke. You... Baron Edwin's fists clenched in rage. I'm sure you saw the moment you awoke how much things around you had changed. The figure continued smoothly. You hid me on your estate, emerged as the central figure of the rebellion, and even incited the nobles to revolt. There's no turning back now. That's why you've come to see me, isn't it? You must be at a loss as to how to deal with my troops. Baron Edwin's voice was tight with fury. Yes, about that. Those ghouls you hid in my mine. What am I supposed to do with them? The figure's smirk deepened. Ghouls? They're your last hope, your lifeline, my dear Duke. There is a plan, Prince Dietrich, and I intended to set in motion as a last resort in a situation like this. Dig the ground beneath the rose bushes in the garden of your estate. If you've found the right bush, you'll find a marble buried there. That's the sole key to awakening the soldiers. You must find it quickly before the Emperor and Empress send someone to tell you. Before Baron Edwin could respond, a booming voice echoed from outside the gates. An eternity has passed since we last laid eyes upon each other, dear sister. Eusebia froze, her blood running cold. What in the world? The voice came again, rich with mockery. Surely you won't keep the gates closed to your own brother? That pains me, Eusebia. Another figure stepped forward, dragging a familiar face into the torchlight. Look, the voice continued. I've even brought Xander, whom you've been longing to see. Bia! Xander cried out, his voice trembling. Eusebia stared in disbelief as the man at the gates smiled triumphantly. Now, sister, what will you do? Roman, that son of a witch. Who does he think he is, ordering me around like this? If only I hadn't fallen for his trickery. How revolting. Should I really be waking those things up? Does he seriously consider these monsters as his soldiers? But with those numbers, they could feasibly challenge the Emperor. No, the Empire itself. If that's the case, what if I just take them for myself? Given how he used me for his own agenda, I might as well use his soldiers too. What the why is it doing that? Huh? Why are you coming toward me? I am your master. You must obey me, Xander added. Bia, I'm here. You're not hurt anywhere, are you? Please come down here. Come back to RKA with us, Eusebia think. No. This is a trap. Dietrich is using Xander to lure me out, Dietrich explained. He's right, Eusebia. We're not trying to hurt you. We've come to save you from the Emperor. You must trust us. How absurd. I can't go out there. I can't let Dietrich manipulate me, Xander said. Bia. I'm sorry. I had no idea of the suffering you endured here in Riadon. But I'll protect you now, just as you protected RKA. So please come with us, Lord Canach replied. You mustn't let them sway you. In a war without a justifiable reason, the side that attacks first puts itself at a disadvantage. Please wait until they make a move, Eusebia say. I know that. But it seems like Xander is quite oblivious to what's really going on. I am furious that Dietrich would drag that innocent child to the battlefield to fulfill his own ambitions. If Xander were to die, it would be because of me, Lord Canach added. No, it wouldn't. You are here to save your brother. You mustn't forget that. You are here to end this war, Eusebia replied him. Thank you, Canach. I think I know what I need to do now. Dietrich, will Eusebia really be able to get away from the Emperor? Xander replied, what if that scoundrel tries to keep her locked up? Dietrich say, we've brought the coalition force with us. Even the Emperor won't be able to ignore our demands. Eusebia will come out, Dietrich think. There you are, Eusebia, Eusebia thought. Dietrich is using Xander to pressure me. If I hadn't come out, he would have used it as an excuse to attack, claiming I had ignored their attempts at dialogue. And if I did come out, he planned to either have me killed or dragged away. But Dietrich doesn't know how powerful I've grown. Whatever he's thinking, he won't be able to bring me down so easily, Dietrich added. I wasn't expecting the Emperor to accompany you, she replied. Of course he must when the man who dares to falsely accuse me of crimes and attempt my assassination is here, Xander shouted. What do you mean by that? Dietrich told me the Emperor slandered the Empress and allowed their subjects to besmirch her name. Such shallow lies were bound to unravel the moment they entered the Empire. What were you hoping to achieve by forming this coalition force? Xander asked. What do you mean? What did I hope to achieve? Dietrich replied, I thought you'd grown quite clever. But I see that you are still a naive little girl, Eusebia. The troops and Xander proved their worth if they managed to distract you even for a moment, Eusebia shouted. Xander, Dietrich added, thank you for coming out here, Eusebia. In return, I shall show you a truly magnificent spectacle, she surprised. What in the world, What the hell is that? Dietrich say. One where the new race of humans brings about the downfall of the Empire. Help, Aslan say. Defend the walls, everyone. We have to stop those things from getting in. Stay away from me. What are these things? Help, Lord Canach replied. Eusebia. Stick close to me. This is the new race of humans? Is this what you were trying to make with Roman? Dietrich say. So that fool divulged everything about the experiments, too. Roman called these monsters the new race of humans, but I had a different opinion. How could half-dead creatures that had been resurrected become human? Still, I thought I could make good use of their powerful will to live. Opening the gates was a fatal mistake, Eusebia. The Empire will slowly fall into my hands, starting with this fortress, Eusebia replied. At this rate, they'll annihilate your army too. You must stop this before it's too late, he added. I only brought the coalition forces here to deceive you. They've served their use. If you want to negotiate, you'll need to offer me something worthwhile. You can't just give orders and expect me to comply. Dietrich say. Now Eusebia. Here's what I propose. I'll switch you for Xander. There's no need to be afraid. All I want is to have a calm, one-on-one conversation with you. Bia, Eusebia, Canach, Eusebia added. Once he hands Xander over, please return to the fortress at once. The soldiers there need you, Lord Canach say. I can't do that. How can I leave you here? She replied. Remember how you told me I came here to end the war? Soon those words will come true. I promise to return, just to make that happen. Until then, you must defend Riadon, Lord Canach said. You promised to return. You have to keep that promise, she added. Yes. I promise. Hand Xander over first. Xander, Xander shouted. Bia, no! I'll go back to Dietrich, so please, she replied. It's all right, Xander. I'll return soon. Don't worry, Xander shouted. You see Bia, you'll be safe with His Majesty, Xander. I'll be with you soon, so run, Lord Canach added. What a truly touching sibling bond you have. How could you do that to Zan? Everything would have gone smoothly if it hadn't been for you. Why did you have to get in the way? It looks like you'll have to die here after all. It hurts. I'm scared. He might whip me. I have to beg for forgiveness. If I don't, but I'm not scared at all now, Dietrich say. What are you muttering about, arrogant brat? Be grateful that, as your brother, I'll end your life with a single, merciful stroke, she told him. You haven't changed one bit, Dietrich. Do you remember how you used to scold me and Xander when we were children? There was a time when I believed you were making sacrifices to protect us. Born as an inept guardian, I thought you had to protect me and RKA. But now I see that you were just a weak and foolish man, only capable of preying on the vulnerable. Dietrich became furious. You don't expect to meet a peaceful end, Eusebia replied. Look. Even now you willingly walked into my hands, Dietrich said. What is the meaning of this, Eusebia? Let me go at once. Aya, Dietrich say. Release me. What are you playing at, Eusebia? Do you think killing me will get rid of the ghouls? Eusebia added. Kill you? Dietrich, you and I are different. All I intend to do is destroy the pendant that's controlling the ghouls, Dietrich replied. No! Don't touch that. Damn it! How did you know? How did I know? You told me yourself. Don't you remember? You call this a necklace? I see you have yet to develop a discerning eye, Eusebia. I don't think you realize this, Dietrich, Eusebia say, but I've become far more perceptive than before. Don't you think? He shouted. Please, Eusebia. I'll make those creatures stop if you just give that back to me. No, destroying the pendant broke the spell, but it'll take some time before the ghouls fully lose their power and vanish, Dietrich added. You fool! We'll all die before the ghouls even disappear. We'll descend to hell together. Not a bad way to meet my end, I'd say. You promised to return. You have to keep that promise. I have to keep my promise, Eusebia shouted. Canach? Lord Canach explained. All troops, maintain formation. Those things are gradually disappearing. We just need to buy ourselves time, integrate the Northern Coalition forces into the formation to ensure their protection, and advance together. Instruct the Coalition forces to stick to the Imperial Army for protection, Xander say. Right away, Eusebia said. Canach, I'm so glad you're all right. I'm sorry. I managed to destroy the pendant, but after that, Lord Canach added, you did well, Eusebia. The soldiers have formed ranks and are driving the ghouls into a single location. We'll try to buy time until they disappear completely, Eusebia say, but if any casualties occur before this ends, Aslin reply. Her power is truly unbelievable, even as I witness it with my own eyes. She split the ground and swept the ghouls into the abyss, Xander said. Bia, it was thanks to you that the coalition forces were able to resolve the situation without suffering significant damage. You said there were no casualties among the Imperial Army, right? Yes, I'm relieved it didn't turn out worse. If we hadn't fallen for Dietrich's tricks in the first place, none of this would have happened. I informed the coalition forces that Dietrich orchestrated this whole affair. Since everyone holds the Northern Coalition forces responsible for the war, we will do our best to restore the damage, Eusebia told him. Xander, don't blame yourself. None of this was your fault, Xander added. Bia, if I hadn't been fool enough to believe Dietrich, it's not wrong to trust someone. I hope this hasn't made you wary of trusting others. Building trust fosters a precious connection with that person. One day, they'll give you the strength to overcome hardships that life throws your way. Those who trust no one eventually suffer a miserable defeat, Eusebia asked. You're awake. I've come because there's something I want to discuss, he shouted. You! How dare you! You're siding with those savages to attack your own country. If father finds out about this, she replied, he already knows. Xander went ahead to RKA to report on recent events while you were asleep, Dietrich say. What do you mean? Eusebia added. Dietrich. You've been branded a war criminal, and you will face appropriate punishment. Your status as regent and crown prince has been revoked. Xander will now assume the role of regent of RKA, he replied. Lies, this is all you're doing, isn't it? You conspired with Xander to frame me. There's no other explanation for why father would forsake me. I've done nothing wrong, Eusebia said. You're innocent, you say? You spread lies to incite the lords of the north and instigate a war. As if that weren't enough, you joined forces with Roman to spread a curse throughout the empire. Do you know how many people have suffered because of your hunger for power? Dietrich replied. I wasn't hungry for power. Everything I did was for the sake of our kingdom. While everyone else was mesmerized by the power of the Guardian and neglected Arcea's defense, I alone was thinking about the kingdom's future. That's all there is to it, Eusebia added. How could you say such a thing? You dare claim it was all for Arcea's sake? Are you suggesting you orchestrated all this for the kingdom's future? Yes. Then why did you do that to me? You claimed to care about RKA, yet you disregarded the Guardian's power that I possess and handed me over to the Empire in a political marriage. Was that really so upsetting? Eusebia said to him. You could have asked me to help Dietrich. You could have asked me to lend my strength so we could protect RKA together. If you had, I would have agreed in a heartbeat, Dietrich replied. Eusebia. If I'd done that, you would have killed me and taken over the imperial throne. The RKA you and I dream of are not the same. Isn't that why you have me in chains now? And yet you still harbor the delusion that we could have worked together, he added. Why did the Arjun choose someone as useless as you to be the Guardian? With you as the Guardian, it was inevitable that we would end up like this. If I had been the Guardian instead, things would have been better then. Why are you laughing? She said. I highly doubt that, Dietrich. I'll say this one last time. You're wrong. You schemed all of this solely for power. So, even if you had become the Guardian, you would still have been defeated just as miserably as you are now, Dietrich explained. You little, Eusebia added. I suggest you don't try to move around too much. It seems you haven't realized yet, but the ghouls completely destroyed your lower body. You might recover to some extent, but you'll never have the use of your legs again, he shouted. What? You're lying to me, aren't you? She said. I'm afraid not. Why don't you check for yourself? Dietrich replied. Wait. If you leave me here, don't go, Eusebia, Eusebia told him. There was a time when I trusted you no matter what you did. But in the end, you betrayed me, and I ended up dead. Those memories are still vivid in my mind, he asked. What the devil are you talking about? Eusebia replied. This time, I'll be the one to abandon you. Enjoy the rest of your life, Dietrich. No. Eusebia, she added, that took a lot of courage. To be honest, I thought you'd come to blame me. I thought you'd say that no matter how hard I tried, I'd eventually make the same mistakes as before and ruin everything. And that I was doomed to fail. But the truth is that I hadn't been able to forgive myself from my past life. But now I see that then, as now, I made the best choices I could. So, none of this is our fault, Eusebia. I'm sorry I wasn't able to tell you that sooner. It's alright. Everything is fine now, Dietrich said. My legs. Have I really lost everything? Am I really nothing now? She replied. Dietrich. I'll be the one to abandon you this time, he shouted. No! No! While being transported, Dietrich stabbed himself in the heart with a dagger he'd concealed, but he couldn't inflict a fatal wound with his injured arm. In the end, he returned to RKA having lost all his power, which was his greatest fear, and all hail the son of Riadon. I returned to the imperial capital with Canach. Long live the Empress! Long live the Empress, Aslan said. What a splendid victory procession! When you came in riding side by side, I started tearing up, she said. Thank you, Aslan. I wasn't expecting such a warm welcome, considering it was RKA that was to blame for starting the war, Lord Canach replied. But it was thanks to you that there wasn't even one casualty. And thanks to the cure for the rigor that you created, which is now being distributed across the empire, you've been garnering more and more supporters, Aslan added. Some are calling this conflict the White Battle since it drew out the enemy's white flag without significant damage. They say it was all thanks to the presence of Her Majesty the Empress, the representative of the goddess, Eusebia say. Calling me that is a bit much, don't you think? Aslan replied. Is it? As someone who experienced your majesty's grace firsthand, I don't think it's that much of an exaggeration, Lord Aslan added. Anyway, there's still tons left to do. You have yet to determine Roman and Jaxor's punishments, and the nobles who conspired with the Gilead Trading Guild need to be tracked down. And then there's the cleanup of the Fihar River. You should ask the temple for help with that. If things get tricky, you might even need help from the non-human races. I'll contact the dwarf, Ruff, just in case. But for today you should rest, she surprised. What? You only just returned to the palace. I should have said this earlier, but welcome back, your majesties, Eusebia added. When Aslan said the word return earlier, I felt strangely emotional. I've thought of Riadon as my home for a long time, but hearing it confirmed by someone else felt different. I realized I had a place to come back to now. Lord Canach replied, this land was meant for you from the moment it was named Riadon. Don't feel strange about calling this place your home. I'll be back, Eusebia. Long time no see, Jaxor replied. Why are you spending the night here with me instead of with Her Majesty? Lord Canach added. So you still have the energy to jest, Jaxor say. I know my days are numbered. Might as well say what I like before I go. That way, even if I die at the hands of a friend, I'll have no regrets. So, is today the day I finally die? Lord Canach told him. Dietrich lost the war. The pendant Roman gave him has also been destroyed. All your efforts were in vain. Roman will be executed in a few days. However, I intend to cover up your involvement in the rebellion, Jaxor say. Why? Lord Canach added. It wouldn't do either of us any good for your name to go down in history as a traitor. Aslan agreed, and if you wish, we can settle this by simply banishing you from the palace. I will wipe away your past identity and give you the opportunity to begin anew, Jaxor replied. Don't be absurd. You'll give me a chance at a new life? I am a filthy bastard child of the Fernan dynasty. I was doomed from birth, so what good is that now? Do you intend to insult me right up until the end, Canach? Lord Canach say. You said if Roman seized control of the empire, you, his brother, wouldn't have your birthright denied, Jaxor replied. Why do you bring that up? Lord Canach explained. But you already chose me once. You chose me and Aslan and helped countless slaves achieve freedom. That alone made your life worthwhile. Your bloodline doesn't matter because you are my brother. I'm sorry it took so long for me to say this. It's time to live your life now. Forget House Fernan and your time as a slave soldier, Jaxor said. Canach, will you kill me here? Go ahead. We'd just be ending things our way. I've already lost an arm. To resent you or my life. What a relief. I can finally rest. Ca. Knock for being my brother, till the very end. Thank you, a voice raised. Kill him. Off with his head, he think. How dare they? Do they know who I am? I am the sovereign of the new empire. No one can treat me with disrespect, someone said. Look how terrible he looks. I shudder to think what he would have done had Her Majesty the Empress not stopped him. Off with his head. Off with his head, he added. Eusebia. If it hadn't been for you, I would have, Guy said. Those are the rebels who plotted treason. Arrest them all, regardless of their status. Lady shouted, release me at once. How dare you? Do you know who I am? Let go of me. Aslan entered. Thanks to RKA's sending over Dietrich's records, we were able to capture all the rebel forces within the empire. Baron Edwin was captured while fleeing through a nearby forest, while Duke Hale was found dead in a mithril mine owned by his estate. Eusebia replied. The war may be over, but there's still so much to do. We need to fully neutralize Roman's curse on the Fihar River and check up on the residents living nearby. Having 3 bodies wouldn't be enough to handle everything these days, he added. My apologies for adding to your burdens further, your majesty, but Regent Xander of RKA sent this. Could it be? Lord Canach entered and say. Eusebia. Canach, she replied. I heard you received a letter from RKA. What did it say? Lord Canach imagination raised. Dietrich. Dietrich is dead. He became severely ill from a self-inflicted wound and died before he could receive treatment. She said the whole time I was reading the letter, I felt neither happy nor sad. Is something wrong with me? Lord Canach added. Eusebia. It's not easy losing a family member, but you're handling it well. Keep soothing your heart so Dietrich can't affect you anymore. There's nothing wrong with you. You're simply trying to leave the past behind. You've chosen to live for tomorrow. I refuse to look back. I have no more nightmares or illusions. I've chosen a future I've never seen before. She's surprised. What? You're entrusting me with overseeing the Ministry of Disaster Relief? Ministry of Disaster Relief, the institution that provides aid in the form of money or grain to those affected by disasters or poverty, he added. I know it's a rather sudden proposal, but I'm confident you'll do a splendid job. Did you not recently propose several welfare measures for our subjects? Eusebius say it's a tempting suggestion. However, I'm afraid government officials may not take kindly to my personal involvement in state affairs. Lord Canach replied. It was actually the officials of the Ministry of Disaster Relief who recommended you. They were impressed by your welfare proposals, and the senior official who previously oversaw the ministry resigned, so they expressed a desire to seek your counsel, he added. This is Riadon, Eusebia. What matters here is not lineage or social status, but one's competence. I believe you will be able to provide the help our people need. Aslan entered. My apologies for interrupting your meal, Your Majesty, but there is an urgent matter that requires your attention, he asked. What is it? Aslan replied. Why don't we discuss this somewhere else? Lord Canach say. I'm sorry, Eusebia. I'll have to leave first, she said. That's all right. Go ahead and attend to your business. He's so busy these days that we haven't had a proper meal together. He thinks I'll be able to help. What kind of help can I offer? Eusebia added. Thank you all for gathering here today. From today onward, I will be taking on the role of overseeing disaster relief. I appreciate the confidence you've placed in me, but I must confess that I am ignorant about the governmental system. You are all distinguished individuals who have successfully passed the imperial examinations. Therefore, I ask for your assistance. It is my hope that you will share your honest opinions with me so that together, we can ensure the empire's continued stability, he replied. Yes, Your Majesty, Eusebia say. Excellent. Let us start with the first item on the agenda, he said. Your Majesty, she say again reply. What is it? Has the investigation of the Fihar River concluded? Man reply. No, not quite. The Mage's Tower and Temple have asked for an audience with you, she think. Both the Mage's Tower and the Temple? What could they possibly want? Thank you for taking the time to meet with me, Your Majesty, she added. No, it is my pleasure to meet with the guardians of the Mage's Tower and the Temple. So, what brings you here? Well, unusual phenomena have been recurring at the Mage's Tower and the Temple. Unusual phenomena? Has the rigor returned? Man replied. No, it is nothing like that. Perhaps it would be best for me to show you before I explain. Can you feel it? The blessing of the goddess Fihar has returned, Eusebia say. Didn't the goddess's blessing disappear centuries ago? He explained. We were also taken aback by the sudden return of magic overnight. Aslan reply. Up until then, the Mage's Tower had focused exclusively on preserving and researching materials related to magic. Based on the records we have at the tower, we speculate that the power of the goddess was purified thanks to Your Majesty's intervention in thwarting Roman and his sorcery, restoring her blessing. After hearing the news from the Mage's Tower, the temple also began investigating historical records. Man reply. We discovered that the sorcery Roman used was the same as that used by the Fernan dynasty in the past. Aslan say it appears that the goddess's blessing disappeared because this sorcery accumulated over the years, disrupting the flow of nature. Eusebia think. That must be why the Arjunwood said those words to me. You must protect this world. What a relief. The people of Riadon will be overjoyed to hear that the goddess's power has returned, he say. My apologies, Your Majesty, but there is more. Aslan asked. What? Are you suggesting that Roman colluded with the temple as well? Eusebia explained. Yes. This incident led to a reshuffle within the temple, during which previously unknown corruption was uncovered. As the goddess's power waned, the temple's prestige also declined. To compensate, some high-ranking priests colluded with Roman. It even turns out they sold the bodies of priests to him later on, Aslan added. Priests shouldn't have been susceptible to the rigor, so why? That question can be answered through the materials provided by the Mage's Tower. They contain the sorcery of the Fernan dynasty that Roman used to create the rigor. He used the bones of those with powers similar to the goddess, like sorcerers, elves, and priests. Eusebia added. Both the temple and the mage's tower were deeply shocked to learn of this. They'd pledged to continue working together to decipher the sorcery and purify the river. So, do not worry. The rigor will soon be a thing of the past. It's hard to believe the river was ever poisoned, Lord Canach say. Now that we know the cause, the solution will come quickly. You saved the continent, Eusebia. Eusebia replied. No, Canach. It's all thanks to you, he say. Do you not regret meeting me? She added. How could I regret it? You were the best choice I ever made, he asked. Then, will you choose me for the rest of your life? Eusebia surprised. What's gotten into you, Canach? It almost sounds like you're proposing. That's because I am. As I said before, our previous wedding was just a formality. Lord Canach added, I've always wanted us to have a proper, grand wedding because you deserve the very best. This time, we'll do it in a place full of sunshine, surrounded by people giving us their blessings. And there, I will promise my future to you. Eusebia expressed her feelings by saying such amazing words. I love you, Lord Canach replied gadly. I love you too, Eusebia. 1 year after the Fihar River was fully purified, summer arrived in the empire. Really? Eusebia became happy. Ruff, you're coming to Riadon? Thanks to you, there are no more groups targeting the non-human races, and recently, even the empire's citizens have become more tolerant toward us. It's time to restart the business we put on hold. Gold ornaments crafted by humans are quite popular with the dwarves. I'd be delighted to see you again. I couldn't properly greet you at the wedding because it was such a hectic day. Well, I was just glad to be able to go home early, she added. How have you been? Is your knee better? Enough about me. How are you? Pardon? Now that you've sorted out all those troublesome matters, there's just one thing left for newlyweds to do. Do you have any good news yet? She think. How strange. I can't hear you. What? Did the communication stone suddenly go dead? Looks like it. I'll get back to you later. I can't believe even Ruff is asking me about this. Then again, Xander did mention recently that father is worried about the issue of succession. Xander say, Dear Eusebia. Eusebia think, succession. Canach says it doesn't matter to him, but I don't want to just give up. Guildmaster say, Eusebia. Ruff, you're looking much happier, she reply, and you're as robust as ever. He deaded. Well, my health is all I have, so I need to stay fit. By the way, you really saved me. Thanks to the imperial family's mediation, I was able to close a significant deal. It's not much, but as a token of my gratitude. There's someone I'd like to introduce to you. It's a pleasure to meet you, agent of the goddess. It's an honor to meet you as well, lady replied. Please call me Cherise. Eusebia surprised. That's what Genesa called me. You know Genesa Cataril? Guildmaster added. Our race has a long lifespan, so we probably knew your ancestors. By the way, it was Cherise who bestowed the blessing of the elves on Genesa's child. Cherise reply. Genesa was a remarkable woman. She was strong and wise, much like you are now. I heard from Ruff that you are unable to bear children due to the constraints placed on the guardian. When I learned of that, I couldn't simply stand by. Eusebia say. Ruff, you brought Cherise here for my sake? He added. Haha. I couldn't bear to see you suffering over something like this. Now, let's get back to what we were discussing, Cherise reply. It's always fascinating how dwarves struggle to express their feelings. Eusebia thinking. Still, I don't want to trouble the two of you. To be honest, neither the Emperor nor I are in a hurry to have an heir, but you did want a child, didn't you? I heard the imperial family were searching for information about Genesa. The desire to leave traces of one's life with a loved one is shared by all races. I understand it well. That's why I came to see you, Eusebia added. You're right. It was a child I wanted. Not an heir. A child born of Canach and me. Our child, Cherise say to her. I am happy I can be of help to you. I received the blessing of the Arjunwood, which allows me to share the things I felt and experienced through magic. I will now show you the moment when Genesa was granted the blessing of conception, she added. O Arjunwood, hear my plea. Bestow your blessing on Genesa Cataril, the great guardian who protected the Sylvan elves from extinction. I humbly beseech you, gathering the wishes of all elves. Goddess replied Genesa, my child, at last you have come to me. You prevented the fall of this world, and now, you seek to rewrite your own destiny. I prevented your conception because I did not want the power of the guardian to be passed down. I did not want people to take the power for granted or misuse it, Cherise asked. Then, Goddess replied to her, but you have saved the world. To the one who prevents destruction, a chance to change their own fate is granted. Since you have earned this opportunity, I will lift all your constraints. You will be remembered as the guardian who bore a child, Cherise say. I understand now. So it was all connected to the Arjun wood. Was that helpful? Eusebia reply. Yes. Perhaps I really will be able to have a child, Xander say. Bia, Eusebia reply. Have you been well, Xander? You've grown taller. Yes. How have you been? Her father Kaled her named. Eusebia, she reply. Father, my apologies for not visiting you earlier, her father reply. No, I should be the one to apologize. It's my own shortcomings that caused you all this trouble. And you, are you happy now, Eusebia? He added. Then that's enough. That's more than enough. Eusebia entered. You're still here? The meal is ready. Why don't you come out and join me? Lord Canach replied. It's just so fascinating to think that you were born and grew up here. Oh, it makes me notice even the smallest details. So, this is where you lived, and this is why you promised to take me with you back then, she said to him. My mother decorated this room. The wall decorations are meant to carry prayers for a child's healthy growth. And right here, I often used to sit and warm myself by the fire. Oh, the flower pot is still here. I used to plant things in it as a child, Lord Canach say. You seem to have many happy memories here, Eusebia explained. I want to create a home like this with you. When we have a child, I want to make a room for them and build a place where we can watch them grow up together. You say that I chose you, but you chose me too. An opportunity granted only once to those who save the world. Now I am certain we have earned that chance, Goddess. Say, it's been a while, Eusebia, she called. Arjun would, Goddess reply. You're not alone this time. The Emperor is with you, Eusebia. Say again. Canach, Goddess added. Do not worry, Eusebia. The Emperor is simply wary of me. He still hasn't forgotten our contract from his past life, has he? Eusebia explained. Past life? What does that mean? Come to think of it, it was strange. This is why you promised to take me with you back then. I never promised we would go to the north together in this life, Lord Canach say. What are you? Goddess reply. Thank you for saving the world, Eusebia. I know why you've come to me. I bestow upon you the blessing of conception. Though, like Shinasa, the power of the guardian will not be passed on even if you bear a child, I doubt that such matters will concern you, and this is my final gift. I will pass on the memory of the noble sacrifices you both have kept hidden from each other. Two souls who turn back time to alter their fate have come to me once more. Unlike the goddess Fihar, I had believed that humans could not change their destiny. But perhaps the reason she loves you is that moments such as these do occasionally occur. You were meant to be together from the very beginning. I hope this memory will finally bring you freedom, Goddess added more. Eusebia, I am truly happy you have found someone who loves you, Lord Canach said to Eusebia. So you were reborn as well. You had all those memories, and that's why, she replied. If I had known sooner, I wouldn't have let you endure such loneliness for so long. It took me too long, and so you weren't late at all. Every time I was about to collapse, you were there to save me. Then, now, and in the future, you'll be the one to rescue me, little girls say to her brother. Come on, Zakar, he replied. Sylvia, mother told us not to run. Mother, father, Lord Canach say. Eusebia, I love you, Lord Canach added. It took too long to say these words, Eusebia replied. That's all right. It only makes this moment even more joyful. The end. Please remember to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video, as it really helps our channel grow. Thanks.